Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, 1, 2, 3.
Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Committee meeting for June 19th. It is awesome. We have so many people in the gallery with us today, and thank you so much to our staff that are here. Oh, I see some friends I haven't seen in a long time. Hi, everybody. This is a good day, I think. But just in case, I brought both of my waving kitties because I'm hoping for a fulsome discussion. Committee, today is a meaty day. We have 4 massive issues that we are going to be talking about. So just to let committee know, I have enlisted Jessica, our LC, to help me with keeping time as short as possible because we have so much to discuss. So just to let committee know, everyone will have 5 minutes inclusive of answers. I'm looking at you, GM Zagaric. I hurt you, by the way. I hurt you. Yes, it will be 5 minutes inclusive of answers. And if I'll go through your 5 minutes, please ensure that you get yourself back onto the speakers list. I am super excited for the amount of debate that we will have today. So let's get started. It is a reminder that all electronic devices will be switched to a non-audible function during committee meetings. And I think we have quorum. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to this agenda?
Yes, Deputy Mayor. Added communication items for 5.1 correspondence respecting encampments. There are 14 new items and 1 revised, and as they are listed on the revised agenda. Item 5.2 correspondence respecting item 10.5 major hosted tourism event opportunities PED 23129B from the following individuals: A. Greg Dunnett and B. Tim Potosic. Yes, thank you. With a recommendation to be received and referred to consideration of item 10.5. Item 5.3 correspondence from Joshua Wersch respecting item 7.2 Circle of Beads request for an elected seat on the city's Council for Indigenous Peoples. Recommendation be received and referred to consideration of item 7.2. There are 9 new delegation requests, item 6.2, which are delegation requests respecting encampments for today's meeting. Please note that one of them, Christine O'Brien, has now withdrawn. Item 6.3, Kojo Damptey respecting item 7.2, delegation on Indigenous elected seat on Council in person for today's meeting. Delegation 7.1 from Hafiz Hussein respecting putting taxpayers first, navigating City Hall, a virtual delegation. At the request of the delegate, this delegation will be moved to the July 8th, 2024 General Issues Committee meeting. Item 7.4, delegation respecting encampments from Denise Hancock, that's item D, has been withdrawn. Not a change to the agenda, but item 8.2, cybersecurity incident impact update, has been CM 24004 has been added, as has the presentation. Not a change, but discussion item 10.8, my apologies, I have the wrong item number there. Item 10.8, Affordable Housing Development Project Stream Q1 2024 results, HSC 23028E, FCS 23055C, PED 23099E has been added. There are 2 added notices of motion, declaration of emergency in the area of affordability, and 12.2, representation by the urban Indigenous community at council. And then additionally, there is 1 private and confidential item, 14.5, Canadian Union of Public Employees Local 1041, ratification of a collective agreement, HUR 24015, as well as 14.6, which is the confidential appendix A to the Affordable Housing Development Project streamed Q1 2024 results, which was item 10.8. That's it.
Is it? Is that it?
That's all.
Thank you so much, Clerk. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve this agenda as amended? Councillor Spadafora, Councillor Craig Kassar, please, and may I have the vote? And vote is up. Joining me in chamber today is Councillor Jackson, McMeekin, Spadafora, M. Wilson, Taddison, Danko, Beatty, Kassar, Crutch, and Alex Wilson, and online is Councillor Esther Pauls. And that carried, right? Oh, and Mayor's online too. Yay! And that carries 13-0. Thank you, committee. Moving on to declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to approval of the minutes of previous meeting. This is for June the 5th, 2024. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the previous minutes? Councillor Kretsch and Councillor Spatafora. Any discussion on these minutes? Seeing none, may I have the vote, please? Councillor Jackson's a yes. Councillor Pauls is a yes. That vote carries 13-0. Thank you. Moving on to communications, and as you have heard, there is a significant amount of communications. We have 5.1, which is all of the correspondence respecting encampments from the following individuals, and the recommendation is to be received. 5.2 is the correspondence respecting 10.5, major hosted tourism events. Also, recommendation is be received and referred to consideration for item 10.5. And then 5.3 is the correspondence from Joshua Warish respecting 7.2 Circle of Beads, and the recommendation is to be received and referred to consideration for item 7.2. Now, may I please have a mover and a seconder on the communication items? Councillor Spatafora, Councillor Kassar. Any discussion, please? Okay. Seeing none, may I have the vote, please? Vote is up. And that vote carries 13-0. Thank you, committee. Moving on to delegation requests. So there's several delegation requests. We'll be dealing with each of them separately. So very first one will be 6.1, Yelena Vermillion, Sex Workers Action Program swap, respecting the City of Hamilton's Integrity Commissioner report regarding private complaint regarding Councillor Denko, DGB, Hamilton ICI 2024-01. And this will be an in-person, but it will be for a future meeting. So may I have a mover and a seconder to approve this delegation request, please? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Alex Wilson. Discussion. Councillor Danko. 5 minutes, remember?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Wang. So before we consider this delegation request, I'm going to ask committee to set aside the current issue and consider the Office of the Integrity Commissioner from a big picture perspective. So the reason that we have an Office of the Integrity Commissioner is to ensure that when issues are brought forward by members of the public, that there is an independent arm's length body that hears those issues, brings recommendations forward, and this council's job, this council's only oversight over the Office of the Integrity Commissioner is to either receive those recommendations, and this council can impose further sanctions. This council cannot edit or otherwise have influence over the Integrity Commissioner's report, and this council cannot dismiss sanctions that are brought by the Integrity Commissioner. Those provisions are put into our bylaws for a reason, so that the Office of the Integrity Commissioner is not politicized, so that the public has confidence in the Office of the Integrity Commissioner as an independent arm's length authority that is not influenced by the decisions of council. So if there are issues, if an individual has issues with a ruling of the Integrity Commissioner, there are, of course, remedies to that in law. There is a judicial review. If it is the conduct of the Integrity Commissioner, there is complaint to the Law Society or the Ombudsman. It is not in the purview of this council to have specific oversight over the actions of the Integrity Commissioner. The only influence this council has is the contract that we have entered into with the Office of the Integrity Commissioner. And I do not think that we want to enter into a position where the Integrity Commissioner issues a report, we have a delegate come forward, says they don't like the report, and then the Integrity Commissioner's contract is threatened. That is direct political interference. So let's just think, if this delegation was approved, how is that going to work? They're going to come in and say what they need to say. Do we have the Integrity Commissioner present to then respond? Because if there's allegations that are made, they should have the right of response. Are there going to be other delegations from members of the public who might have a different opinion? Are we going to accept their delegations as well? What am I supposed to do during this thing? Am I going to sit here like a TV lawyer and call objections and points of order when anything that I feel is out of order is said? I don't want to be in that position. And I certainly don't want to put the chair in the position of having to, be Judge Judy and deal whether this is, your objection sustained or overruled. We cannot turn this council into a kangaroo court. And the problem is that if we do that, if we allow this to proceed in this way, the risk is that the complaints process is almost irrelevant. The only thing that has relevance is trial by public opinion. And I think that is wrong. And I think all of you, I think, would agree that that is wrong. And I think that is pretty clear that is the intention of what's happening here. So let me just be as clear as I can. I do consider approval of this delegation to be a clear abuse of the Code of Conduct policy and highly prejudicial against me personally, well as the chair's responsibility to uphold the procedural rules of order. That is a almost impossible task. Allowing a delegation of this matter, this individual also has a secondary complaint that was filed against me. That complaint is ongoing. Allowing this individual to delegate will bias this council in reaching a decision on that ongoing complaint and any further complaints. So obviously this is highly problematic. In our procedural rules of order, we do not allow delegates, correspondents, or delegates to bring forward complaints against councillors through a delegation or correspondence. We have that in a procedural rules of order for a reason. It's so that those complaints go to the Office of the Integrity Commissioner where they belong, where there is an independent decision. And once again, this council's role is to receive that report and nothing more. We cannot risk politicizing the Office of the Integrity Commissioner. And I think, wrap it up, thank you. I think we all understand that, sometimes we just allow delegates to come forward because we're going to give them their 5 minutes. In this case, I think there is a much bigger picture risk at play here that I don't think we want to go down that road. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Janko. Councillor Crutch, please.
I understand the concerns that are being raised about individuals coming forward and making direct statements about councillors, complaining about them and what the forum for that might be. And I'm aware of that having happened in this chamber already in this term of council, and it's going to continue to happen where residents are going to come forward and say things. And I trust that our chairs are able to manage those situations as they see fit. I think prejudicing the content of a delegation in this manner isn't the right way to go. Let the person come forward. If the content they're producing is against the rules of order or it's some kind of problem, the chair can manage that situation. And I know it's going to be uncomfortable to have to maybe call a point of order from here to there. I'm hopeful you won't have to do that because the chair will understand those rules and apply them fairly and judicially. And so if the delegation gets off track and goes into an area which is prohibited, then that'll be dealt with. But to suggest that we know exactly what a person's going to say when they come here, that they're not going to heed the advice given to them in advance of delegating, and that we should absolutely not have them come forward at all because we're worried about that, I think is not democratic. So it's not that I don't understand your concerns. I think they're valid concerns in terms of why you would want this perhaps to not come forward. Also, we'll share my own reflections on this because personally this exact same thing happened to me in the last term of council, literally. And what I was told and what the court of law received in that judicial review was that actually what I ought to have done if I wished, I didn't wish, but if I wished and knew perhaps was actually to put a correspondence on the agenda or come forward and delegate in response. Because that was my opportunity, according to everyone who gave advice, including the Integrity Commissioner of the day, that was my opportunity to come forward and speak to the complaint itself and say, I agree with this or I don't agree with the finding, and just to be able to say so. I wasn't allowed to come forward and say something egregious. I wasn't allowed to slander and attack people, but I was certainly allowed to come forward and say, hey, I think that maybe there's some information missing or something else I want to share, and I want to give you my impression of how I think this turned out. And I was told that that's actually the forum was here for that, at City Council. So that's a confusing part for me. I think that advice makes sense. And again, I think we can manage it in the moment, and if it ends up being a situation that we have to shut down for whatever reason, I'm sure the chair can handle that. So I'm going to proceed with allowing someone to come forward, not prejudicing that I know exactly what they're going to say. I don't think also approving this is a violation of the code of conduct. We do not know what the person is going to say. They want to speak to a matter that affects them personally. Dozens of people come here and do it every day.
Thank you, Councillor Crutch. Councillor Cassar, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Listen carefully to both speakers, and maybe it would be helpful to get a comment from either the clerk or the city solicitor on the delegation and if it is in order.
City solicitor. Okay, Clerk Pilon, please.
Janet Pilon, Acting City Clerk. The delegation was approved to be included on the GIC agenda as the individual is speaking to the content of the report. There is one aspect of the report that she's not in agreement with, and that is what she is coming to speak to.
Thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, I'd like to call that to vote. So again, a vote of yes would be to approve the delegation. A vote of no is to not approve the delegation to come forward. May I have the vote, please? Just on this one delegation. Mayor? Is a thumbs up. We can only see the top of Mayor's head, so it's all good. And that carries 10-3. Thank you, committee. Moving on to 6.2. Delegation requests respecting encampments for today's meeting. As you can see that there is A through K, but I has been withdrawn. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the delegation request, please? Councillor Crutch and Councillor Beatty? Sure, okay. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, may I have the vote, please? Vote is up. Mayor is not on the screen anymore. Oh, Mayor is maybe coming back on the screen. Oh, Mayor's a thumbs up anyway.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I will have to mark manually that the mayor was in favor as the vote was closed when I saw her come back
Okay, so
up.
that would be 14-0, and that carries.
Thank you.
Moving on to 6.3, Kojo Damptey, respecting item 7.2, delegation on the Indigenous election seat on council. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the delegation, please? Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Crutch. Any discussion? Seeing none, may I have the vote, please? Vote is up. Mayor is yes. That vote carries 14-0. Thank you. We are now moving on to actual delegation. So before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegation are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. And a note to all of our delegates. You will have 5 minutes to complete your delegation. You will hear a tone after the 4-minute mark, and you will have an additional minute to finish up. The very first delegation is 7.2, Nawalka Gishi Migwan and Audrey Davis from the Circle of Beads, City of Hamilton's Urban Indigenous Community Consultation Circle, respecting an elected Indigenous council seat request and a conversation. This was already approved as of June the 5th. Do we have the Circle of Beads here? Oh, they're at the top here. Come on down. I also understand this was previously a request to extend their speaking time. So typically delegates would normally only have 5 minutes, but because this was a additional request ahead of time, they have asked for 20 minutes. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve that? Councillor Crutch and Councillor Nan. May I have the vote, please?
And so just for clarification, Deputy Mayor, that's for 20 minutes in total or 25 minutes in total?
20 minutes in total.
Thank you.
Vote is up. Mayor's a yes. And that carries 14-0. Thank you, Nawalka Gishi Megwin. Thank you for being here, as well as your Circle of Beads colleagues. You have 20 minutes. You will hear a ding at the 19th minute mark, and then at the 20 minutes, okay? Please go ahead.
Bonjour, Ani Nawakagishi Miigwan Dishnakash. My name is Longfeather. I come from the Chippewas, the Caddo, and Stony Point First Nation. My mother is from Anjamang. My dad is from Majudana. Hamilton is my home. Welcome and happy Indigenous Solidarity Month, Solidarity Day, and Indigenous History Month, as well as Happy Pride. Today you're going to hear a little bit of Indigenous history from a gender fabulous, two-spirit, two-heart individual. In lieu of a territorial acknowledge, I'd like acknowledgement that did not happen here today. I would like to remind people that no matter where you live, work, or play in this country that we call Canada, you are Indigenous territory. And many of these territories, if not all from what you're going to hear from today, has been stolen territories. Change is hard, it is challenging, and it can be very scary. Nonetheless, change is necessary. Change often comes with opposition, but nonetheless, change must happen. There was a time in history when no one wanted women to have rights. There was a time in history when we would not have seen women seated in this circle at council today. There was a time in history when women did not have a right to their voices being heard, the right to have a working profession, and had no right to vote. Look at how has changed, has influenced the representation of what we see in the circle this morning. We must be mindful that there was also a time in history when people did not want slavery to end, but slavery did end as a result of change. The change is necessary to have an Indigenous Pacific seat in this circle is going to come with challenges. It's going to come with great opposition because whether you choose to admit it or not, racism and discrimination against the First Peoples of these territories, the original caretakers to the lands, waters, and air, the treaty holders, Indigenous people is still very much alive. You may have some members of your wards be strongly opposed to an Indigenous Pacific seat in this circle. However, it is your shared responsibility to provide some education to them on who we are as Indigenous people. And why this specific seat is important as we move forward. We move forward, turning reconciliation into reconciliation. Many of your ward members are not going to know about your commitment made to the Urban Indigenous Strategy or to the Truth and Reconciliation Calls to Action, the calls to justice from the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women, Girls, Trans-Identifying Two-Spirit Inquiry Report, and to the United Nations Declarations of Rights of Indigenous People. Canadians and Hamiltonians need to be reminded that this country was built on a number of racist and discriminatory legal applications, and one of the most harmful laws was the doctrine of discovery. It is very important to know that what this law is and the influence it has had on what we call Canada today, and the relationship between Canada, the Crown, the Church, and Indigenous people. In simple terms, the doctrine of the discovery is an international law doctrine given authorization to explorers to claim terra nullius in the name of their sovereign when the land was not populated by Christians. Terra nullius refers to land without a master, land that is legally deemed to be unoccupied or uninhabited. By certain terra nullius, it allowed the Crown to grant land to its colonial interests, including 70 to 80% of Canada's land massed to Hudson's Bay Company. Terra nullius is a Latin expression meaning nobody's land. Since the 19th century, it has occasionally been used in international law as a principle to justify claims that territory may be acquired by states' occupation of it. In the matter regarding the formation of Canada, this was the beginning of the attempted genocide of Indigenous people who were already living within these territories. The doctrine of discovery allowed the Crown to claim sovereignty over Indigenous people and land by holding Indigenous people cannot claim ownership to land. On March 30th, 2023, Pope Francis refused to accept or be associated with the doctrine of discovery. On March 30th, 2023, that meant a set of ideals by the Spanish and Portuguese in particular used to justify the doctrine of discovery, seizing land they had discovered and colonizing Indigenous people in a land that came to be called the Americas. This ideology, supported by the dehumanization of those living on the land in their dispossession, murdered, and forced assimilation. The doctrine fueled white supremacy insofar as white European settlers claimed they were instruments of divine design and possessed cultural superiority. What would happen if the doctrine of discovery was rescinded? What's going to happen is it will force the courts to recognize Indigenous nations as sovereign. And this means that treaties will be required as a foundation of Crown sovereignty instead of the doctrine of discovery. The doctrine of discovery in Canada comes as a series of papal bulls or formal statements from the Pope, and its extensions, which originated in the 1400s. Discovery was used as legal and moral justification for colonial dispossession of sovereign Indigenous nations, including First Nations in what we know as Canada. The doctrine of discovery allowed the Crown to claim sovereignty over Indigenous peoples and land by holding that Indigenous people cannot claim ownership to land. Further, in Canada, we must understand there is no Portuguese Act. There is no Italian Act. There is no French Act. There is no Ukrainian Act. There is no Jewish Act. There is no German Act. But there is indeed an Indian Act, one of the most racist and discriminatory pieces of legislation anywhere in the world is found here in our own territories. The Indian Act dictates from a very racist and discriminatory premise what a group of people may and may not do. There is no other group in Canada that has been harmed like the original caretakers to this land. No other group has been forced to residential schools, federal Indian day schools, or have had live birth alerts when a child is born. There is no other group who has been charged, beaten, imprisoned, or raped for speaking their language or practicing their spiritual cultural beliefs. There is no other group in Canada that were forced to use a pass system in order to gain access to or out of their communities than in the original peoples, Indigenous people in these territories. Canada's relationship with the original caretakers, Indigenous people, is a relationship like no other group in this country, and we can make no mistake of that or misunderstand that. The road to reconciliation is a long, hard journey for each of us, but particularly for Indigenous people, because we must face the harsh lived reality of continued racism and discrimination every time we speak to the harms directed to us. Every time we speak to the crimes against us on our own territories, we are often met with racism, discrimination, and pure hatred. Every time we ask to move forward and have our voices heard and our ways of life and ways of being recognized, we are confronted confronted with massive amounts of hatred, racism, and discrimination that often turns into violence against us. And a really good example of that is what we're witnessing today. When we originally came to this circle and asked for an Indigenous seat, immediately the hatred started to surface once again against Indigenous people. And we are witnessing people saying hateful, hurtful things, such as send them back to their reserves. Get them out of this country, they're not originally from here. So that shows the ignorance and the uneducation that Canada has failed, that we have all failed to Canadians to better understand who we are as Indigenous people. The creation of an Indigenous specific seat at this council will be difficult change because each of us in this room will witness racism, discrimination, and hatred. In fact, we are witnessing racism and discrimination right now, as the keyboard warriors hit social platforms sending hateful messages. This is in part one of the reasons why Canadians and Hamiltonians need to be educated on things like the doctrine of discovery, so they are no longer ignorant of whose land this is and who are the original people to these territories. It will be important to arm ourselves with knowledge and provide education to our fellow Hamiltonians on the history of Indigenous people and why Indigenous voices are necessary in the representation within this circle, because Indigenous voices have been silenced for far too long. Because Indigenous ways of life and Indigenous ways of being can complement the construction of the circle we call City Hall and this council and mayor construction. When you come into your circles, you bring your wisdom, your knowledge, your experience, and your technology. And we bring those things too, but we enter our circles with humility, kindness, and with love. And we also bring our sacred items with us. We also carry with us all of our ancestors. An Indigenous seat at this table is the next natural step to our mutual journey to change reconciliation to reconciliation. This seat at council means you have listened, you have read, and you understand the calls for action, the calls for justice, and the United Nations Declarations of Rights of Indigenous people by bringing Indigenous ways of life and Indigenous ways of being perspectives to the table. And although this change isn't going to happen immediately, there are alternatives that you can institute immediately while we wait for municipal and provincial change to take place. An Indigenous person seated within this circle at all times is the best way to start this process. This can be a temporary seat as an advisor or a consultant, which can complement this circle while we work together at changing the laws to make this seat permanent. This is not a journey that we expect you to walk alone. We have always extended the invitation to have a conversation with this circle. We have invited each of you to our circles, and we have come to your circles. I have even as much as sent an email to my ward councillor who is not here today, Matt Francis, and extended an invitation to sit down and have a conversation on this matter and other matters, including Glendale and its construction. If you are having a difficult time trying to educate your ward members, then call upon your friends and colleagues and peers with the Indigenous community to help you. Many of you folks in this circle this morning came to the medicinal candidate circle held at HRIC prior to elections. It was the first Indigenous focused election initiative in this city. Many of you were asked if you would support an Indigenous specific seat at council, and you responded that you would support by investigating the time and energy and moving forward with a thorough, responsible, and committed investigation of adding an Indigenous seat to this council. Now is the time to walk your talk. We are asking you to commit your platform speeches and work with us to make the Indigenous Pacific seat at this council a reality. Now is the time for each of you to start educating your ward members on the unique relationship that Indigenous people have with Canada, the Crown, and the churches. Now is the time to do the hard work that reconciliation requires and live up to the expectation and commitments that each of you made by accepting your elected seat in this circle. Across Canada, other municipalities and provinces provinces have worked on similar seats. Halifax is in the midst of working on an Indigenous-specific seat to their municipal council. Nova Scotia has an Indigenous-specific seat at the provincial level. Toronto is now investigating an Indigenous seat at their council. Here in Hamilton, you have an opportunity to maintain your status as leaders in this country in terms of your relationship building with the urban Indigenous population and community by developing and implementing this seat. Hamilton has led the way for many municipalities with your friendship agreements, your urban Indigenous strategy, and Indigenous relations team. Change is possible, but it is going to require a commitment to make it happen. And as always, your friends and colleagues at the Circle of Beads and within the Indigenous community are here to help you along this journey.
Those were awesome words, Lyndon. I'm Audrey Davis. I'm the Executive Director of Hamilton Regional Indian Center, Mohawk, Six Nations territory of the Turtle Clan. I'm going to speak a little more about another commitment that the city has made. Some of you may not be aware of this happened in 2021. So in 2021, the city of Hamilton signed the Declaration of Mutual Commitment and Friendship, an MOU outlining commitment to relationships and improving access to social supports to the Indigenous people of Hamilton. The declaration was created through the collective expertise of the OFIC and AMO's memberships and was signed by both in 2020. The declaration is between the municipality and the local friendship center, being HRIC, and focus on improving relationships and dialogue with the Indigenous community. In Ontario, over 85% of Indigenous people live off reserve in urban and rural communities. Friendship centers have existed in Ontario for more than 50 years. Hamilton, the Friendship Center has been here 50 years. And contributes to the municipal community life. The Friendship Center plays a vital role in community development, social cohesion, and improving the quality of life for the growing population of Indigenous people in all municipalities across Ontario. Hamilton is taking great steps that can support reconciliation, but there is still the need to have the Indigenous voice heard and included to support equality and inclusion. The Indigenous population in Hamilton is large and diverse. People from across Canada make up the Indigenous population here in Hamilton. The long history of racism and discrimination embedded in systems and policies continue to negatively impact Indigenous people in this community. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing my notes. It's horrible. Bear with me. The TRC calls to actions have been supported by the Government of Canada, and the Urban Indigenous Strategy and the Declaration of Mutual Commitment have been approved by this City Council. And these are testaments to the fact that the need for change is recognized, acknowledged, and collaborative efforts and actions are required to make positive and mutually beneficial change. The voice of Indigenous people needs to be heard and included in the decision-making, at the decision-making level of the municipality in advance and calls to action items and the local priorities of the urban and Indigenous strategy and of the declaration that impact the Indigenous constituents in Hamilton. The declaration is about building relationships between city staff, elected leadership, and the Indigenous community. Key principles of relationship building and identified in the declaration include that relationship development is based on mutual respect and trust and is essential to achieving long-term positive impacts for the Indigenous and non-Indigenous community. The declaration is meant to support a framework for meaningful relationship building between the Indigenous community and the municipality. Building relationships is at the core of making this city inclusive for Indigenous people and others. Understanding and learning each other's roles and responsibilities, principles and ethics, and using this to guide decisions that impact Indigenous people can build a stronger, safer community. A seat at City Council does not put the Indigenous voice first. It includes and provides opportunity for change that will improve outcomes for the Indigenous people that call Hamilton home. Trust, respect, and accountability are key to creating healthy relationships. I and my Indigenous counterparts recognize that the creation of a City Council Indigenous seat will take work, time, and commitment. And at this time, there needs to be a commitment to relationship building to further this objective. The TRC calls to action, the Urban Indigenous Strategy, and the Declaration of Commitment and Friendship. Thank you.
Thank you very much for providing this space and listening to us today. I want to acknowledge my relatives as well as my peers and colleagues who sit at the Indigenous Consultation Circle, the Circle of Beads, who now we are officially the voice for the Indigenous population here. So I'll have my relatives come and introduce themselves.
Hello, Scannell. Beth Dockstader, Manager of Indigenous Relations for the City of Hamilton.
My name's Brenda Jacobs. I'm the Cultural Capacity Trainer at HRIC.
Antoinette Lafreniere, Health and Wellbeing Programs Manager, HRIC.
I'm Amy Vacosa, and I'm the Healthy Babies Worker at Ontario Native Women's Association.
If there are any questions or comments now, you can ask Audrey.
Thank you. Thank you to our Circle of Beads delegation. Speakers list is open. We'll give a tiny amount of time to, if anybody would like to ask any questions of the delegates. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thanks. Thank you for coming. I think we have a motion, or a notice of motion rather, on the agenda later today to begin this process work that I think the investigation, the talking with the province, some of those things that you kind of detailed, and that. Do you have any comments on the motion that's on the notice of motion that's on the agenda later today? Is that a step forward in your mind to kind of getting to this piece, or just kind of, because that's the framework that we'll be having this conversation on our agenda, I guess, in July. Just wondering if this is kind of lining up with what that ask is.
I'll let Audrey speak first.
Yeah, I think even getting the motion is a step forward, but like, it's a very small step. My hope is that, there is some action items as a result of the motion that include engagement and relationship building activities with the Indigenous community, because as Linda and I both spoke to, that is absolutely essential to get to know each other and our perspectives and how we can advance things for not only the Indigenous community, but the community as a whole. Thank you.
And unlike a lot of my ancestors who were very patient and waiting for change to happen, I'm very, very impatient. And I want to see change happen because it's been a process of over 500 years. It's been a process of all of my ancestors learning your systems, and now it's time for Canadians to learn our systems. And I believe that, once again, that this is not going to be an easy journey. It's going to be a terribly difficult journey, and sometimes we're not going to agree on everything as we move forward, but that's healthy and that's okay, because each of us also are engaged in family relationships behind our closed doors where we have difference of opinions and we have our own world perspectives that we bring to that table. So as impatient as I am, I know that this is going to take time. But I also know that we have within our capacity to be able to make change and make this Indigenous specific seat at this council a reality.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Perhaps I'll ask Councillor Maureen Wilson first.
Apologies, Chair. I think I've cut you off there. Thank you very much for the delegation. And the grace embedded in it. I don't want to focus on the negative, but I would appreciate a perspective being shared with us of what are the consequences of disagreement at the table? And I think that's sometimes we fear disagreement, but I personally always see it, as long as you're not disagreeable, a sign of enhancing ourselves and our leadership. So I'm wondering if you could just speak directly to that point that you did reference. Thank you.
So when you're talking about disagreement, we all disagree all the time on various things, various views, perspectives, and different points. But I think it's open-mindedness to be able to continue the discussions and the conversations and come to a place where it's acceptable, doesn't cause harm, and works for everybody who's having in the circle.
Councillor?
As well, I want to add that my relatives behind me at Circles of Beads, there's approximately about 37 of us within that circle, and we don't always agree on everything. But what is important for us when we do gather is that we remember that when we come into the circle, we come into the circle in a humble manner. And we come in with an open mind and an open heart, a good mind, a good heart, and that we collectively can move forward and work through those disagreements. And sometimes good relationship building means having to look at what are the compromises that we have to make.
Thank you. Do no harm, pretty good threshold for us to measure our actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Nana, could you take the chair?
Certainly.
Thank you. So thank you so much for your delegation. I have the privilege of hosting HRIC in my ward, and I have the privilege of being able to work very closely with Audrey Davis. Wanted to ask a clarifying question. In your delegation, you talked about the urban Indigenous and the urban, and a significant portion, I don't quite recall what you said, but a significant portion of the urban Indigenous does not live on reserve. I wonder if you could just unpack that a little bit, because I hope that we can all put a little more context into the ask today, because if they don't live on reserve, they're clearly living in our community. So what does that look like then?
So I can go back a little bit in history. Back in the 50s and 60s, when Indigenous people began migrating in greater numbers from the First Nation territories into urban and rural settings, and more specifically into urban settings, where they would come from different areas of the country or the province, come into these larger urban settings, and come together to bring back the sense of community with their Indigenous brothers and sisters, as well as to help each other identify the various resources in the community. And that's where friendship centers were birthed out of, was these sitting around the kitchen table, having a cup of tea and talking about what are the resources available and how do we navigate this different world that is so different from our territories. And that's what friendship centers were built on. That's what Indigenous communities within urban settings have grown out of. And so, I'm sorry, I lost track of your questions. I rambled.
I thought I rambled, holy heck. So a little bit of history again, once again, that's going to help you answer that question. Through the British North America Act and through the Indian Act, they instituted and created what we call reserve systems. And reserve systems were built that time at the population at that time, because it was never perceived that Indigenous people would even survive genocide and be here in 2024. So you have these small masses of land that Indigenous people were crowded on, and many of them gated for a period of time. But because they did not believe that we would exist, they didn't take into consideration that our community was going to grow and that we were going to be Canada's fastest, most rapidly growing community group in this country. And so now there's no place for all of us to be living in those reserve systems because our numbers are massively huge. And so anywhere from 75 to 85 to 88% of Indigenous people registered with the First Nations, Métis, or Inuit community have to live outside of those reserve systems. So the only other spaces to go are our urban and rural spaces.
Thank you. That's it, Chair. I'll take the chair back then. Up now is Councillor Nan, Councillor Crutch, and Councillor McMeekin. So Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Dhanbad, thank you so much for your delegation and also for your invitation, especially on this day as we go into solstice and recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day across the country and the world. And I think the comment that I have through you, Chair, is in an era where we're experiencing so much hardening of minds and so much hardening of hearts, and a positionality that unfortunately is turning into acts of hatred, vitriol, harassment, the kinds of things that none of us are born into this life really holding on to, but unfortunately spending a lot of time trying to reclaim and claw back our humanity as a result of. I think the invitation is one of great generosity and an opportunity for those of us who are listening around this table to really contemplate what the future could look like if we are governing ourselves and our relations in a way that comes back to that humanity. So thank you so much for your invitation.
Chairman Watch.
Thank you. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks for being here. I just have one really specific question, mostly inspired by what Councillor Maureen Wilson said. And she talked about harm, and you talked about harm, Audrey. I want to distinguish these two types of things in terms of where harm exists in these kinds of relationships. And I think what I heard you saying was that you were speaking to the fact that when we're in these kinds of conversations with this circle and in your circle, that those might be conversations where there are disagreements. And we have to work together in those conversations to not ensure there's not harm in those conversations. But also, outside of that, the very conversations we're having in public will invite reactions like you brought up earlier that you've already experienced, and I'm sorry for that, the kinds of reactions you've received from people elsewhere. And the very public discussion itself creates harm. And so I wonder if you could speak to that a little bit in terms of how you see us making sure that we keep the public conversation we're having happen in a responsible way, so to mitigate that harm as much as possible. Where do you see a role for that conversation itself to mitigate harm?
So I'm deaf in one ear, and I rely on being able to look at people's lips, sadly. So I'm wondering if you could repeat your question a little closer right to the mic. So
I'll get right in here.
There we go.
You bet. So my question is, when we're talking about the public conversation that we're all having around this, and you've already expressed in some ways that that's created harm because of the comments people have made. What is our responsibility collectively as we have this public conversation to reduce that harm? How can we mitigate that harm?
I think one of the best things, a lot of the hatred towards any group in this shared territory that we have comes from a lack of understanding and a lack of history. And what I've provided you with today are the tools of knowledge and wisdom of our shared history of how Canada became, quote and unquote, a country, because it's still up for debate at the United Nations based on the fact of the doctrine of discovery and the thievery of land and resources that Canada should even call itself a country. So empowering yourself and empowering folks within your wards with the knowledge of history of the relationship of Indigenous people and the Crown in Canada is extremely, extremely important in helping them to better understand who we are as Indigenous people, and that we have separate protocols, we have separate policies, and we have separate constructs that are often very dissimilar than Eurocentric constructs, for instance. For instance, I know many people here know that our construct of family is radically different, somewhat very close to the construct of family that Italian families have, that our construct of gender is radically different, where most people and most groups see two genders, male and female. Our communities are recognizing anywhere from 13 to 17 different genders. So you can see, based on those constructs alone, how legislation and laws that were built in this country were not built with consultation of Indigenous people, and they don't reflect our constructs, and therefore they become oppressive for us as Indigenous people. I hope that helps. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor McMeekin, please, you have the last word.
The last word? No, there's no such thing as the last word. This is a journey we're on. You mentioned, I think, that when you gather around your circle, there are sometimes disagreements. When we gather around our circle, guess what? We sometimes have disagreements too. And Councillor Wilson's comment about disagreeing without being disagreeable is always helpful, and she's reminded us of that many times. And I've learned from that. I've also learned, I consider myself fortunate to have spent a couple of student summers partnering with Indigenous brothers and sisters in different places across this country, Turtle Island. And I count as precious that learning. That having been said, I have two specific questions I want to ask, maybe three. How is the MOU that's been entered into between your circle and this council and whomever it is seeking to engage? How's that working out?
So I'm going to answer that and allow Audrey to elaborate. That was an agreement between the Friendship Center and the city.
Yeah.
So Audrey, as the executive director, will answer that.
So as I stated, the MOU came down from the OFIC, the was started with the Ontario Federation of Indigenous Friendship Centers and the AMO, what's it called,
Association of Municipalities Ontario.
Yes, yes, and they started work on it in 2018, finalized it signed off on it in 2020, and then it was invited out to municipalities. There's 444 members across Ontario to commit to this agreement as well. And it's called the Declaration of Mutual Friendship, or Commitment and Mutual Friendship. Well, when it came into Hamilton, it was presented. I met with the former Indigenous Relations Manager, who's no longer with the city, and she talked about the process, because in my understanding of it and reading of it, it is building relationships at the leadership level, at the municipal level, with councillors, with the mayor and the leadership in the city. Well, the way it came to me was like, well, Shelley sorry about that, the manager, as the Indigenous relationships rep, was my bridge, which was identified to me. Well, we'll edit this, we'll define it. There was a template sent. We'll figure out what we want it to do. Then it'll go to my boss and they'll edit it. Then it will go up to somebody else. And then it makes it to the mayor, who will all add their edits and additions or deletions, and then sign off, and then it comes back to sign off for me. The mayor did sign off on it at the time. HRIC did not sign off on it. We did not sign off on it because it was a hypocrisy the way it was signed. There was no discussion or agreement of what our objectives would be together. You know, I presented mine to the Indigenous staff, and then it went up the ladder. You know, and that's not inclusion. That's not true relationship. But in my mind, the city committed to, you know, it may have been, you know, tokenized in the sense of it wasn't done in an open way. But as far as I'm concerned, there is a commitment on this behalf of the city to build relationships, to commit to furthering Indigenous interest within the city of Hamilton. So that's what that document is. I believe I shared it with Andrea. We just haven't reconnected on it. It's just been busy for both of us, and I get it, but that's something that still needs to be tweaked out because HRIC, like I said, has not signed on it, and we would like to sign on to it, but we won't do it in a hypocritical way. It needs to be done collaboratively.
I understand that.
Counselor, you're at your 5 minutes.
Put me on for a second time then.
Okay. I thought I saw Counselor Tadison wanted to join too. Okay. 5-minute restart for Counselor Tadison.
Thank you. Thank you for your delegation today, all of you. I'm a person who weighs many angles. I speak from a position of always seeking more information, taking chances, running a pilot project, seeing how things actually play out, and then using that information for continuous growth and making the system better. One concern I hear as we embark on this journey of reconciliation, and it's not from a place of hatred, maybe perhaps uncertainty, fear, is that if this seat is granted, more marginalized groups will come forward making similar requests. So can you understand that trepidation, and how would you answer that and help me to reply to those concerns?
I think respectfully, I think I've already provided you with so much information that you can answer that question in a responsible manner by providing education about the history of the relationship of Indigenous people here, and that Indigenous rights and treaty rights are foremost in all of the things that this circle has signed on to: truth and reconciliation, calls for action, calls for justice, and the United Nations Declarations of Rights of Indigenous People. So I do believe that education is extremely important, and along that journey of reconciliation and acknowledging all of the commitments that you made through the calls to action, calls for justice, and ONDRIP, is acknowledging that, yes, we know that there will be other groups that will come forward and see this as an opportunity for them to ask for a very specific seat at council, but no other group has the relationship that Indigenous people have with the Crown and with the province and with the feds.
Thanks for that clarity, and that helps me greatly. And I did hear your message earlier, but I really wanted you to focus on that to address those matters. So in reflection, my father has said, and always says to me, it only takes half a step to be a leader. So the small steps that we take here, I think we can show some leadership, and I hear what you're saying, and thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tadison. I recognize the mayor, and actually I am not going to allow second-time speakers, so I'm very sorry, Councillor McMeekins, just because we have such a meaty agenda today. So I'll ask the mayor for the last word, please. Mayor?
Thanks very much, Chair and Deputy Mayor Wang. I'm going to be brief because I really am just respectful of the conversation, and I want to let you know that I'm listening very carefully, although my screen might be off from time to time. I'm multitasking, as we often need to do in these roles, but very respectful of the conversation, very thoughtful about the the words that have been shared. I want to thank HRIC Executive Director Audrey for identifying that, in fact, we are attempting to get back to that that conversation about the memorandum of understanding, and we're both, I think, committed as leaders to to making sure that that gets over the finish line in the kind of the collaborative and thoughtful way that that she described. So I really don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you. It's certainly something that we'll be talking about, I'm sure, later in the agenda as well, and really appreciate what folks have brought to the discussion today. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to our Circle of Beads delegation. You're welcome to stay, but your delegation is concluded. Thank you so much.
Chief McGuire.
No, I've asked Sorry, I've just said no more second-time speakers, just because we need to get through the rest of our agenda.
Point of order. We spent a fair bit of time talking about the importance of process and listening to each other. I have two more important questions to ask our Indigenous brothers and sisters, and just want to go on the record as being quite concerned about what we're mirroring here on this issue. I always respect the chair, and I'm not going to challenge the chair, but I find it quite inconsistent with the whole spirit of where I thought we were heading this morning, to not be allowed to, or to be arbitrarily cut off after 5 minutes. I expected the delegates would, to any serious question, would at least take 5 minutes to respond to the question. And I've got all day to ask important questions of important people. So I just want to register my concern about how we've handled this.
Thank you. I apologize, Councillor McMeekin. I will rescind my sort of unilateral, we're just trying to keep time here, but please, if you would like to continue asking along your line of questioning.
I would. My second question is, assuming through the process, and processes are always difficult in your circle and in our circle and together, assuming for a moment that we made some progress and there's another player, because we're a subjected level of government in some respects too from the province and municipalities. They often refer to us as children of the province. Assuming though that we got to the point where municipalities were allowed to take a progressive step like this, a reconciliatory step like this, how would you choose the person that would come and sit around this table?
So let me try and answer first. And so part of the complementary wisdom and knowledge that we would also bring to the circle is to educate you on how we don't gender people. So I am Anishinaabe Ojokwe, and you refer to brothers and sisters. In our circles, we often say relatives because we don't like to gender people or assume people's gender. So that's part of the education that we can share with you as we move forward. So we would identify two different matters, right? So this is where there might be some opposition, where we'd have to sit down and talk about what's going to be the most responsible and accountable way to have somebody who's an Indigenous person hold this seat. It could be an elected seat, or perhaps it could be what the First Nation, the Mississauga of Credit First Nation has done with Toronto is they've asked for an appointed Indigenous seat. So that means that Indigenous people are appointing their representative, their voice at that table. So there's always some way. I think from my own personal perspective, whether we can get an elected or get an appointed seat at this time, I'm going to take either one. And I have to include that once more again, that I'm remembering that there was a point in time that women were not in this circle, and we made that big change to allow women into this circle. So this isn't something that we can't do. It's something that we have to be willing to be committed to make change in.
Your key is the importance of education, and I understand that. The last question I have is in the spirit of reciprocity and reconciliation and partnering together with each other. A formal link to this horseshoe. Is there a formal link that this horseshoe can have back with the circle of beads?
I'm sure there can be. Currently, we do have the Indigenous relations team that we work closely with, and they sit at the Circle of Beads. So there's kind of that arm's length relationships with this table. But yeah, to have an actual voice that could, Lyndon spoke to it, come to this table on behalf of the Indigenous community, with the interest of the Indigenous community and all, because, you know, we talk about the Indigenous community and have a voice in our roles and responsibility. Our community is our community. You know, we do have to, our first priority is our Indigenous relations, but inclusive in that is relations with all people, right? So if we make determinations, our decisions, our actions to the benefit of Indigenous people, it benefits the community as a whole, because everything we do from a good mind, a good heart, with good intention, and again, causing no harm to others. So it is very inclusive. So yeah, having a identified person sit in here that Lyndon spoke to when he was talking, you know, we would have no issues putting forward somebody and coming here on a regular basis, or, you know, as identified need in relation to Indigenous, but ideally there would be somebody sitting here at every meeting, you know, to be informed and also to inform when you're talking about us as the land stewards, the First Peoples, and having an equal voice in the decisions that impact the people and the land.
Mine wasn't, sorry.
I didn't know, sorry about that. I just want to add as well too that it's really important that we don't overburden our urban Indigenous relations teams, because they're already working on so much in this big monster that we know is an institution, the city of Hamilton. There's so many people that they're working with. This would just be an unreasonable ask of the urban relations teams to be able to sit at this table and provide that too. I do also want to say that many of us as traditional Indigenous people, we hold our traditional roles and responsibilities. We also bring that with us. There's no separating who we are as Indigenous people from our roles and responsibilities. We have to figure out a way to do the work that we do in mainstream institutions and work that into our roles and responsibilities, because we do know that you can't take someone Indigenous and put it into an institution or into a process that was not built by Indigenous people, or Indigenous people were not consulted on that. However, we can also somehow bring our wisdom and knowledge into that institution and help influence the way that we do the work that we have to do collectively together. So for instance, one of those things that we do is when I go out to do the work that I have to do every day, the first thing that I do is I do my ceremony and I do all the stuff that's necessary for me to do that work that I have to do, and be mindful of the fact that I'm Indigenous first. I'm an Indigenous Justice Coordinator second, but my primary role in this walk in my life is I'm an Indigenous person first.
I understand that. Mine wasn't a rhetorical question. It wasn't to burden anybody who has any kind of existing role. You're making a request to facilitate adding somebody to this council. I wonder if there would be some benefit, assuming we decide we want to walk together, to have somebody from the council sit around your circle as well. That was the intent of my question.
Absolutely, and we have on many occasions emailed everybody in this circle to come to our circles. We invited you to our teepees to sit around our circles. We've invited you to our fires to sit around our fires, and many of you have accepted and come and shared conversation. And when half of your representation here didn't show up, that's when we came to your circle to let you know that we're willing to work on this relationship, but we can't work on this relationship alone. You have to be willing and open to be able to work on this relationship. So it doesn't always mean that we have to come to your circle, but sometimes maybe you have to step outside of your comfort zone and come to our circle.
That's the intent of my question. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your thoughtfulness in allowing some additional engagement.
No, thank you, Councillor, for keeping me in line. Thank you so much. Chimigwich, Niawe, xie xie. From my language to yours. So thank you, delegates. Let's move on to Delegate 7.3, Rachel Moore, Love to Live, respecting a request for audience to address systemic injustice and lack of support for individuals with disabilities in Hamilton. Is Rachel
Sorry,
here?
to the deputy mayor, we just have to receive the previous delegation.
That is correct. Sorry. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Nan, Councillor Kassar to receive the previous delegation. Thank you. Thank you, Angela. Vote is up. And that carries 13-0. Thank you, committee. Rachel is now at the podium. So Rachel, you have 5 minutes. So at the 4-minute mark, you'll hear a ding, and then another at 5 minutes, and then we'll engage in discussion after your delegation. Thank you very much.
I'm just going to read my notes to the best of my ability. Thank you for your patience. Good day, Madam Mayor, Deputy Members of the General Issues Committee, and those in attendance. My name is Rachel Moore. I'm a resident of Hamilton who is now living with a disability as a direct result of a motor vehicle accident here in Hamilton in 2014. I have been profoundly impacted by the intersection of disability rights, the lack of legal support, and financial hardship, and I feel compelled to bring to your attention a matter that requires immediate action. I come through the chair seeking justice for myself, as I also advocate for the countless others who face similar systemic barriers to accessing justice. In 2013, I took the year off of real estate to go do some missionary work in Haiti. I had an insurance broker who attended my functions and subsequently came back in 2014, got into a car accident and found out I wasn't properly represented or protected. Despite the existence of legal protections and support services for individuals with disabilities, municipally, provincially, and federally, the reality is that accessing justice remains a daunting task for many like myself. The systemic barriers that pervade our legal system, from financial accessibility issues to a lack of specialized support services, have further marginalized those of us living with disabilities. Even with the support of my MPP, resources for individuals living with disabilities have not yielded legal representation, as I'm being told that my circumstances are outside of the scope of their practice. Due to these systemic gaps, I have been forced to pursue my case as a self-represented individual in small claims court, where the limits on compensation and legislative changes greatly inhibit fair and just resolution. Dealing with the pressures of the legal process have only exacerbated the emotional toll on me. I still experience extreme episodes of PTSD symptoms when interacting with the documents detailing my personal experience of devastating loss, including the loss of my unborn child, the ability to return to employment, and being thrust into debt, living below the line of poverty. I stand before you with a plea for your support, as I refuse to accept that the pursuit of justice should be contingent upon one's ability to overcome these systemic barriers alone. According to the Human Rights Act, instituted June 15, 1962, every individual, regardless of their ability, deserves equal access to justice and fair treatment. Moreover, the inadequate services and support available to individuals with disabilities, municipally, provincially, and federally, only serve to perpetuate the cycle of injustice and inequality. I believe it's time for us to recognize the urgent need for systemic reform to ensure that individuals with disabilities are granted access to their fundamental right to justice. Through my pursuit for justice, I've been left feeling marginalized and unprotected. And despite my efforts to seek redress for the losses I suffered, I've been met with numerous obstacles. It's disheartening to know that individuals in our community who are already grappling with the profound challenges of living with disabilities are further disadvantaged by a lack of access to fair and just legal support. My journey has been fraught with the crushing realization that the resources meant to protect and advocate for individuals like myself have failed to deliver on their promises. And despite my best efforts, I find myself without financial means or legal representation necessary to fight for my rights and seek redress for the harm that I've endured. Today, I stand before you as an individual seeking justice and as a representative of the marginalized and disenfranchised community that has been silenced for far too long. I implore you to recognize the urgent need for financial support and legal representation for those who have been affected by the gaps of our legal system. Through the chair, I urge you to take action to address the pressing issue and ensure that all residents have access to the legal resources and assistance they need to assert their rights and seek justice. This could include initiatives such as establishing a dedicated legal support program specifically tailored to individuals with disabilities and those facing challenges accessing legal representation. Number 2, collaborating with legal aid organizations, pro bono clinics, and advocacy groups to provide comprehensive legal assistance and guidance to residents in need. Number 3, advocating for policy changes at a provincial level to improve access to justice and support for individuals with disabilities in the legal system. And number 4, providing funding and resources to community organizations that offer legal education, outreach, and legal support services to marginalized and vulnerable populations. By taking proactive steps to address these issues, we have the opportunity to uphold the principles of fairness, equality, and justice that are fundamental to our community's values. Together, we can work towards creating an inclusive and supportive environment where all residents have the opportunity to access the legal assistance they deserve.
Last word, please.
In light of these challenges, I'm calling on Hamilton City Council through the chair to intervene and provide financial support to alleviate these burdens. The support would assist me to access the legal representation and resources necessary to pursue justice. I have an upcoming court date on July 3rd, and your urgent support is needed. I'd like to thank you for your time and your attention in this important matter, and I pray for your support and leadership in championing the rights for all residents in our city.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for your delegation. Speakers list is open. Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Now, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation, please? Councillor Kassar, Councillor Tattison. May I have the vote to receive? Vote is set. And that vote carries 12-0. We will now move on to item 7.4, delegations respecting encampments. And we'll take a motion all at the very end, so after all, we've received all of the delegates. So up now, we have Barbara Weigelt. Come on down to the podium. And up next after Barbara will be Mike Rinaldi, just so everybody can know who's up now and who's on deck. Jessica, can we make sure that the ding goes at 4 and at 5, because I didn't hear the first time around, so. Thank you, Barbara. We're just gonna turn on your mic anytime you're ready. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the General Commission Issues, my name is Barbara Weigelt. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. First, let me say that I'm coming here on mostly an emotional place. So my issues are ones that affect me emotionally, as well as addressing safety and community issues. I have chosen not to provide photographs of any of the encampments in order to respect the privacy of the individuals. My family moved here in 2012. At that time, as far as I could see, there were no encampments in Hamilton. I live near Gage Park, which is one of the reasons we moved to the neighborhood, and my neighbor and I walk there almost every day. We've seen encampments there grow over the last 3 years, certainly since the pandemic. I've communicated with our Ward 3 on several occasions, only to be basically given pat answers to why this is the case. I have yet to see any action either from the ward or the City of Hamilton which has made any significant improvement to the situation. In fact, it's got worse. Last year, our councillors voted against freeing up vacant city housing to ease the problem, instead of opting for sanctioned encampments areas, but with no follow-up on when and where this will occur. I'd also like to know why this seemed like a good idea. Here are some of the issues which concern me. First of all, how do sanctioned encampments help to solve the socio-economic problem without perpetuating it? Both my neighbor and myself have witnessed domestic abuse in the encampment in Gage Park near the Montclair entrance. A man is often heard screaming obscenities to his partner in full hearing range of us and any children or other people who may be walking by. His partner appears to be pregnant. She's been seen by us crying on the bench directly outside her tent. The response from our ward was for us to call the police. Do I really want to call the police about this? How is that going to help them? In March, my neighbor's friend, whose house backs onto the park, witnessed the occupant of a tent partying loudly. The tent was directly behind her back fence. The fence was broken. Subsequently, her sister's daughter's bike was stolen. Police were called and the tent was eventually evacuated. This took some time. Last summer, I saw used condoms on the entrance to the park. It's not the first time. The garbage from the encampment is ongoing. Until they're completely cleared, this will continue to be a problem attracting rodents. 3 years ago, and again last week, we have experienced rats in our backyard. We have to employ pest control at a cost of $250 each time to keep them at bay. And no, we don't have bird feeders or compost on our property. Where do I start about the encampment at the Delta behind the Dollarama at the intersection of King and Main? I'm sorry, but it's totally disgusting and it's filthy. It has to be cleared. About 2 weeks ago, residents of this encampment were seen selling plants at the side of the encampment. Entrepreneurial, why not? Turns out that a recognized resident of the encampment, and we recognize them because we see them regularly, was seen digging up plants at the St. David's Church and selling them out of the garden of the church. I do not know the outcome of this issue. My next-door neighbor discovered a homeless person, again recognized, in his driveway in the evening. He was attempting to get into his garage. He was caught on camera. He approached him and threatened to call the police. I'm not sure if he did contact them. I think he did, though. Theft. Earlier this spring, I witnessed no less than 10 shopping carts in front of the larger encampment in Gage Park. They were all lined up in front. There are still many carts in the park. This is obvious theft, and yet it goes ignored, perhaps sanctioned by police. Many of these carts cost over $400 each. Not only do the businesses suffer the loss, but we as consumers pay a hefty price at the grocery store, for not only in small part by this. Many of these issues have been addressed by council and the media that affordable housing will solve the problem. How does affordable housing solve the problem when people have no jobs and no money? And how does it help with mental health and addiction issues? In the City of Toronto, for example, according to the article in Friday's Star, the council there is considering an update on their encampment protocol, prioritizing engagement with residents. Well, how on earth is this going to help if they have no alternative to offer them? And if it's entirely voluntary?
Barbara, your last word, please.
They recognize these protocols are meaningless without the resources to back them up. I don't claim to have answers to these issues. That's why I'm here. That's your job. My only suggestion is that the money that we do have should be much more directed towards actual facilities and help for both mental health and addiction. We as taxpayers also have...
Barbara, you're way past your 5 minutes
Oh, I'm so
already.
sorry. I didn't
Yes.
realize that. All right. So what else can I say? Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'd just like to know, last word, what the city is doing to help provide dignity and opportunities for our most vulnerable citizens.
Thank you, Barbara. Speakers list is open, please. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Thank you, Barbara, for coming to delegate today and sharing your experiences living adjacent to the encampments, both at Gage Park as well as in the Delta Triangle. We had a Ward 3 pop-up office hours at the Gage Park Tropical Greenhouse, and it was scheduled a month prior to, and we had a number of residents who live in the neighborhood come and speak with myself, my team, as well as staff from Housing Services. So we've documented and consistently have been documenting all of the concerns that residents have been asking for action and response on, and I know that your patience is gone. And I've also heard from residents that their sense of compassion that existed during the pandemic is also waning, and that folks are experiencing a lot of anguish, as well as things that are criminal in activity in terms of theft, in terms of activity that's happening in their parks and next door that is making them feel unsafe. And we've addressed all of those issues with Hamilton Police Services. So when the delegate is saying that you're receiving maybe unsatisfactory response from the Ward 3 office, we're doing the best that we can with the city services that are available to us in responding to managing this crisis. But I did want to take a moment to just clarify,
Please
if
order
I
in the
could,
gallery, please.
Chair, to the delegate, you made a point about council denying solutions around affordable housing. If you could, I didn't hear it very clearly. If you don't mind just restating that point, as I think there may have been some misunderstanding there.
There may have been misunderstanding, and I'm going by my own recollection on this. I don't have documented proof of any of this. But I remember reading through some documents about, because I read them regularly, about what council is doing in certain situations about the homeless population. And it came to mind that it was decided against using publicly available municipally owned buildings to help ease the situation, maybe temporarily, maybe permanently, and that to use that as shelter or homes for unhoused people. But it seemed to me that the situation was that they decided on sanctioned encampments instead. And they were going to make sanctions encampments around the city where people could go with their tents and they would be provided services. I have never heard anything about that since. So that was one of my questions. What's happening there?
Chair, if we could just get clarity on the question. So if there is a question, I'd appreciate being able to respond.
I believe that I heard from the delegate that she wanted to ask about why we don't have large sanctioned encampments. And I think that she's conflating the two because our encampment protocol allows for smaller groupings. And I think that, Barbara, am I putting words in your mouth? But I think you're asking about large sanctioned encampments.
No, you're not putting words in my mouth.
Okay, so I'll hold that question for the appropriate time with the staff report. Thank you.
Okay, and then I did have one more question, if that was all right with you. Just one very brief one, because I didn't get a chance to say it, but it's important. And that was, there's an Office of Federal Housing Advocate. The Office of the Federal Housing Advocate. Apparently, they have promised $250 million in encampment support. This is federal money. And apparently the deadline for that money coming through was supposed to be August. And I wondered if Hamilton has any communication with them or any rights to acquire any of those funds.
Thank you for that question. I know that Councillor Nan has taken that as a note down. We will collate all of those notes, and at the appropriate time, which is when we have the staff report, we'll be sure to ask those questions.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Barbara.
Thank you.
Up now is Mike Rinaldi, and on deck is Stephen Felker. Is Mike available? Oh, there you are. Come on down. And Stephen Felker? Oh, you're Stephen. So let's ask if Mike is available first. I don't see Mike Rinaldi. Okay, so I'll just make a note. We'll come back to him. On next after Stephen would be Kelly or Ucharek. So Stephen, anytime you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Steve Felker. I'm a resident of Ward 3. We are not here to end homelessness. This is a complex issue. Must treat the unhoused with compassion, dignity, and respect. They are our neighbors. There is not enough money from senior levels of government. This is what I'm told when I listen to your council meetings. I'm not an activist. We're just hard-working, law-abiding people who have been responsible for ourselves and our families and worked hard for what we have. But what is happening to our city and neighborhoods has gotten our attention. I understand this is not a simple problem or a local problem. And most importantly, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. A 12-year Harvard study showed the importance of providing shelter for the homeless. This is clear when you look at the difference between New York City and California and how they deal with the problems. I do have empathy for the homeless and realize how dangerous it is. I myself have called 911 because I was worried for the safety of a young woman who was involved in an ugly incident right in back of my home. This goes on constantly. I don't understand when I hear we want to help them. They are vulnerable, marginalized, that we have not set up a group encampment where support and their safety are ensured. They are by themselves. This young woman left the park and I saw her going up into the escarpment. I fear for her. We are saying the words, but we're not doing the actions. Sheltering is not the end, but the beginning of the solution. By having the encampment spread all over the city cannot be the most efficient way of helping with this problem. I understand the courts have ruled you cannot force people into shelters and get help for the untreated mentally ill and drug addictions. But when laws are broken, surely action can be taken. When the encampment took over just outside of City Hall here, laws were found to eliminate them from the property. My question is, why do you eliminate them from the public parks? So the most public of all places, City Hall, you made rules for them to leave, and they came to the public parks, which are right in our neighborhoods. The amount of violence and crime has increased dramatically. A park that till recently we were not allowed into after 11 p.m., and we couldn't have a cigarette in. Now there is open drug encampments. Needles, drug paraphernalia littering the park, and fires and overdoses. The city has made major infrastructures into our park, Gage Park, a beautiful botanical garden building, beautiful. Expansions of the Children's Museum, paving of the paths. This has made the park a jewel of the city, an extremely important part of our neighborhood. Every weekend, the park is full of family picnics, children playing, and festivals. This council takes a lot of economic development in our city. This park was a great tool to see what this city could be. But now it is an open drug encampment with violence where people are now afraid to go into. The problem has become so bad that vigilantism has started to creep up. Graffiti calling for the death of the homeless. And just the other day, a homeless person was jumped by 2 individuals, and a person who tried to help was stabbed. This has got to end. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephen. Gallery, please, we're trying to be respectful to all of the people so they can actually speak clearly. Otherwise, we can't hear them. So please, order. Thank you. Speakers list is open. Thank you, Stephen. May I ask Kelly Ucharek to come down to the podium. Up next would be Jacqueline Stajan, and that'll be a virtual delegation. But Kelly? Thank you, Kelly. You can adjust the mic so it's closer to your mouth too, so perfect, thank you.
Hello. Respectfully, through the chair, I ask for 2 extra minutes.
Committee, is there anybody that would motion for 2 extra minutes? All right, so that's Councillor McMeekin and Councillor Caddison. May I have the vote first? We have to have a vote. And the vote is up. And that vote carries 11-0. Thank you. You have 7 minutes, and you will have a ding at the 6-minute mark, and then a final ding at the 7-minute mark. Kelly.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. My name may sound familiar as I am the author of numerous emails to council and staff since the passing of the Encampment and Hats Protocol, both fraught with difficulties. I decided it was time to come forward as a voice for members of the community who are afraid to do so. Many are afraid to speak up, fearing they will be judged as lacking compassion or fearful of vengeance if they live close to an encampment and speak out. I am here to say that one can disagree with the city's policy and management of encampments and still care about the plight of the homeless. Both can be true. We are not horrible people for wanting safe public parks. While those living rough have higher needs, we all have equal rights, and access to safe public parks is one of them. Growing up in a large family in the Jamesville survey, we couldn't afford a summer vacation like most of us in this room are likely thinking of taking this summer. For me and others currently in this situation, going to the park and playing with the soupy was our summer vacation. Last year, you essentially gave many parks in the lower city to those engaging in criminal activity. And in the case of J.C. Beamer, you closed down the wading pool and the soupy program due to health and safety concerns. How do you justify taking safe spaces away from our most marginalized communities for the sake of a few? It's my experience with my own sister, killed by addiction at the age of 35, that I feel strongly about this topic. If she were alive and struggling today, I would want her to do so in a sanctioned encampment, where health services could help her live with dignity, not on full display in a park where users gawk and take photos of grim living conditions. When I was helping her access treatment, she needed to provide recent blood work, HIV tests, pap smear, chest x-ray, TB tests, to name a few. Imagine being in the throes of addiction, living in scattered parks across the city, trying to organize those tests. People need proper sanctioned sites staffed with trained professionals. It's apparent the city is struggling to enforce a protocol that was meant to, in your words, balance the needs of unhoused individuals in our community with those using parks and open spaces for recreational purposes. The balance simply is not there. The protocol fails the housed and the unhoused by turning parks into anarchistic environments where rules and laws are rarely enforced by police or by law. I understand the city needs to provide a place for tents in the absence of housing and shelters. Nowhere does it say that the location of such sites needs to be public parks, nor to accommodate those who simply refuse to go to shelters to avoid being bound by rules. The city has demonstrated a double standard with enforcement measures. How quickly you vacated the non-compliant encampments outside of City Hall recently, yet the non-compliant sites at Bayfront Park, Gage Park, and other parks have remained for months, allowing them to deeply entrench with significant impacts to the greater community. I do want to take this opportunity to thank members of council and staff, Director Baird, Mayor Horvath, Councillors Kretsch, Nan, Wang, Danko, Wilson, Taddison, Kassar, the other Wilson, and McMeekin. Some of you voted in favor of tents in parks, knowing full well your parks would not be impacted to the scale it affects ours in the lower city. Thank you for deciding on behalf of families when we have to expose our children to things and answer questions we rather wouldn't, all because we decided to take a walk in a park on a nice day. Why is that orange band tied around that man's arm? Why are those sharp needles everywhere? Why are those people laying on each other with no clothes? Why is that man peeing on the grass? Why is that man allowed to chop down the trees in the park? Why is that yellow police tape tied around that tent? To name a few actual questions I have faced. I am a proud lifelong North Ender, and the truth is, despite its reputation, I have never been afraid to walk in my community at any hour until now.
Order, please, order.
This is a sentiment I hear echoed often. A police officer was asked at a recent community meeting about patrolling encampments on foot after 11 p.m., the time of day when tents are most active and most criminal activity occurs. The response was, if we do a park and walk and we only have 2 officers and no other units to back them up, it becomes an officer safety issue. Sometimes we sneak up on things and it can go sideways quickly. I'm a shift worker who walks my dogs at odd hours. How do you think the unarmed citizens feel walking through parks, knowing that even your armed officers fear for themselves? The city held 3 engagement seminars in 2022, asking for feedback on how to manage encampments. I understand they were the most widely attended by Hamiltonians. What I can't reconcile is why the thousands of voices of participants were ignored. 54% of Hamiltonians wanted sanctioned sites and for measures to be taken to ensure safety for all community members. What we got is a protocol that heavily favors allowing people to live lawless in our parks, giving way to open prostitution, drug use, theft, and break-and-enters. Hamiltonians didn't want encampments in places where children play, in city parks or in residential neighborhoods, yet that is what we got. It truly feels as though the city has abdicated levels of responsibility to the general public that should be yours. This is especially stressful for those living within mere meters of an encampment. Instead of the city monitoring for non-compliant sites, citizens are relied on to file reports daily. Instead of a steady place to dump and collect garbage, it's strewn about this city, polluting the environment and our waters. Instead of sanctioned sites with a place to properly dispose of needles, harm reduction supplies are left on the ground in parks, putting others in harm's way. I'm almost done. Instead of sites with security or police officers that would discourage criminal activity, there are concerning talks of vigilante justice and neighborhood watches forming. Instead of sanctioned sites with trained staff who know what to do when someone under the influence is harming himself or others, that duty is left to park users who are not trained in de-escalation techniques.
Please wrap it up.
Last paragraph.
Paragraph? Maybe
Tragically,
last line?
just 2 days in Gage Park, a Good Samaritan was brutally stabbed after coming to the aid of a homeless person. Since protocol began, Hamilton has seen an unprecedented escalation of violence in our parks, proving that encampments are not safe for anyone in parks.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you so much.
Last
Nope.
one. I understand now why
We've
the
already
city
had 7
staff.
minutes, Kelly.
I understand now why the city staff and council didn't want this level of responsibility, because it has become too much for the unpaid citizens of Hamilton as well. Thank you.
Nope. Stay there, Kelly. Councillor McMeekin has a question for you.
Thanks. Thank you, Kelly. Is it Dr. Kelly?
No.
No, okay.
Nurse
I
Kelly.
thought I heard you say you were a doctor. I really appreciate your presentation. I'm just wondering, are you aware of the program up in Kitchener-Waterloo called Better 10 City?
Yes.
You know, it's 50 cabins that are heated in the winter and it's fenced off, and it's a gated community for unhoused, and there's a live-in supervisor and a drug support program on site.
Yes.
You know there are 2 sites up there? They just opened up another site. You're talking about larger sanctioned supervised communities. What would your reaction be to, and we have a local group here called HATS, the Hamilton Alliance for Tiny Shelters, has been advocating for that program. Is that the kind of option that you'd be open to seeing?
Well, I will be honest, I disagreed with that model.
Yeah.
Period. I believe people should be in homes, and I think $2 million, and that example of HATS was a lot of money to spend on 25 people. I feel like they could be better served.
$2 million?
Order.
I believe that was an approximate cost for 2 years for 25 people.
There are 50 people in each camp.
The HATS program was 25.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Waterloo.
Right, but my opinion for the HATS program, so that one
Sorry,
is
Councillor
similar.
McMeekin, just to make sure that we're not debating here. Questions?
No, I don't want to debate, but I wanted to make sure the information's accurate. The HATS group has raised $600,000 of their own money to fund the program. Were you
I don't
aware?
believe they've written receipt of all that money.
Okay. I'm just trying to be helpful here. The larger encampments, sanctioned encampments with support services, et cetera, seem to be what you were.
I don't believe anybody should be living in a tent, but if in the city's wisdom and the law suggests that we need to have tents, I believe it needs to be a sanctioned site.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. Councillor Jackson, please.
Deputy Mayor Huang, I was especially in tune with Kelly Osterrich's personal, courageous story that she shared about her sister who was lost through addiction, and I thought that imparted upon the genuineness of Kelly's delegation and presentation today. And Deputy Mayor Huang, Kelly, I think you have most demonstrated and expressed exactly the increased amount of frustration and anger that's in the community. And again, to your personal situation, thanks for your courage of coming forward. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Seeing as there are no other speakers, thank you, Kelly. Up now is Jacqueline Stajan, who is a virtual delegation, and up on deck is Dave Edwards, who is an in-person. So Jacqueline, great, we can see you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Madam Mayor and members of the General Issues Committee, my name is Jackie Staken and I live in Ward 3. I would like to bring your attention to several concerns I have with the state of encampments in Hamilton. I will focus on 3 specific issues with encampments as they currently exist. These are enforcement, suitability, and cleanliness. Over a year ago, the encampment in my neighborhood at the Delta Parkette began growing. This is a small park between Main and King Street near Gage Park in the East End. Almost from the beginning, it was clear that the site was in breach of the city protocol. Initially, a structure was built using a fence for support, but for most of this time, the site had more than 5 tents. Over this year, I reached out to Unhoused Hamilton, my counselor's office, and others at the city. There were many dead ends and several months before I was eventually told by my counselor's office that the site had been issued a trespass order and that it and that it had been passed on to the Hamilton Police Services. After another month of no significant change at that site, I started reaching out again. Again, there were many dead ends, but I was finally given the correct contact information, which was an enforcement officer for the Hamilton Police Services. I reached out to them to see what the timeline would be for the enforcement of the trespass order. It turns out there are only 2 enforcement officers for the entire city, and they must prioritize playgrounds, schools, and similar spaces. He said they cannot give a timeline as they are very busy, and when they do go to a site, they enforce the protocol. They do not clear the site. When they finally do go to the site to enforce the protocol, there is nothing to prevent the site from reverting back after they leave, as the officers have to move on to something else. I would suggest that if we are going to actually maintain the protocol, we will need more enforcement officers. He told me the number of enforcement officers was set by the council. My second concern is that the size of a park is not taken into account in the protocol. Larger parks can absorb 5 tents much easier than smaller parks, and they become less of an eyesore for the neighborhood. Related to this is the lack of recognition of the proximity and negative effects to local businesses. The encampment at Wellington Park is damaging the surrounding businesses, including the local funeral home, which has been there for years. It would be terrible if that funeral home or any other business went out of business because of this. The last concern I will mention is cleanliness. These parks are public and shared spaces. There has to be a greater expectation of cleanliness in the protocol. The amount of garbage and material in the Delta Parkette is huge. There have been attempts to clean it up, but it looks like debris is just moved into piles. My suggestion would be that only minimal belongings be allowed outside of tents, maybe 1 bike per person and a small amount of other items. Currently, there's crumpled up tarps, blankets, or other fabric items in piles, propane tanks, bicycle parts, and all kinds of debris. There may need to be extra garbage receptacles that the city collects regularly if this is going to be our new normal. If people are unwilling to meet these standards, they can camp in the escarpment where no one will notice. As these parks are public shared spaces, we should be able to set expectations. Several weeks ago, I went to look at the encampment at Montgomery Park, and it was pretty tidy at that time, so it is possible. In summary, please consider the concerns that I have raised here regarding the enforcement, suitability, and cleanliness of encampments in Hamilton. Please consider updating the city's approach to reflect these concerns. Based on what I've been told by city officials, Hamilton Police Services, and what I hear from other residents, many have these same concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jackie. Seeing as there are no speakers on the speakers list, thank you for your delegation, and you're welcome to log off WebEx now. Thank you.
Okay.
Moving on, we have Dave Edwards, who is in person, and then on deck, we have a pre-recorded video from Jordan Nicholson. So Dave, are you available? Are you around? There you are. Come on down to the podium, please. Right there. And you have 5 minutes. There will be a bell at the 4-minute mark. And you're welcome to adjust the mic accordingly. Yeah, you can just move it up. Perfect.
That all right? Yeah, okay, lock and load. Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Councilors of Hamilton, I'm delegating today with the intention of giving the parks back to the children. I am a longtime resident of Hamilton, having grown up in the city, served my country as a medic in the military, raised a family in this city, and now living as a senior in first place, and I do not feel safe. I'm concerned not only about my safety, but the safety of my grandchildren who also live in Ward 3. Apparently, I have been told that Hamilton aims to be the best place to raise a child and age successfully. This is a vision statement that we are sadly moving away from. The parks, especially in Wards 2 and 3, have been occupied by squatters and tents long enough. The dangers the children face when trying to play alongside these squatters has been noted by many parents who will not allow their children to go to the parks. I know this from personal experience because my adult kids will not let me take my grandchildren to a park, and they won't take them either. The majority of children in Ward 3 live in apartments. They need these parks for their exercise and play. Before COVID, people were not setting up tents in parks. They knew it was not allowed and that they would be removed. City government came up with the standards regarding tent squatters. Example, I believe tents are not to cover more than 9 square meters. Sites are to be kept clean of garbage and refuse. Each site is to allow a maximum of 5 tents. No open fire, propane heating, cooking implements, while the city is not enforcing these rules, as can be seen in the parks or in reading The Spectator. As per police reports in the paper, over 3 months in June to September 2023, there have been 7 violent incidents in parks. Beatings, stabbings, shootings, and one actually almost hit by a car purposely in Woodlands Park. The police say they have responded to many more incidents regarding these encampments. In January the 4th, the fire chief reported that they had had 43 calls to sites in the parks. 23 of these calls were in regards to open fire burning complaints. With drug paraphernalia, garbage, and human waste, it is obvious the parks are not safe for our children. We suggest the city set up a tenting area in an open land away from the parks. There is land that is sitting empty on Stewart Street, Wellington Street North, Victoria Street North, for example. The city could install porta potties, water dispensers, garbage bins, etc. This will allow a place for the homeless to stay and leave the parks free and safe for our kids. The pressure the issues in encampments puts on our first responders will decrease resources from other emergencies and incidents across the city. With designated areas for the homeless encampments, this would decrease the stress on the first responders, increase response time, and ensure taxpayers receive the services they contribute to receive. I have a petition I put together. Right now, it's only almost 200 people who agree with me, and the only reason it does not have more signatures is my health was not that great over the winter, and I was not able to get around door to door. I'm getting too old for it. Anyway, thank you very much for the time. And
Thank you, Dave. Seeing as there are no speakers currently, I'm just pausing for effect. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Up now is Jordan Nicholson, who is a pre-recorded video. So Jessica, have you got that queued up then?
pausing for effect. My health was not that great over the winter, and I was not able to get around door to door. I'm getting too old for it.
Now is Jordan. Sorry.
Madam Mayor and members of the General Issues Committee, almost a year ago, I attended the same meeting and voiced my concerns about how encampments and parks were severely impacting residents surrounding these parks. Today, I'm here a year later because since a protocol that was meant to make things better has been put in place, everything has gotten much, much worse. I am here today to tell you that the encampment protocol does not work. While I appreciate that solutions take time, and we had to try at first to see if it would work, it's been an entire year. We've given it a shot. Maybe it's unfair for me to say that the protocol is a bad idea, because from what I can see, it's never actually been properly implemented. The city has only allowed for 2 police staff to run the encampment team, 2 officers. There are illegal tents set up all over this city every day, unsheltered individuals with mental health and substance abuse issues setting up tents where illegal activities are now just being accepted in our public parks right before our eyes, and the city has allowed 2 staff to deal with this. Clearly not enough. It has become a second job for my neighbors and myself to report all of the issues in the park behind our home. When we call or email, the city has placed responsibility on the police, and the police say they didn't want anything to do with the protocol in the first place. Everyone says they understand, but nobody does anything to help us. If we don't report it, nothing gets done, regardless if these encampments are against the protocol or not. It's up to me as a taxpayer to do the job of city staff and ask for the protocol to be implemented. Once bylaw notices have been issued, there are no timelines. Why did anyone think that this would work? Why would anyone pack up and move their tent when they know they don't have to? I understand having a heart, but we do live in a civilized society. If I park illegally, I'm expected to pay the bylaw ticket. So why aren't they expected to follow the protocol? There is a 24-hour security guard in many of the parks now. This idea is great in theory. However, the security guard stands and watches while encampment residents openly drink alcohol, use illegal drugs, sleep, and use the washroom on playgrounds where our children play. They've made it clear to myself and my neighbors that they are only there to monitor the washrooms. They don't even call the police unless someone is being stabbed. So again, it's up to us to call the police and report these things, even though tax dollars are paying for round-the-clock security guards. The city has been so concerned about the unsheltered that it has completely neglected the residents that keep it running. A perfect example of this is a quote from Councillor Nan's Facebook page regarding the city offering property cleanup for homeowners who live adjacent to encampments on city property. While this seems well and good, and like the city finally cares about one of the many impacts encampments has on the community, in order to qualify for this cleanup, quote, the property owner has demonstrated financial hardship in being able to adequately clean up their property from the affected area, end quote. Why should I have to demonstrate financial difficulty to clean up someone else's used condoms and needles off my own lawn? Even if I was a millionaire, I shouldn't have to pay a penny to clean that up when it's there because of a poor decision that you made. I sent in a pre-recorded video today because I work full-time. If I quit my job and then I struggled financially, then would I qualify? Do you see the backwards way of thinking here, especially when we are speaking of issues surrounding a homeless population that you are trying to reduce? Not to mention, what does financial difficulty mean? Because I've had to pay a ridiculous amount of money in pest control since the last encampments from last summer brought rats. My bathtub is leaking now, which is not the encampment's fault, but I could sure use the money I've spent on protecting my home in the last year to make my life better in other ways. I can tell you from experience living next to a public park since you made encampments legal, my house has felt like it's been under attack. We've had 4 attempted break-ins, my mail has been stolen, my yard smells of urine, someone literally tried to light our house on fire, multiple people have been stabbed and shot in my neighborhood within the last few months. These are only a few of so many examples that I have time to share today. We don't feel safe in our own homes. There has been plenty of time to work out the kinks. The encampment protocol needs to be scrapped, and the unsheltered need to be placed in sanctioned sites away from our public parks and residential areas. Thank you for your time.
Up now, we have Jody Formosi, and on deck would be Margaret Newman. Jody?
Thank you. I would also respectfully like to request an additional 2 minutes. I don't know that I'm actually going to need it, but it's possible.
Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Taddison. May I have the vote first? We'll have to vote first. Okay, vote is up. And that vote carries. So you'll have 7 minutes and a ding at the 6-minute and a 7-minute ding. Mark.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jody, and I am a longtime Ward 6 resident. As a 4th-generation Hamilton taxpayer, the daughter of a former Ward 6 councillor, and the product of immigrant grandparents and great-grandparents, all of whom proudly contributed to the prosperity and the expansion of our great city, I'm here today to voice numerous concerns about the rapid and highly visible decline of health and safety in the streets of Hamilton. Many friends, family members, neighbors, and other taxpaying Hamiltonians share the same concerns that I have, as we've heard this morning. And just like me, they are increasingly becoming more and more intolerant and outraged by the complete and utter disregard by certain members of this council to respect the wishes of constituents who are seeking to improve public health and safety, unrestricted access for children to city parks, non-threatening access to our streets, our sidewalks, our green spaces, and public washrooms, and for councils to ensure and provide a supportive environment that is conducive to businesses, improved access to services, especially judicial, policing, and medical, all of which are being strained and overburdened by increased crime and repeated calls for a small group of vulnerable individuals struggling with mental health and addictions. My questions to council are as follows. First, as someone with over 30 years of experience in working with at-risk youth and their families, many of whom suffered from mental health and addictions, I would like to ask council, particularly those who have supported this insanity that we've all witnessed, why you are continuing to irresponsibly empower groups to orchestrate not only the demise of my city, but the exacerbation rather than effective support for these vulnerable individuals in accessing medical treatment and skilled training that they require in order to become healthy, prosperous members of society. Hamiltonians like myself are vehemently rejecting the narrative that anyone who doesn't support the outpatient asylum that my city has become on our public streets, that somehow means I am lacking in compassion and understanding. My response to you people is the following. Anyone perpetuating that narrative, which is absolutely absurd, are the ones who are lacking in compassion and understanding. Because anyone who understands what true mental health is and what true addiction is understands that it is in no way discriminatory. Whether you are rich or poor, housed or unhoused, black or white, young or old, male or female, you are susceptible to mental health and addictions. And your demise in response to this horrible disease is the same demise regardless of your social standing. And I take issue with anyone who tries to side-skirt the issue of mental health and disease by pushing their own political agendas regarding social standing, because you are doing a disservice to those individuals, and you do not care about them. You care about your own personal agenda. I do not believe, regarding compassion, that there is any compassion or advocacy being extended to people who lack the mental and physical ability to advocate for themselves or make healthy decisions by allowing them to sit in their own squalor, their own feces, their own urine, their own vomit, and piles and mountains of trash. It is utterly inhumane to not provide them the access to the mental health and addiction treatment they so desperately deserve and require in order to effectively treat, rather than hand them a tent and wish them good luck.
Order, please, order. Order, please. Thank you.
Second, it is obvious there is a very organized syndicate not only supporting and enabling the intentional and harmful destruction of Hamilton, but who are now brazenly and publicly advertising their active role in targeting Hamilton as a camping ground and a dumping ground for vulnerable individuals struggling with mental health and addictions, as we saw recently in the Brantford paper. Who are these self-appointed crusaders? Why has the city empowered them to act without the support or legal authorization of Hamilton taxpayers? And what are you going to do to stop them today? I want to go on record as vehemently rejecting the obvious attempt by these groups to somehow normalize the criminal activities, including the squatting, the illegal trespassing, and the open drug use. There is nothing normal about any of that. And it's very unsafe, very unhealthy, and quite frankly disturbing. Behaviors that Hamiltonians are being forced to deal with daily, including being harassed in intersections by people who are visibly under the influence as they stagger in and out of traffic, or urinate and defecate on sidewalks, or incoherently wander the streets screaming while pushing shopping carts that are clearly indicative of their poor mental state. In my family alone, I have personally been placed at risk by an unstable individual who came at me with shears at the bottom of the stairs. My sister was followed home with a knife by a man pushing a cart while she was walking her dog at 11 o'clock in the morning. Police responded twice. They told us they couldn't do anything because the city wouldn't allow them to. Why is this outpatient asylum happening in Hamilton? Why is it not happening in Niagara on the Lake or in Oakville? The answer to that is that city officials in those areas have done their jobs. They are respecting the wishes of their constituents, and they are protecting the health and safety of their cities. Hamilton taxpayers will no longer be silenced, as I was when I tried to speak at the convention center and disallowed and escorted out. Will no longer be silenced or passively accept the irreparable harm being done to our great city, and will personally and legally hold council and the city accountable if they don't start protecting my family and all of the families of Hamilton, rather than protecting illegal and dangerous behavior from people who in large part are not even residents of Hamilton, but who are being dumped here or invited here by people who do not have the authority or jurisdiction to do so. In summation, I ask all city officials to focus on their duties in office, their legal responsibility to ensure the health and safety of our city and all citizens, including those of us who pay the coffers. I also request that you demand accountability from your provincial and federal counterparts, as they are responsible, not city council. I did not, no one in this chamber hired anybody in here to manage this. This is a federal and provincial problem.
You're at your 7 minutes, so please, last word.
Last word. Today, I demand, I don't ask, to know, when will these illegal sex and drug dens that are posing such fire, health, and safety risks to my community being removed?
Thank you, Jody. No, Jody, come back. Jody, come back. Come back. I have Councillor Jackson that would like to ask you a question.
Deputy Mayor Huang, I just want to thank Jody Formosey for coming in. I wish I had many, many more Jody Formoseys in my Eastmount community. We're blessed to have advocates like her who care so much. And even with all her years of work professionally with at-risk youth, again, genuinely, she comes to the table with legitimate concerns, and you can detect the frustration and anger is growing. And she just wants safe communities and safe parks and safe public places back for all residents of our city. But Jody, thanks again for the passion you bring to the table. I'm honored to be your rep. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Huang.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
I just want to add, I just want safety for us, but I also want safety for these individuals. We need to get them treatment. Please. It's terrible to watch.
Thank you, Jody. Wait, hold on. Councillor Pauls would also like to say something to you.
Thank you, Jody. That was an inspiring speech. And
thank you.
I just want to ask you, you live in Ward 6. I just want to ask you, most of the delegates are from Ward 3, 2 maybe. I'm wondering, is the mountain, can you explain, is there a lot of encampments on the mountain?
So the way I'm personally been affected, so I spend a lot of time all over the city. I love the downtown.
Sorry, talk into the mic.
Sorry, I spend a lot of time all over the city. I particularly spend a lot of time in the downtown. My family, roots is Barton and Sherman. And so I love all the parts of this city. And I've been around long enough to watch it grow and all the hard work that's been put into the renaissance of it. But now I'm also watching us go backwards. More to your point about the mountain, I am, for 40 plus years, somebody who does the mountain stairs every night, usually around 9:30 or so, up the Kenilworth steps or up the Dundurn steps. I personally now, I was accosted at one of them, and I'm now either having to go earlier because it's so unsafe, because people are either at the top or the bottom, and I am asking strangers to please escort me, males usually, up or down, which is frightening. There are encampments on Mountain Park, but the real problem that's happening on the mountain but it's happening everywhere. But what's happening on the mountain is these individuals, I watch them walk up in socks or bare feet up the Sherman Access, and then they go to one of the parks, or they're in between the trails. So yes, it's everywhere. I mean, they're spilling everywhere. The Kenilworth Access, there's that little area that we're gonna have a fire there. We're gonna be in some serious trouble. Coming up the Sherman Cut, right at the base, there's a whole, do I live in Algonquin Park? Like, I live in Hamilton. I don't live in Algonquin Park. And it's, if you want to camp, there are places to camp. The city is not the place to camp. I cannot go camping in Algonquin Park without a permit. Why can you camp here? This is insane.
Councillor Pauls?
Thank you for that, and I know.
Sorry, hold on a second. Councillor Pauls, could you just repeat?
Thank you for that. I live on the mountain, of course, I'm Ward 7. I have many calls that people are, 1 or 2 or 3 tents in their park, and they're facing the same issue. I agree with you 100%. We do not, sometimes we say we need affordable housing. We need mental health, hospitals, place where people could get help. I agree with that 100%. Because like the other delegate said, people that are in that situation, they don't have enough money for affordable housing. They need help. They need mental health. And I will always promote that. But I thank you for your passion. I thank you for what you just said. Just inspired all of us to find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to your point about finances, I personally know 2 multimillionaires who died on the streets, drug addiction and mental health. So again, I want to reiterate, it does not discriminate. It doesn't matter how much money you have or don't have. Once it takes hold of you, you have to rely on the people around you to advocate for you because you are incapable of doing that. And anybody who's enabling that type of harmful self-harm is just as bad as the disease, or possibly worse, in my opinion.
Thank you, Jody.
Thank you, Council. Thank you.
All right, up now we have Margaret Newman, and on deck would be Mark Rosart. Margaret, I hope I said your last name correctly. Thank you. Okay, please go ahead.
Good morning. As you know, my name's Margie, or Margaret, and I live in the North End. I'm a registered nurse, sort of retired, because a nurse is never retired because we know too much. So yeah, I've lived for about 19 years in the North End. I've been on the board of the Welcome Inn and North End Neighbors, presently on the track gang, where we go twice a year. We clean up the CN tracks. And, I'm saying all this not to toot my horn, but to say that I have a vested interest in my neighborhood, in my community, not only as a person who lives there, but, when you're a nurse, it's just kind of in your DNA to care about the surroundings. So there's not a heck of a lot that I can add to what everybody else has raised here. We've had some amazing concerns, and I think you've heard it all. But there's a few things that I wanted to say, and one is that we don't have a crisis of homelessness. We don't have a crisis of addiction. We have a crisis of hopelessness. And, in my line of work, when a patient comes up to me with a wound, we treat the cause. So we don't just put a Band-Aid on it, we treat the cause. And so, as I believe what Stephen said, that this is a very complex issue. We're dealing with human beings. They're not addicts, they're people with addictions. They're not junkies. They're not lowlifes. They're human beings that in somewhere along the line in their lives, something happened to put them in that spot right across the street from my house or wherever. And so I guess I want to say I want to be part of the solution, and wonder is there an opportunity for we in the communities to also take part in some of these because I don't know what the city's done. I don't watch the news. I'm Dutch. I'm too cheap to pay for cable. So I want to be part of that solution where can we brainstorm? And as Kelly said, can we have, for now, some sanction sites where you know, there is one area where people can stay, and that there are boundaries in terms of, no, you can't have your garbage everywhere. You know, this is where the garbage goes. Can we, you know, can we have some kind of, you know, I don't know, I'm thinking boundaries, like where people know that, yes, you can stay here, this is where you need to be until we can, you know, find a place for you to live or help for you. So that's kind of what's in my brain. And being part of the cleanup group that cleans the tracks, I also clean up the areas where the tents have been abandoned, and the city comes in and cleans up, and sadly comes in with a front end loader and churns up all the sod and the grass, and in amongst all of that is the most dangerous part to the public, which are the needles and the crack pipes, broken glass, batteries. And so my challenge is to kind of to public health, and I'd like to see some talk, some discussion on this, is the fact that we're giving out these products so that we want our people with addictions to be safe, but in turn, we are causing a possible risk to the public. Just last week, I was walking my dog and talking to one of my neighbors, Lindsay, on my street where last year there were tents. We cleaned up all of that area. This is what we do, a few of us. We go after the city cleans up, we go with our rakes and our sharps containers and clean up the rest. But her daughter was doing cartwheels there, and thank God there wasn't anything for her to get her hand in. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. I want to be part of the solution. That's about it. I don't need to tell you how it's affected me. We've all been affected by this, so, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Margie. On now is Mark Rotsart, and on deck is Nancy Hindmarsh. Mark, are you up? Here you are. Hold on a sec. We'll just turn on your mic. Perfect. Wonderful. It's on now. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name's Mark Rotsart. I live in the North End on Ferry Street. We have the Harborfront Park right behind us. As personal things, we've been broken into, cars been stolen. We find the car the next morning parked behind hutches on Harborfront area. But my concern is I know pretty well everybody here, but are there anybody working with outreach over there? Can anybody put up their hands? You know, because I think that, you know, is a big part of it. And we don't know as a society, as us as a community, who are these outreach people? We see the fire department there, and I see the bylaw officer up there. And I would really love to hear from them on our perspective. Everybody here has pretty well the same story, and we're dealing with a lot of issues. And I'd even like to step off and maybe have the bylaw officer, if she would be more than happy to step down here and
That's
and
later
talk.
on, Mark.
That's later
Please
on.
continue
Okay.
on with your delegation.
Okay, so we have a situation here. A lot of us that back onto homes, there's Rossay on Gage Park, there's where we're on Ferry Street, we have a backyard there. We have people plugging into our houses. We have defecation behind us, everything. It's just pathetic. And is there any way that the city can even issue a 100-meter barrier off the homes, just so that we're not listening to their conversations as we're trying to have dinner in our backyards? And I'll just leave it like that, because everything's being expressed up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Up now is Nancy Hindmarsh, and on deck would be Michael Norman. So Nancy, are you in the? Wonderful. Please come on down. Oh. So Nancy, Mark is a lot taller than you, so you could always pull it down. Perfect. Great.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, Madam Chair of the committee, ward councillors and committee members. Good morning. Everything has been said beautifully. I wanted to talk a little bit about housing as a charter right. It is now under Section 7 of the Charter, and that is a tool that we can use. Granted, it was a lower court, the Ontario Supreme Court, and in the region of Waterloo, but it went unappealed and it stands. It's actionable. Homelessness and encampments were declared a crisis, a disaster, and a state of emergency by Hamilton a year ago. Thanks to Google, crisis response requires the ID of the crisis, a crisis management plan, and a recovery plan that are sustainable. And sustainable is the key word. Hamilton did respond, but inadequately, with the protocol, with the response team, with the email, and with the phone number. Unfortunately, there's not much that can be done with these tools. A state of emergency declared by our city involves disaster relief and swift action, immediate action. I know it's cumbersome and unwieldy, but we need swift action, an aggressive approach as humanely possible to prevent and alleviate loss, hardship, and suffering that mitigates and reduces the emergency, that includes making the area safe. For instance, as Red Cross would do, provide first aid, 4 liters of water per person per day, food, electricity, sanitation, flashlights, security, protection, needs-based supports, physical, mental, emotional. A state of emergency empowers the city to regain control of the situation through not normal procedures and policies, but through actions. The protocol was put in place, and it was created after 1,000 consultations and 6,000 online surveys, but it is not. I don't see a state of emergency response. I don't see swift action. I don't see, the city of Hamilton has the ability, it has the tools, it has housing as a human right. It has, and so do the federal and provincial governments. There's a budget for this. Toilets can be bought for $1,100. And management after that with hand washing stations or hand sanitizer or toilet paper management. We have also been terrorized in our neighborhood, and terrible things to see for children. But at the same time, and the criminal element is organized. It's ready with tools and weapons, and there's a lot of property damage, thefts, and break-ins. Scary. Do people feel safe in their neighborhoods? That's why they're there. Now, there is a human face to the encampments. It's very complex. They are residents of your wards, of Hamilton. They are residents. They're citizens of Canada. So I encourage making site visits, visiting the 31 sites. You could talk to encampment. Some are tidy and organized with potted flowers outside the tent entrance, and some are in absolute disarray, and it disrupts the neighborhood. It's detrimental to our neighborhood and again to the children. So they are individuals, they are families, they have rights, and daily wellness checks, St. John's Ambulance, social services and support. Thanks to the reporters, Justin Chandler and Samantha Beatty, and other ones from the SPEC and CH that do the job and report on these.
Thank you, Nancy. Thank you for your delegation. Seeing as there are no speakers, we will ask Michael Norman. I think that Michael has already taken a spot there. And on deck would be Shelley Hong. So Michael, anytime you're ready, there's a little button up front. Yep.
Testing.
Perfect.
All right. Thank you to council for hearing me speak today. My name's Mike. I live in Ward 4 across from Montgomery Park. I live there with my wife and my 7-year-old son. I've been a proponent of the encampments from the beginning. People deserve a dignified existence with rights, shelter, and access to essential services. Watching a few years ago when people's belongings and tents were thrown in the garbage as they were told to move along, the inhumanity was heartbreaking. Montgomery Park is home to basketball courts, a splash pad, baseball diamonds, a jogging and walking loop, and 2 playgrounds. It's also home to an encampment. For about 14 months or so, these peaceful tented neighbors have been consistently located at the north end of the park, away from houses and close to the washrooms. At first, things seemed to be functioning. You never heard from me. I supported the protocol. I had faith in bylaw and police. Yet here I am, and you're hearing from me now. Last summer, a man had a tent directly out front of our house, away from the other tents, approximately 15 meters from our front entrance. This was in clear violation of the newly adopted encampment protocol. We contacted police and bylaw to no avail. I watched him daily from my front window as he harassed park goers, sold drugs, and ultimately he was involved in the shooting that took place in the park on September 11th, 2023. I know this sounds like a presumptuous accusation, but embarrassingly, I studied him, I watched him, his daily dealings, and I documented what I saw like I was a character from The Wire. After the crime scene was cleaned up, after the homicide detectives got their statements, and as his tent was removed, only 2 things remained. The first was his drug table, covered in razor blades and crack pipes, left there in the park for all the families to see. The second and more profound thing that remained was the trauma we suffered as a family and a community. About 2 weeks ago, a new unhoused neighbor put their tent in the same non-compliant area as the man who was involved in the shooting. Again, it's happening again, 15 meters from our front door. We contacted bylaw and police, again to no avail. Every morning before school, my son is scared to walk to the van. He doesn't want to go to the park anymore. The tent is too close. The fear of the unknown is terrifying. Will there be more tents when we wake up? Another shooting, perhaps? Will any of this be enforced? Currently, there's a tent out front of 4 houses. All 4 houses have kids living in them. I appreciate the protocol, keeping things distant from playgrounds to protect kids, but where is that same logic when it comes to kids who are affected outside of the playgrounds? The response we've received from various city managers have been vague and disappointing. They sound so helpful on the phone, but they never follow up or actually enforce the bylaw. I spoke with a sergeant of the Hamilton Police Department in the parking lot of Montgomery Park. Their suggestion was to fill out a complaint to bylaw, which I'd already done. Then they turned to me, dead serious, and said, go buy an air horn and make the man's tent, the man in the tent's life miserable. The police encouraging this soft-handed vigilantism only promotes class war. We are pitted against our unhoused neighbors with no leadership. There's a great distrust because the rules are left undefined. I encourage the council to support recommended amendments to the encampment protocol. This will hopefully inject a bit more common sense into the way we zone and enforce the protocol. These people need help. We need creative thinkers with creative ideas. Our unhoused deserve the same dignity as all of us. While accommodating them, we can't leave our kids behind. We must find strategies so all Hamiltonians can get the support they need. Thanks.
Thank you for your delegation, Michael. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Also, thank you through the chair to the delegate for participating and to all the delegates, of course. I just want to make sure I've heard you correctly. That's important to me. Well, there's strength in softness. Just want to make sure I understood what was being said. Please correct me if I have misunderstood. I think I heard that you support the principles or the concept of an encampment protocol because it brings certainty and knowledge of what is allowed and what is not. You've had frustration with the enforcement when there seems to be a violation of the protocol. And at the very end of your delegation, I thought I heard that you would like to see some amendments to the protocol. So I'd like to take this opportunity to see if I could, if I can ask you, please, if you wanted to share any thoughts on any specifics with respect to the amendments. Thank you.
Michael?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Yeah, just to like rethink the distances that we are enforcing, because a lot of it made sense to me. And then when the violations happen, there's no accountability. So I would hope that we're trying to move forward and find different numbers that work, because I've seen it work in Montgomery Park, but with these offshoot tents, the offshoot unhoused neighbors, it's, I guess, really it is an enforcement issue, but I'm just hoping for more options or more, I don't really know, creative thinking in terms of how we can zone these things, just so like something like that doesn't happen again. But yeah, I guess the biggest thing I would say is the enforcement and the response time.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you for the clarity. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael. Again, seeing as there are no other speakers, we will move on to our last delegate, Shelley Hong. Is Shelley Hong available? Come on down, Shelley.
A lot of pressure being last. I don't really have a lot to add because after all of those powerful speeches, I just wanted to come here with a plea for a return to common sense. My name is Shelley Hong, and I moved here from Toronto just under 3 years ago. And the reason I chose to move to Hamilton with my family was because of its potential. And in the last year, I've been losing hope because it feels like nothing has been done for the city to try and meet its potential. So what I did was I came to a city council meeting, which I've never done before, and that was on May 22nd. And the only thing that I found on the agenda about the encampments is that you guys are adding $150,000 to the budget to collect garbage made by the encampments, which is kind of interesting because, you know, I have to pick up my 2-ounce dog poop from an 8-pound dog, lest I be fined, even though there's like a 5-pound pile of human excrement, like 5 feet away from me. So next thing on the agenda was generating city revenue, i.e. raising property taxes. Yeah, so to me, those two things are correlated, right? So you can't build the city and generate revenue when the city's being taken over by encampments. And you can't help the residents of the encampments if you can't generate revenue. So, and I think the focus should be on helping the residents of the encampments, not enabling them. Because what we have because I feel what we have right now is a city-funded palliative care ward. When my mother was passing away of stage 4 pancreatic cancer, the palliative care nurses told me that she was not there to be treated, but it was their job to make her as comfortable as possible with whatever little time she had left here on earth, which is exactly what's happening with the people in the encampments. Next, and then the only sort of helpful suggestion that came from that meeting was from Councillor Spadafora, who suggested that maybe councillors should look internally and clean house, make sure there aren't excesses or overspending before going to your constituents. That was not a very popular suggestion amongst the other councillors, but I think that's the kind of leadership that we need, that's responsible, accountable, and sensible. So I would like to also say that maybe council should look to San Francisco as a cautionary tale. San Francisco, which is one of the most progressive cities in North America, probably the world, they are very, due to their very permissive policies, the city has been ruined. So crime goes up, violence goes up, overdose deaths go up, and people with means leave the city. So their encampments were deemed dens of death. So I fear that's what's going to happen to Hamilton, and I truly hope that that doesn't happen. Sorry, trying to find where I am here. San Francisco has returned to the rule of law, and what they're doing is they're slowly rebuilding the city back. So that gives me a little bit of hope that Hamilton will one day, someday, hopefully, reach the potential that it currently has, but that will require leadership that's responsible, accountable, and just a little bit of common sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. That is our last person on the delegate list, but I do recognize that we missed Mike Rinaldi. So I'm doing another call from Mike Rinaldi. Okay. Seeing as there is no more Mike Rinaldi in the house right now, I know I said that wrong, I'm weird. Okay. So we are going to receive the delegates, but I do have comments from councillors. So Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Chair. And just before we receive the delegations, I want to sincerely thank residents that had the courage to speak publicly in their own names in this public forum. I don't think it's any secret, and residents mentioned it quite a few times, that this has been a very one-sided discussion that's been controlled by encampment supporters. Residents, business owners, people that have real genuine concerns have effectively been silenced as much as possible. And I think it's been referenced that this has been an organized campaign. I've been subject to it as a councillor myself. I've had an integrity commissioner complaint filed against me for suggesting that there should be controls about behavior in encampments. So I think what we heard from residents today is a compassion, a desire for real solutions. But I think we as a council really need to consider that residents are no longer going to be silent. They're not going to be intimidated by threats and baseless accusations. That we as a council really need to finally consider their concerns in our deliberations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. On now is Councillor Crutch, please. Councillor Crutch. Order, please.
Thanks, and also want to thank residents for coming out today. I recognize lots of folks in the North End in Ward 2, and there were some delegates here from Ward 2 today sharing their stories, so thank you for coming out and talking about this. I've heard from residents quite a bit in Ward 2. I don't get the sense that there's a silence from residents, personally, in Ward 2. I'm not sure what other folks are hearing in other wards, but I think residents have spoken pretty loudly and clearly to me on this subject by email, by phone, at meetings, and thousands of people turned up, last year to the engagements the City of Hamilton held at the Convention Center and up on the mountain and elsewhere. I know out in Ward 15, I think there was also an engagement, and made their voices known. And you're right, it is hard to come here, definitely hard to come here, put your own name to something and speak about it, knowing that it's going to be on the public record. And so that does take some courage and bravery. So I want to thank people for doing that. Know that we're listening to this, and we are making decisions. We made a decision last year about the encampment protocol. And I get it. I think at that time I said, I think that it's not going to meet the mark for everybody. I think many of us agreed it wasn't going to meet the mark. We have some recommendations on the agenda today. Look forward to having a discussion about those and seeing if that will improve things for folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crutch. Seeing as there are no more speakers, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegations, please? Councillor Beattie, Councillor Nan. And may I have the vote? Vote is up. Mayor's a yes. And that vote carries 13-0. Thank you, delegates, for your time today. We will be moving on to our next delegation, which will be 7.5 Kojo Damptey, respecting item 7.2, delegation on Indigenous elected seat on council. I see that Kojo is making his way down now. So we're just a little bit of a switch over. We're putting a presentation onto the laptop. Just waiting a little bit. We're just getting our tech set up a little bit. Sorry, for those that are watching online, we're just getting tech set up right now for presentation. Again, just for people watching online and just so that everyone can see, we are just doing a little changeover. We're putting technology onto the laptop so we can have for our next delegation. Again, just let those watching online know we're just doing a little tech setup and doing a little changeover. Okay. All right, just so that we have, we're moving on with our delegation. Our last delegation today is 7.5 Kojo Damptey. Kojo is now at the podium with presentation ready. You have 5 minutes, Kojo.
Can
Please
I
go ahead.
request 7 minutes? I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'll do the 5. I'm joking.
Thanks, Kojo.
I just want to ease it up a little bit. Too much tension. Yes, thank you very much, councillors, mayor, and those in attendance. I am here today because I wanted to ask that you support the request to have an Indigenous seat here at council. As many of you may know, I've delegated here a number of times on various issues. Some have changed some policy here in Hamilton, but I think this delegation here today is one that is very, very important. And I think I stand here today because it is my reciprocal responsibility to say that this council should think about having an Indigenous seat on our council. Why would I say that? I have here, and Nawaka talked about this in the earlier presentation about the Indian Act. And the Indian Act is something that was started that is really reprehensible. And here you have the first line of the Indian Act that says, whereas it is expedient to amend and consolidate the laws respecting Indigenous peoples, therefore Her Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Senate and the House of Commons of Canada, enact the following. And if you read the Act, it literally talks about how Indigenous folks are supposed to live on the reserve, treated in terms of who they are with, how they do their work, and their culture. We can talk about the 60 scoops, we can talk about residential schools. So this was 148 years ago, started with a line that says, whereas. And I think before you today, you have a notice of motion that also starts with that line, whereas. So this is an important time for all of us. As a black person, I wasn't born and raised in this country, but I came here and learned about this history. The black community here in Hamilton was also forced to come here and endured some of the things that Indigenous peoples go through today. So it is my responsibility, it is our responsibility to ensure that this request is something that we make happen, regardless of what the province might say or not. Because if we are to really live out the land acknowledgements that are read out at every City of Hamilton event, to live out reconciliation, we have to start doing it in action. And I think that's my message here today. I was told once by a young person from Hamilton that it's not about changing minds, but it's about making a positive change. So if we move ahead with this Indigenous seat, we would be making a positive change. And again, I refer you to the Indian Act. If you haven't had time to read through, as Nawaka said, the most racist law on this land, in addition to others, this is a way to actually live out reconciliation. So I'll leave it there. And again, I think this is a historical moment for Hamilton residents, and we should move ahead with this. I'll end my comments there.
Thank you, Kojo. Speakers list is open. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation, Kojo.
Thank you.
And may I have a mover and a seconder to receive this delegation? Councillor Nan, Councillor Crutch. Vote is open, right? Councillor Nan and then Councillor Crutch, please. No worries, thank you, Elsie. Vote is up. And that vote carries 11-0. Thank you, committee. I'm at committees, Councillor Crutch.
Can I move that we have a break for lunch till 1 o'clock?
Till 1 o'clock, 12:29. Wow, that was excellent timing. So, Councillor Crutch, Councillor Wilson, please.
I think I need a seconder first.
Yes, Councillor Nan is seconding.
Thank you.
Sorry. Perhaps I've just lost track of the sequence of our agenda. Do we have just one outstanding delegate left? No?
That, I already made a call out, they're not available.
Okay, I just didn't want to have them have to wait.
No, yes.
But if they're not here, I'm fine with, thank
We
you.
have exhausted all of the delegations. So we're all at, in terms of the agenda, we're on to section 8, which is presentations. So now I have Councillor Crutch and Councillor Nan. May I have the vote for lunch? Oh, sorry. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang. In light of the majority of citizens that took the time to be here today on the encampment issue, I just want to make sure by our breaking, the encampment issue, which is 10.7, is not a staff presentation, but I want to make sure that whatever time we end up doing 10.7, the encampment report and managing encampments, I want to make sure every single member of staff, including police, that need to be here to answer, which I'm going to anticipate are going to be a number of questions. I want to make sure they're all going to be available this afternoon, please, before we break for our lunch at this time.
And then I have GM Mater to answer that.
Good morning, Grace Mater, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. So to addressing Councillor Jackson's request, we are fortunate enough to have Superintendent Hennick here from Hamilton Police. He is an important partner. As you know, police play a pivotal role in our response to the encampment protocol. Unfortunately, Superintendent Hennick would have to leave by 3 o'clock. So if we can ensure that the report is addressed prior to that, then, you know, if there's a will of council to move it up on the agenda, we'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, GM Mater. So Deputy Mayor, I'll leave that to you. Sounds like the lunch won't impede that, but if we allow that to go beyond staff presentations and that, and about 6 discussion items ahead of that, we may lose some of the representation that we need to have to answer questions. Okay. I'll leave that with you, Deputy Mayor Huang. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, so at this point, we are still, there is still a motion to break for lunch until 1 o'clock, and the vote is up. So we already have a mover and a seconder. And it will be for 30 minutes, so at this point, it would be 12:32 now, 1:02. And that vote carries. See you back here at 1:02. Thank you. a note for committee and those watching, we will now proceed with item 8.1, as we know that some staff have a commitment and will need to leave by 2:30. Knowing full well that we also have time constraints on 10.7, we will go to 10.7 directly after the asset management plan, so 8.1, then we'll go to 10.7. May I have a motion to do that switch up? Councillor Nan, Councillor Kassar, may I have the vote, please? And vote is up, but Mayor says yes, and Councillor Tattison said yes. And Councillor Francis says yes. Ah, great to see you guys. Thanks for being here. Oh, Councillor Spadafora says yes too. You know what? Councillor Alex Wilson always also says yes. Said yes. All right, and that carries 13-0. So just for everyone's agreement, we're on to 8.1. GM Can, as General Manager of Public Works, I believe you have some background for us. GM Can?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the chair to the committee. Some opening words on behalf of the team. Today, city staff are presenting a high-level summary of 14 asset management plans. The report in front of you and the 14 appendices contain the details of each program area. The journey started in 2019 with the asset management policy that was approved, with the first initial plans being the 5 core areas, namely roads, engineering, structured, water, wastewater, and stormwater assets. We then had an additional 6 asset management plans coming forward, and these are the final 14 in meeting the requirements of Ontario Regulation 588, asset management planning for municipal infrastructure. You will hear more about the key output of the asset management plans. And you will also hear about the infrastructure funding gap, namely over the 10-year planning horizon. Overall, the city funding, both for core and non-core assets, the gap is $3.8 billion over 10 years, with a low to medium data confidence rating. And time you've heard the significance of that data and the confidence that we have within it. All of this would not be possible without the leadership of Director Leishman, Acting Director Vargas, and the entire asset management team. In addition, these plans would not be possible without the support and cooperation of the program areas, divisions, and departments, and to their staff who have worked hard and together hand in hand in getting to this point. This is a journey, and the next step of this journey will be to ensuring ongoing compliance, effective implementation, and continuous improvement. And with that, I'll hand it over to the team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Carlisle. Good afternoon, City Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of committee, and senior leadership. With me are, here in the podium, we have 2 of our senior program analysts, Amber DeWard and Dan Lick. Amber was previously introduced by Pat in our previous presentation on April 3rd, and so I'm going to introduce Dan. Dan comes to us from the hydro industry, where he had over 10 years of operational management experience. Dan is a civil engineer by trade and previously worked as a senior highway design engineer for the Ministry of Transportation. His skills, experience, and talent have been instrumental to the corporate asset management team. So, and let me just move with our agenda. So our agenda today includes a brief update on OREG 588-17, asset management planning for municipal infrastructure. We are continuing to bring asset management plans as per our commitment to comply with the regulation. Today, we will provide findings on the 14 non-core asset management plans. I will provide an overview of the city's funding gap and a high-level analysis on the overall program findings. Dan will speak to the program challenges and continuous improvement opportunities, and Amber will follow with an analysis on natural assets. As presented in previous sessions, we need council to be aware and have a great general acceptance of these plans following our regulatory compliance. So this is what we have done to date to be in alignment with OREG 58817. Again, these timelines are set by regulation, and let's just go back to in 2019, we actually released our asset management policy, and it was updated in 2023. By July 1st, 2022, we actually completed the asset management plans for core assets, outlining current levels of service with cost to maintain these levels of service. The city now is required to complete all non-core asset management plans, including levels of service with cost to maintain, by July 1st, 2024, and that's why we're here today. Before we move into the presentation, our next deadline is July 1st, 2025, and we are being asked to complete proposed levels of service and to present the financial strategy that is required to fund those proposed levels of service. The program is expected to continue to evolve. This is just the beginning as we move forward to ensure compliance with regulation. Again, our goal is to ensure that all asset management plans are to be updated regularly, as well as to ensure that as an organization, we follow common asset practices around asset management. So today we're presenting 14 non-core asset management plans, and which will bring us to be in compliance with our July 1st, 2024 mandate. So it's good news, as Carlyle expressed. I would like to speak to asset categories. There is a lot of information that we're bringing today, so I will focus on a high dollar value funding gap, as well as areas where we have low data confidence. From the ones that we're presenting on this slide, as you can see, there is an opportunity to improve our data confidence for cemeteries, which can be given by the results of an asset inventory that was not available by the time of developing the asset management plans. We know that the enterprise asset management implementation is going to help us in improving data confidence for many of our asset categories within public works. City Housing Hamilton is another one that we would like to speak to. It has a $63 million funding gap with low data confidence. Some of the key drivers that contribute to this gap are a backlog of facilities maintenance needs and a renewal backlog consisting of vehicle, IT equipment, and facilities that are past estimated service life. We also know that City Housing is working on its long-term plan, which may address some of these funding gap needs. So, as part of the corporate asset management asset category that we have there includes fleet assets and the enterprise asset management system. So we would like to note that the corporate asset management, corporate facilities and energy management, and information technology, we put a note on it because these are service areas that have both roles. They are asset owners and internal service providers. When we talk about being internal service providers, it means that those groups offer an internal service to other groups within the organization. It is important to note that these asset management plans do not include all the facilities, IT equipment, or fleet, because these assets are already allocated across other plans depending on the service they are supporting. The asset management plans that you see in this slide include only the assets needed to deliver the respective internal services. For instance, fire stations, they were already accounted in the fire asset management plan because fire stations are directly supporting the provision of the fire service. The corporate facilities and energy management plan includes facilities such as the city hall, Tim Hortons Field, and all the equipment that is required by staff to support corporate facilities maintenance, which is these service areas. And in these service areas, they have been designated as asset owners. Actually, for corporate facilities and energy management, we have a 4.6 million annual funding gap. And it was identified through the development of the asset management plan that facilities maintenance needs is one of the key drivers of this gap. Overall, you see values impacting the funding gap, low, medium data confidence for these asset categories. So let's look at parks and recreational trails. The asset category has a 15.5 million annual funding gap with low data confidence. This is driven by a significant renewable backlog, insufficient renewable funding, and operational and maintenance needs. Recreation has 22.9 million annual funding gap with low data confidence. Some of the key drivers are facilities maintenance needs and population growth, which is requiring additional staff to support proposed acquisitions as per the respective master plan. Overall, we have a total funding gap for all the non-core asset management plans that we're presenting today is around 120 million annually with a low-medium data confidence. This is a summary that provides an overview of the core and non-core assets. They have been presented to Council already. We have some of the reporting dates. We have asset categories, replacement value, and the funding gap per year, and the funding gap over 10 years. To summarize, and it was already presented by Carlisle, we have a total replacement value of $31.2 billion for all city assets, and a city's funding gap of $383 million annually. As I have been mentioned, some of the key drivers already throughout the presentation, we would like to highlight some of the key common drivers. Facilities maintenance needs, as defined by building condition assessments. Another one is the renewal of all assets, past or approaching the estimated service life. We have additional operations and maintenance and requirements for acquisitions, and the additional operating impact from changes to levels of service. These are some of the drivers that are impacting our funding gap. The replacement value we have in there for unallocated assets is estimated to be around 200 million, and more analysis is needed for us to be able to calculate the funding gap. Again, unallocated assets are those that cannot be assigned to a category at this time, and they are mostly internal administrative assets and facilities with unclear asset ownership. This graph shows the annual funding gap for each category, asset category, and is divided by core and non-core assets. Core assets represent 51% of the total gap, consisting of 196 million annually. Non-core assets represent 49% of the total gap, consisting of 187 million annually. Again, to reiterate, our overall funding gap is 383 million and a total replacement value of 31.2 billion for all our city assets. Overall, our data confidence is low-medium. If we review the top 5 categories that have the largest funding gap are the road network, city housing Hamilton, wastewater, stormwater, and recreation. However, we should note all gaps are important. And as an organization, we need to set up a prioritization methodology to make sure that we assess, manage, and reduce the funding gap across all these asset categories. Now that we have identified the infrastructure gap, our goal is to work together to manage, keep an eye on it, and reduce it. It will take time, But this is about having the ongoing conversations that we're having through the asset management program with asset owners, finance teams, and all stakeholders that are involved in the decision-making process throughout the life cycle of our assets. Pat mentioned that before in our previous presentation, that is not just about adding more funding and money. It is about having the conversations during our budget planning cycles, master planning, and also when we're discussing our levels of service. There are other options like deferring acquisitions for new assets and being mindful as a city on what we can acquire and maintain over time. Disposing of assets that are underutilized is another option, and we can also talk about considering reducing some of our expected levels of service. Again, it's about managing these conversations over time and using these tools ongoing and in the future. I completed a review of the city's compliance with regulatory mandates. I summarized high-level 14 of the non-core asset management plans, and I will provide an outline or what the city's funding gap is and some of the key drivers. But now I will hand it over to Dan, who will be talking about some program challenges and continuous improvement opportunities.
Thank you, Andrea. So I want to talk about some of the issues or challenges that we face in asset management. When it comes to our data, we find that our asset registry data is still missing some data. We have duplicate data. Some of it's out of date or some of it's incomplete. And this creates challenges when we're completing these asset management plans. We find a number of major assets or assets still have a lack of condition assessments. And this creates challenges for us when we're estimating renewals. If we don't have a condition assessment or a formalized process to complete a condition assessment, then we end up using age as a proxy for condition. I want to say, though, that just because we don't have a lack of condition, just because we don't necessarily have a condition assessment, doesn't mean these assets aren't inspected regularly by staff and that they're unsafe. It just really means that we don't have a formalized process to convert those regular inspections and staff visits into a condition score that we can use for asset management. We have challenges in maintaining accurate replacement values. Pricing is changing regularly, and it's a challenge to maintain up-to-date costs for our operations, maintenance, and renewal activities. When it comes to lifecycle management, not all assets have lifecycle activities defined. We don't necessarily have rigorous operations and maintenance procedures for some of our assets. Or if we do, maybe they're not optimized. We also need to understand the impact when we acquire assets or assume assets that has on our own operations and maintenance activities and the impacts that has on our budgets. We also know that we need to do more timing on renewals so that we understand when is the right time to renew assets and do we have the right mix of life cycles out there or the right ratio of assets across an appropriate age distribution. When it comes to levels of service, we're working with asset owners to help them understand how critical it is to understand customer values, which is what customers think is important, and customer levels of service, which is how customers feel we're delivering on our services or on our performance. We have challenges obtaining customer sentiment. We have a hard time getting to what customers value and understanding our performance. When it comes to governance, we do have an asset owner definition established, but there are some gray areas and gaps, and we need to further define roles and responsibilities and accountabilities when it comes to some of our shared assets. But we have taken steps forward. We've enabled knowledge growth and engagement. We've developed some made in Hamilton in-house asset management training modules that are open and available to staff across the SharePoint site. Our approach has been highly collaborative. We've used project management techniques and engage with all asset owners across the city in a workshop type environment. And of course, continuous improvement focus, not just on asset owners and their processes, but on our own internal corporate asset management processes. We have also made improvements in the way we do our work. We're standardizing processes. We've identified 17 standard operating procedures so we ensure consistent asset management methodologies and approaches that are applied across the organization. We've issued SOPs for lifecycle management, levels of service, and risk management across the organization. Our demand management SOP is in development, and we've prepared and issued out an asset registry quick guide, which will help get a better asset data in the field. We've also taken strategic actions. We have strategic actions that underpin our asset management program. To date, we've completed a strategic asset management policy, governance, and communications. Our level of service strategy is under review, and we will continue to work on the remaining data management, demand management, risk management, lifecycle management, integration, and finance. The biggest thing we get out of this first round of asset management plans is really our continuous improvement items. To date, we've identified over 375 continuous improvement items across the city, across all asset groups, to help us improve our data confidence and address issues and opportunities. The challenge will be finding the staff resources and the time to work on those continuous improvement items to bring them into reality. We've also identified over 30 items in the natural assets roadmap, which Amber will now speak about.
Thanks, Dan. So Andrea already went through some of the higher level OREG requirements, but one of the requirements we haven't talked about in detail yet is the requirement to include green infrastructure assets in our municipal asset management plans. So the OREG does define green infrastructure assets as infrastructure assets that can either be natural or human-made that provide ecological or hydrological functions or processes. And we've been working with a group called the Natural Assets Initiative, and they break green infrastructure down into 3 components. Natural assets, which are those natural assets that are naturally occurring that provide hydrological and ecological functions. Enhanced assets, which are essentially natural assets that were placed by humans to provide specific services. And engineered assets, which are assets that we've engineered to mimic these processes but don't naturally occur in nature. So the scope of our discussion today for this last part of the presentation is natural assets. And some examples of natural assets, just so we don't get confused, are wetlands, woodlands, water bodies, grasslands, and the escarpment, the naturally occurring ones. Now, before we get too far, I know what you're thinking, but Amber, enhanced assets, engineered assets, these are important. I agree, and they're already encompassed in our existing asset management plans. So we already talked about forestry and horticulture earlier. That's where urban trees is. We've talked about parks and the urban parks in the parks asset management plan, and stormwater ponds were part of the core stormwater plan as well. We do recognize, as Dan just said, that we do have data confidence issues, so you might not see these as well represented as we hope to represent them in the future, but they do have a clean place where they fit. They're not unallocated assets in most cases. The last thing I want to touch on this slide is that there is the requirement under the OREG is for us to only include green infrastructure assets that are municipally owned. And if you've had a chance to take a look at the plan, you'll notice that we said municipally managed. So we're considering that the equivalent of municipally owned, because we recognize that ownership is still kind of an ongoing discussion for natural assets. So one of the key things we want to talk about with asset management, we've talked about it a lot, right? Asset management is about providing a service, and natural assets are no different, which I will get to in the next slide. But one of the challenges we have with natural assets is they also don't follow traditional asset or financial management practices. And if you read the natural asset management plan, you'll notice that it's not as fulsome as some of the other asset management plans we've put together. It's only about 30 pages. And that's because we're currently in our early recognition of natural assets in our asset management plans and financial reports. So some key differences between traditional assets and natural assets. As we previously talked about, natural assets are naturally forming. So when we install them, we're not collecting attribute information or anything like that. They're already in place. Natural assets don't have an end of life. We're not planning them for replacement. So that's another difference. They're not depreciating in the same way that a lot of our other assets are. Service capacity on natural assets can also change. They can take months to decades to achieve. So a good example of that is something like a sapling, where it starts off small, starts to grow bigger, it starts to provide more shade, it starts to provide more carbon sequestration benefits. Going on the financial chain as well, they're not incorporated into generally accepted accounting principles or tangible capital assets by definition. And natural assets also, provide additional ecosystem services that benefit the city, but they're often difficult to quantify. So I will get to that on the next slide. Typically, when we put a traditional asset in, we know what that asset's going to do. We have an idea of the capacity. Whereas for natural assets, we don't always know exactly how much capacity it's treating for us or all of the other co-benefits that come with natural assets. And finally, another challenge we've had with natural assets is that there are few available best practices. So I will acknowledge that in April 2024, the Natural Assets Initiative did release a guidebook, and we did use that when we created the Natural Asset Management Plan. However, there are a lot of recommendations. We're currently not at the level of maturity to be able to do all we need to do. So that's recognized in that report, and we've done what we can with the information we have at the time. So as I mentioned, natural assets do provide services to the city, and these services are not typically quantified. So the first step in effective asset management is to link natural assets to the service they provide, and we have done an initial step with that where we've said, what's the core service you're providing, and then assigned an initial asset owner for these services for the purposes of accomplishing the roadmap items, which I'll get to later on in the presentation. But just an example of an asset services and some of the co-benefits it provides. So when we think of something like a wetland, I know a lot of you are thinking like stormwater management, that's what wetlands do, but they also provide recreational benefits to the city. They're also a wildlife habitat. They increase biodiversity across the city. They improve crop and forage production. They're good for our farmers. They provide a lot of co-benefits. And then finally, climate change is also, an issue with the city. These natural assets in a lot of cases are helping us mitigate the effects of climate change through temperature regulation and carbon sequestration. So it's the idea of like how much are these assets, what's the capacity of these assets, what are they doing, and how can we use them to achieve city goals as well. So, I've gone through some of the challenges and sort of given you what the requirements are, and I know what you're wondering, what are we going to do next? So we were accepted into the Natural Asset Management Roadmap Program, and again, that was conducted through the Natural Assets Initiative, and we completed that roadmap in November of 2023. And as part of that roadmap, we identified over 30 actions, and we gave them a priority and a timeline. Now, between November and now, we've taken some time with that roadmap, made sure we put realistic goals down, figured out the resources required to do each of those action items, and now we've come up with a more fulsome roadmap, which I'll show on the next screen. But the key themes for that roadmap include some of the similar things we're seeing with the traditional assets. We still have issues with data inventory. We still don't have condition assessments, and we don't even have a process for natural assets yet to get condition. Financial planning, we've kind of already covered some of that. And then training. This is new to a lot of asset owners. We haven't typically been managing these assets in the same way we've been managing traditional assets, so we need to make sure we're clear what our expectations are moving forward with these assets. So the roadmap on the screen here shows that to complete everything we want to do, it'll be completed in about 2031. So I know that sounds like a long time, but there are a lot of tasks that we need to do to get there. So you'll see that our first task is completed as of today. We've done our first asset management plan, and we've developed our roadmap. So that's great. So the next step is really to do some initial data collection and initial condition assessments, as well as initial financial planning, which is going to currently be a desktop exercise to see what data is already out there. As part of the asset management plan, we didn't have a chance to consult conservation authorities. We just didn't have the time to do that. So that's going to be one of our first steps. And then after we've done the desktop exercise, we're going to move towards more of a field verification piece, prioritizing by risk of that asset to collect additional information. And then when we have enough information to really do everything we want to do with asset management that you've seen in all of our other plans, we're going to start looking at lifecycle management. So what are the lifecycle activities required on these assets moving forward? We're going to define levels of service, figure out what the capacity is for these natural assets and how we're going to perform on them. And then finally, we're going to encompass these in our long-term financial plans to be able to manage these assets in perpetuity, because as I mentioned, these assets don't have an end of life, and we don't want them to typically either. And then finally, throughout this whole process, we're going to be doing ongoing training, communication, and progress reporting. So this last slide here shows the future state, where we're hoping to get to with natural assets, but it's not new to you. This is also the stuff we want to do with traditional assets as well. So we start with our service level objective. So that's our statement. What are we trying to achieve with the service? We look at our customer levels of service. So how do customers feel about the service itself from the condition, function, and capacity perspective? And then we look at technical levels of service, and that's when we really look at our assets and we say, from a condition, function, and capacity perspective, how are we providing that service to meet customer expectations? And then for natural assets specifically, we have different activity types than traditional assets. So we have maybe rehabilitation, but that fits in with our life cycle stage of renewal. We have monitor and manage, that fits in with our operations and maintenance stage, and we might have to acquire asset ownership in some cases, so that would be similar to our acquisition stage. And when we look at our budgets, we can see that our life cycle stage of a renewal or acquisition typically is in the capital budget, and our operations and maintenance stage is typically in our operating budget. So for natural assets, that's where you'll start seeing some of that as we learn more information. And I'll pass it back to Andrea.
To conclude, we have prepared 14 asset management plans, and we have substantial amount of detail in those asset management plans. The team continues to work to ensure that we meet the July 1st, 2025 timeline with proposed levels of service and developing the strategy to get there. But in the meantime, we're also working and listening to your voice. We were asked before about the equity, embedding equity in our asset management plans. We have an action item as part of what we want to bring to council, maybe by the end of the year, with some of the, what does it look like in equity matrix in alignment with the asset management plan is structure and framework. We're working on that. We keep working with developing, aligning our climate change elements to the overall climate change strategy for the organization. So it is a work in progress, and we will be expecting to come back to you by the end of the year with an update on these items. We want to thank everyone in the organization that has been part of this extensive work. It's not just in the slides. Our team is fantastic. Amber, Dan, Jasmine, Alex, of course, our leader, Pat, and Carlisle, thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and deliver this important message today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea, Amber, Dan. Thank you so much. Speakers list is open. I recognize Councillor M. Wilson first, followed by Councillor Crutch. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll look to you for some direction. I do have some questions with respect to the appendix. Would you prefer that I wait on those specifics until we get to the report?
Yes.
Okay, I will do that. In advance of that, just to give folks a heads up, maybe more appropriately to people behind me, I will be asking a question with respect to Appendix D on City Housing Hamilton, specifically that which is set out in Figure 5, Facilities Age Project on page 27. Thank you. And I will be also asking a question with respect to forestry and horticulture, Appendix G. But if I could go right now to that which you alluded to. I'm still struggling with the whole exercise of data confidence and the variability across the corporation. And I say this somewhat gingerly, but I'm particularly struggling with that which is set out in Appendix H for information technology, which has a lower data confidence than long-term care.
Through the chair, and yes, I have a comment on this. This would also, we work with the information that we had at the time, and we have to remember some of the data might have been impacted by the cybersecurity event. So we work with the information we had, but low, medium data confidence is something that we feel that is a symptom of the organization. We don't have asset inventory registry for our assets across. It's just, there is no consistency, there is no asset data standards. There is so much opportunity that was already identified as part of our continuous improvement actions. One thing that I will say is one thing that we're gonna do is to make sure that we consolidate some of these common improvement opportunities or activities, and we can develop more programs that are actually enterprise, departmental. So if we're fixing one issue here, we can feel the improvement is actually can be escalated across the organization, because that's something that was missing. So every group is doing their own things in their own way, silo approach, no standards, no requirements. So we have overload of data, but there is really no no structure to it, and we need to do better, and that's something we recognize as a team. So I don't mind if Dan, do you have anything to add, or, yeah.
Through the chair, one of the reasons we had low data confidence with IT specifically is because we're still early in our maturity with intangible assets as well. So things like software were hard for the team to be able to pull together replacement costs, and we think that's going to really increase the replacement value. So to be safe, we wanted to say it was a low confidence because it might increase substantially in the next plan when we get a better handle on that.
2 minutes.
Yeah, no, thank you. In my own simple mind, when it comes to this, I get one of these things, and it has a serial number, and I'm assuming that's logged somewhere, and that's a pretty confident expression of asset. And so to hear that which is primarily a hard infrastructure, we don't have. But you've described it really well. I appreciate that. I'm still remain and will always remain a fan of asset management and the work you're all doing, because I do believe it gives us that opportunity to shine a light and to lean into continuous improvement, and with a big corporation particularly, to expect and deliver for residents and users that kind of corporate standard and practice. So thank you for your work. I'll just footnote myself to come back on when we get to the report. Thank you, Chair.
I have written you down on the report side. Up now is Councillor Crutch, followed by Councillor A. Wilson, please. Councillor Crutch.
Thanks, and I'm going to also make some comments on the report when it comes, so please note me down as well. But before we get there, I just want to thank you for your honesty. I think one of the things that's very important about asset management is having an honest conversation in public about the things that we can and can't do. It's not easy to come here and talk about having a low and medium data confidence. Like it's kind of paradoxical to talk about it that way. You know, saying we have low confidence in the data we have around our assets. But that's where we're at. We don't have, as you said, necessarily even standards for how we collect the data related to our assets across the organization. Some places we do, some places we don't, but there's not consistency across those things. And so that's a reflection of what you see here today. I think because you talked so much about natural assets, I'm just going to ask one question about that, and then I'll save the rest of my conversation for when the report is here. When I looked at the natural assets report and noticed it was 28 pages like you remarked on, and that it was much smaller than all the rest of the reports, I knew, by the way, that was going to be the case because we're in the infancy of that work. And I saw a lot of categorization and definition. So you're doing a lot of setting out work. You're trying to establish a framework and a criteria. And I'm very mindful that this is all attached to Ontario regulation. So this isn't about a project that you'd want to be writing in the framework of, but you're writing the framework of an Ontario regulation. That being said, in other places, I noticed that we're able to actually identify and name assets. We're actually able to attach values to those assets. I know we're not there yet. But I guess on stage one here, in terms of city-controlled or city-managed assets that would be, fit the definitional categories you have listed there, how close should we be being able to actually list, the basic level, just list all the assets and have a sense of what they are? Realizing, of course, there's much more work to be doing in terms of understanding those assets, our relation to those assets, and what their value is.
Through the chair, so the reason why we grouped them together was because we're not at the point yet where we're able to break them out as you suggested, and that is part of the roadmap. So by 2031, we should be able to break them out, and part of that life cycle management levels of service activity is to say, like, these ones are more critical, we're going to break them out, we're going to value them and put a replacement value to those. And for some of the smaller assets, maybe it's easier to come up with the valuation piece.
Thanks. 2031 feels like a really long time away, and so I wonder what we're doing. If you could talk to me about the relationships that we have with other organizations who maybe already have a good sense of what those assets are that are managed by the city. I'm wondering if we can stage this. I worry about looking to a 2031 date for an answer because we're trying to get it right, whereas maybe there's a way to stage some of this data in clumps and again work with our partners who already have some of it so we can at least again begin to get a holistic sense of what the assets are. That's more my concern, is what they are.
Sorry, yes, through the chair, to be clear, so that's what that initial data collection is about, which is starting right after this and going for the next year, I believe, if I can see it on the slide, going until basically next year, 2025. So we're hoping to get a better handle on all of our assets by that point. And asset owners have allocated resources to do that. And through the Biodiversity Action Plan, some of this stuff is happening as well. So I spoke about 2031 because that's when our whole asset management process will be done, and we'll have ideally everything together. But in terms of an initial idea, we should know that by next year.
Wonderful. Thanks so much for clarifying.
Thank you, Councillor Cretch. Councillor Alex Wilson, followed by Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And actually really just following up on where you just left off with the Biodiversity Action Plan, if we're able to jump back to that Gantt chart of what's happening next, I was just wondering, in the context of natural assets, how do asset owners' work plans tie into this? Understanding that time has been a crunch to meet these provincial deadlines, are there synergies into, like, and also the BAP was just approved at Planning Committee yesterday and will be approved at Council next week, so it's not been in time for this. Public Works has forthcoming policies about management and stewardship of open spaces kind of in later years. Do those fit within this Gantt chart right now, or is that going to be an update that maybe happens over the next year as some of those work plans get formalized through the BAP and other pieces?
So through the chair, we have identified similarities, and there are members of our natural asset stakeholder team that are also part of the Biodiversity Action Plan. Director Graham is actually part of both projects. She's our representative for natural assets on our CAM steering committee. So we are trying to do synergies wherever possible, and asset owners that created their plans for this natural asset roadmap did take the BAP in mind. So we're hoping to find efficiencies wherever possible and make sure that we're working together on those two items.
Thank you, really appreciate that. And then only other question, and it's okay to kind of be food for thought because I'm not anticipating that, is we have to identify types of things and management practices for an aquifer is going to be different than an alveoli. Like I understand that. Oftentimes, in a natural asset situation, we group these things within ecosystems or subwatersheds, or we think about the interconnectedness between these assets. Understanding to get this data product, we have to do an activity of separating out and narrowing and defining and categorizing. As we move into a management policy and we're moving away from the identification step one and together to more of a management, is it expected to stay as discrete as it's currently being kind of broken out? Like we have this many alvars, we have this many this, we have this many forests, or is there an anticipation that we might start seeing asset management plans for specific areas? So say like the Spencer Creek watershed, which might have forest, wetland, all different types of things in it, but is being managed as an integrated ecosystem versus discrete kind of components.
So through the chair, we are still in our infancy, but the intent is to eventually be revamping that process and be able to speak to these assets one by one instead of having them compiled into that natural asset management plan. That's sort of our first step. I don't have a full answer for you, though, of how everything will look, but we have talked about, like you're probably familiar with the Grindstone Creek project, which wasn't a CAM project, but we are aware of it. And so for some critical assets, we think we might have to do that level of detail, but for some of the smaller assets, they might just be in the plan. And if we need it by risk process, we would do more critical detailed plans.
CAM meaning corporate asset management.
Through the chair, yes, sorry.
Wonderful. All right. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang. Thank you, Acting Director Andrea Vargas, and Amber and Dan for the comprehensive presentation. So 2 questions. First of all, slide 13, you show traditional versus natural areas of recreation. So the traditional would be a playground, for example, that has a life cycle of 25 years, and we know obviously when that needs to be replaced, versus the natural areas that right now we are not inventorying. Through you, Deputy Mayor Huang, please. Am I correct, or am I flawed in my interpretation?
Through the chair, so you're correct that a playground would be considered a traditional asset, but for natural assets, we're not typically looking at replacing them the same way we would replace a playground. So we might put a playground in, and I didn't do the Parks Asset Management Plan, but say a playground lasts around 10 years, we would be saying that when it started to approach 9 or 10 years, that we might need to be looking at replacing that, having a total replacement value. Whereas for natural assets, we want that to exist in perpetuity, so if we need to manage that asset, we might have annual operating costs to continue to manage that. And we know if we let that asset degrade, that we potentially have to put a whole rehabilitation cost in, but it's not the same way of planning, right? Like we're not saying at 50 years of a wetland lasting, we're going to put this funding in, right? So it is a bit more difficult for us to plan for that at this time because we don't have condition assessments on these, we don't know how they're performing, and we don't know what the capacity that they're operating at either.
So Amber, thank you for that very detailed answer. So just follow up, Deputy Mayor Huang. So then we have two outstanding managers of forestry and parks. So are we saying then we don't have a handle of the good data or any data demonstrating what we own and have in public spaces and natural areas like wetlands? I'm just trying to understand that because I would have thought between those two outstanding leaders and their departments, we would have some good data and handle on that. That's my last question, Deputy Mayor, through you.
And through the chair, some of those urban assets, that's what I was mentioning before when we look at this slide here. So those are under enhanced assets. So when we think of urban trees, like we have the forestry and horticulture plan. So those street trees and are accounted for in our inventory. Some of the rural trees have lower confidence. We're aware of them, but we don't know how many we have. But that doesn't mean that they're not accounted for somewhere. Same with trees and parks in those urban areas. But when we start looking at areas that aren't as urban, we don't have a good handle on how many assets we have there that are naturally forming. So these urban trees, urban parks, we place them strategically. These natural assets, we didn't place them. They just exist, and we need to quantify them and make sure that we're managing them appropriately.
So that's the gap you're trying to close.
Yes.
Thanks, Amber. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Huang.
Thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive this presentation? Councillor Crutch and Councillor Nan. May I have the vote, please? Thank you. You guys are welcome to sit down. We may have more questions. We will have likely more questions at the report stage. And the vote is up. Yeah, I don't see Councillor Paul's or Councillor Francis online, so. Okay, great. Wonderful. Yep, Councillor Pauls, we caught your vote, great.
I voted.
Wonderful. All right, so that passes 14-0. Moving on to the report. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor? Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Cassar. And I do have Councillor Maureen Wilson first, followed by Councillor Crutch on the report, please.
Thank you, Chair. A little bit of latitude I'm asking for with respect to my comments and questions on this report. One of the reasons I love asset management, not that I pretend to understand it all, because I think it is really, really revealing of city building. And I think the lessons that we can get from daylighting this data should absolutely inform our choices, our investment choices, our land use choices moving forward. So for example, when I look at our core asset of roads and seeing the significant deficit, that tells me, in my mind, a story of a shift in downloading of hundreds of kilometers of what were provincially funded roadways onto property taxes. It also tells me a story of the costs of sprawl that we have over time had to buy back and pay for the operational and maintenance of an asset that we just can't keep up with. And so that seeks to inform me in my decisions as someone who tries to be prudently frugal. So to that end, and this does tie into some of the themes and comments that I heard this morning from our residents with respect to housing and homelessness. If I could ask, I think I saw the CEO of Hamilton. Oh, there you are, thank you. If I could draw your attention to figure 5, and I'm wondering if you could confirm or inform my narrative on why I think this chart on the age of our facilities for City Housing Hamilton is really critically important. And the story goes something like this. The province of Ontario in seeing some challenges of wealth in certain areas of Ontario, particularly Peel and Hamilton, in the 60s and 50s, said to those communities, we are going to be building public housing in your cities, and we will forever pay for it. So if I'm looking at this time chart, I'm seeing a significant investment, I think, of public housing built post-60s and dwindling off closer to the 80s. And then I'm seeing a real depletion of investment. And with the exception of a blip after 2000, there's really nothing. And in the year 2000, in and around 2002, 2000, that's when the former Ontario Conservative government downloaded City Housing Hamilton assets onto local property taxpayers. So my question through the chair to the president and CEO, I think, of City Housing Hamilton, can you confirm whether my understanding of the history of public housing is correct? And if it is, or if it isn't, would you care to comment on what this figure 5 is telling us for the crisis, the contributing element that this offers to the crisis that is before this community?
So through the chair, Adam Sweetland, Chief Executive Officer, City Housing Hamilton, thank you for this question. Yes, I can confirm your understanding of the history of the social housing journey in Ontario, which essentially resulted in the download to the municipal property tax space in the early 2000s, coinciding with significant lack of provincial and federal investment post-2001. For the Hamilton context, this does, as you can see from this graph, you can see that the majority of our housing will be slated for renewal needs around the same time. So they're going to come up at the same time. So that's a very large concern for us, obviously. That said, we do continuously invest in the health and safety preservation, if you will, of those components to hopefully extend the life of those buildings. But it does mean that we are not building to meet the needs of housing today in this community, and we are at risk of losing housing if we don't continue to put important investments into the existing stock. I hope that answers your question.
Councillor, you're at 5 minutes. Would you like?
I'll take myself off. I just wanted to express my appreciation for that confirmation and the additional information that was provided. I think it's important for our community members to also understand and work with us in our efforts to advocate for sustainable, predictable money that doesn't hop all around according to ideology or priorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Crutch, please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Somewhat predictably, my comments are going to be about equity, and so when I'm searching the main report here, I'm not seeing again that word mentioned anywhere. And I know we're on a journey, and I've listened to the comments staff have made previously on the subject. We're on a journey to getting a better answer, and I also understand that this is an Ontario regulation type of framework exercise. So I don't have the sense from what I've read of the regulations that equity is foregrounded. Okay, great. This stands out to me as an opportunity, perhaps, to speak to what we are doing, what the gaps are, and to mention equity by saying, look, we can't address it in this context, but this is what we're doing. Can you speak to that, since it's not in the report? Because I think even if we're not able to go down that road and have that conversation about equity for whatever reason, right, we should still say so in the report and still say so publicly. What's the reason we can't go down that road? And I'm hoping in all future asset management plan reports, we can at least foreground this is something that's been raised quite a number of times and that we are working toward, and what steps are left. So what are the steps remaining? What part of the journey are we on? because I think that that's important, at least from my perspective.
Thank you. Director Vargas, please.
Through the chair, we are working, and we're in agreement with you. We're already working on a matrix, equity matrix, definitions of equity and what it means to be in alignment with the asset management plan. So we have some draft in place, but we would like to digest more the concepts and be careful, right, with bringing something publicly until we do our due diligence in definitions and what does it mean as part of the asset management program. But we're working on it, and our hope is to bring an update by the end of the year on what does it look like and what does it mean to the city to talk about equity in asset management.
Councillor?
Thank you for filling in that gap. I really appreciate it.
Okay. Mayor?
Thanks very much. My question is more about where we've been, where we are now, and how do we get to a place where we've got a better handle on the investments necessary and how we build that into our budgeting. And I guess it stems from the part of the report that identifies the last asset management plan that was presented, I guess, in 2014, if I have that right. Does that? I'm just kind of going back now on the report itself. No appendices, but the report. I think there's something that says that indicates that the last one was done in 2014. So my question would be, and I don't know if that's something that's available now or something that would be able to be followed up on even through a piece of correspondence, but if we did an asset management plan in 2014, 10 years have gone by, I would assume, and I haven't pulled up the report, and I can do that myself, obviously, but can I just get a sense of how well we did in the implementation of that 2014 asset management plan in terms of meeting required investments and targets and all of those kinds of things that may have been part of that 2014 asset management plan 10 years hence? And then, you know, do we have, when we get to the finalization of some of the strategies or the financing plans and all of that, it would be helpful to know, you know, where we fell down in the past, perhaps not, and what we can do to perhaps prevent that going forward.
Director Leishman, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Pat Leishman, Director of Corporate Asset Management, currently seconded to the Emergency Operations Center, leading the Operations Recovery Team. That's a great question, Mayor. At this point, we need to recognize that historically what Hamilton was doing was managing assets. They weren't doing what we will call today asset management. And what's the difference? Really, when we're talking about managing assets, we're talking about condition assessments. We're talking about really that just scratching the surface in terms of what asset management was. And so in 2014, we had an asset management plan. It was really called the State of the Infrastructure Report. And it really kind of looked at a high level at what the status of the assets were from a condition perspective and identified some of the replacement value, but didn't go to the point of asset management. And what is the difference? We're really talking about that holistic, much broader scoped view of starting with levels of service, going all the way down, having that appreciation for what assets do we need to manage them, what is the life cycle. Asset management is much broader in scope than just managing assets. And so that 2014 report was a good starting point, but it really did not look at getting to a funding gap and really didn't get to getting to, so the first funding gap we ever presented to council was in 2022. That's where we were really starting to use proper asset management principles and not just managing assets. So it's been a much more holistic approach, much broader scope, starting with levels of service, going down through proper life cycle management and going down to actually calculating that level of service, or sorry, that funding gap, really looking at it holistically using a standardized procedure, recognized asset management process. So when we look at the lessons learned from 2014 to today, it was also recognized in a city auditor report where the state of infrastructure report did not really answer the questions. And so that's where the answer to the city auditor's report, as well as the right thing to do moving forward, is what we've done today. We've produced asset management plans from a recognized process, from a consistent process, and we're building on that through the continuous improvement activities. So the first funding gap that you're seeing is today, and I applaud the team for all the hard work that they've done to get us here.
Absolutely. I very much appreciate that response. I have two quick follow-ups. One would be, when was that? Do you recall when that auditor's report was published?
I want to say 2018, but I'd have to check my notes.
Okay, that's fine.
Through the chair, sorry.
That's fine, thank you. And through the chair as well. Just a sense of, so I do know that, of course, because I was in the legislature at the time, that the government of the day put forward the requirement to have asset management plans in place in municipalities. And so that's why we have in front of us the, guideposts in terms of timelines, the requirements in terms of the reports and the information being provided in a very systemic way. But I guess my question would be, that happened because there were municipalities that were not doing that work, and the government was faced with lots of demands in terms of assistance to help with asset renewal. And so is it the case that asset management as a thing was something that has been done better by some municipalities, or that there were possibilities that this kind of work could have been done, in the past? Or is this a brand new thing, asset management as a methodology and a way of doing things?
Through the chair, and thank you for the question, Mayor Horvath. So asset management is not new, but it is newer in North America. So if we go to Australia, New Zealand, they've been doing this for 60 plus years. It's been a learning experience for them, and they are now at the point where their asset management practices have a very routine nature to them, and they have funding gaps well understood and renewal strategies in place, et cetera. It moved west from there, hitting Europe next, and then eventually hitting North America, I'm going to guess around 20 years ago. So it's always been there. It's just it got greater attention and greater focus more recently, and then Reg 588 really brought it to greater attention across the province of Ontario. So as far as Canada goes, Ontario is one of the last provinces to jump on board. So we are playing catch up, but it's a good catch up to have to do.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Kassar, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor, and also just take a moment to express my appreciation to the team. It's a huge body of very important work. I just have one question, and I think it's a similar question I asked last time the asset management team was here in front of us. It's just about communication. $383 million annual gap now is a very significant gap. It has real repercussions to city building and quality of level of service and quality of life for constituents. And I think many colleagues here would agree that the roads and things like playgrounds are the two biggest things we hear about most often. So at what point does the team foresee some formal communication to help the general public understand this complex topic, but in a simple way to understand why playgrounds aren't getting replaced, as an example, because that's on the minds of a lot of people. And I think that would be very helpful for all of us to have some help with that communication.
Absolutely. Director Vargas, please.
Through the chair, we have made a commitment to communicate. In fact, the asset management plans will be posted in our website. But yeah, there is further communication that needs to be in place, and we will be working on better messaging to the community.
Yeah, thank you. I think posting is one thing, but actually focusing communication is another. Okay, so thank you for that, and look forward to that.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing as there are no other speakers, and we do already have a mover and a seconder, may I have the vote, please? Vote is up. And just as we're waiting for the vote to get tallied, thank you so much to the team, the asset management team. Literally, they're in the top corner trying to leave this room as quickly as possible. So And that vote carries, so congratulations, thank you. We'll look forward to your next big report. Moving on, we are going to 10.7. So perhaps we'll just kind of give a little bit of a shuffle change. But with 10.7, it is reducing homelessness and managing encampments. It is report HSC 24027. May I have a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor, please? Councillor Tedison, I saw that quick little, and Councillor Nan. Now, I'd like to ask Grace Mader, General Manager of Healthy and Safe, and Danielle Blake, Manager of Housing Focused Street Outreach, to provide an overview of this report.
Thanks very much, and through the chair. Today, we're bringing forward this follow-up report from last month's report that we brought back, talking about the experiences that we've had since the beginning of the protocol. And as you've heard this morning from many residents, they too have shared their experiences along the road as well. Sorry. It's okay. This report talks about the need for our expansion in our shelter system. Our shelter beds, our city is currently underserviced in the area of beds for our shelters. We know that shelters are not the answer to homelessness, but rather just one tool to help mitigate our current encampment crisis. As we've talked about before, this takes staff from all across the corporation. We have staff here from Public Works, Planning and Economic Development, Healthy and Safe Communities, along with Hamilton Police here to respond to our questions. We are very grateful for the support of our partners. It was disappointing, to be honest, this morning to hear the perspective that we are not doing anything as it relates to encampments. I can speak on behalf of the team. They are doing everything possible to address the concerns along the way. It's important that we all acknowledge that and respect and appreciate that effort. And so I appreciate them all being here today. We know that when we heard from the challenges from the citizens and the experiences, these challenges are felt by our staff as well, each and every day. The shelters are funded by province through our allocation. We provide those funds to our shelter providers. We are impacted by the underfunding of that system as we have increasing demands in our numbers as well as increasing demands in the type of acuity level that those shelters are providing service to. You will hear from Danielle on the increasing numbers of those experiencing homelessness. We know that we are increasing the number of locations, and we also know that there are some individuals in our encampments that are new to Hamilton. I was at a meeting last week with my counterparts from around the province, and each and every community in this province is experiencing the exact same thing that we are. And I can tell you, each and every one of them feel that they have new people coming to their communities from, they say Hamilton is shipping to them just as we feel that they're coming to ours. We have always had an influx of people coming and going. This is a transient population, and we know that there is that challenge. We certainly understand the implications of the ad that was in the Brantford paper last week, and we're looking into it as to what's behind that as well. We also know that many feel that we don't do enough on both sides of this issue. We're either doing too much to help those in the encampments, or we're not doing enough. We're not doing enough to address the concerns of residents, or we're doing too much. I sometimes feel that no matter which way we go on this topic, that we're going to fail to meet the expectations, and for that, we wear that on a daily basis. So I'm going to, at this point, going to turn it over to Danielle with a few more comments before we open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Good afternoon, Chair and members of General Issues Committee. Thank you for listening to what we have to say this afternoon. This report we're bringing today is in response to concerns raised at the Encampment Observation Report that was brought to General Issues Committee on May 15th. Over the past year, we've brought recommendations to this committee that speak to the long-term investments that we require to truly end homelessness in the city of Hamilton. We're already seeing improvements from some of those investments that have already been made. City Housing Hamilton's reduced their vacancy rate from 9% last year to 5.5% in April of this year. And they have a target of 2% vacancy rate by the end of 2024. They've also completed 66% of repairs that they received funding to complete. We're seeing a reduction in the length of overflow hotel stays for families based on investments that this council has made into case management for outflow from shelters. That being said, longer-term solutions are not what we're here to ask for today. We're here to ask for for your support in looking at some immediate responses that are required to support people that are living in encampments, as well as to address the concerns of housed people in our community, many of whom you've heard from today. Through our unsheltered inbox, we receive hundreds of emails weekly from residents expressing various concerns. We read every single one of those emails, and some of the recommendations that you see here today coming from our report speak to those emails and constant communications that we receive. So we are recommending some changes to the encampment protocol, establishing distances from funeral homes, long-term care residents, and areas programmed for children is something that we heard loud and clear. Establishing minimum distances from sidewalks, paths, and walkways as a full year requirement as opposed to just for snow clearing purposes, and establishing a 25-meter distance from active construction sites. In terms of adding managing the encampments and adding additional supports, we are asking for additional staff positions to increase the capacity of our team, helping to connect people to the services that many people today have emphasized the need for. We're also asking for 2 additional social navigator paramedics to enhance existing programs, providing on-site health supports and connections to services. We are seeing increasing numbers in encampments. That is a reality. We have a report coming out tomorrow, which will be our May encampment report. It will speak to the fact that we believe that there is about 219 folks living in encampments right now across over 70 sites. And our 2023 average, just for reference, was around 204 per month. We do see increasing numbers in the summer months as a general trend, but this is the largest number that we have seen. We know that there's a variety of reasons for that. Part of which is that Hamilton has always been and continues to be a healthcare hub and a community that has a detention center. And we see people coming out of those institutions. Maybe they've come to those institutions from other areas. They get released from those institutions. And there's not always a sufficient discharge plan for those individuals. So we've always seen those kinds of ebbs and flows within the community, especially in the warmer months. So as a result of the increased numbers that I was just talking about, we are asking for additional investments in shelter spaces. We are asking for additional shelter spaces for men, women, and for couples, 25% of which all of those spaces would be dedicated to folks with pets. One of the main challenges that we see with getting people to agree to move into shelter spaces if they are available, which they are not currently, is that people want to stay with their pets and they want to stay with their partners, which are both very valid concerns that people have. So we want to address those concerns with increasing the shelter space for both of those populations. So that's the summary of sort of what we're asking for today and where we are. And so we welcome any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you so much, Manager Blake. Speakers list is open. I recognize Councillor Maureen Wilson first, followed by Councillor Spadafora, and then Councillor Jackson, and now Councillor Nian. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to look to you, first of all, for a little bit of guidance. And I'm really always happy to see Superintendent Hennick. Have always had a very good relationship with him, always found him very responsive. But I also know as my role around this table, I cannot extend my questions into general HPS operations. And I think I have to focus them on HPS in relation to encampments. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. I guess my first question then is, we heard some comments today from residents about challenges with respect to the enforcement element of the protocol. And I guess if I could ask GM Mader, as the owner of the protocol per se, at least the one who's presenting, is this typically productive, and I will always call it productive, relationship with HPS and the city on this? Does anything need to be tweaked? Any additional resources added in that regard? The protocol was, or the report was somewhat silent on that. And I just wanted to give staff or Superintendent Hennick an opportunity to respond on anything that we should be aware of, any further asks in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Wilson. So just to let you all know, there was a little bit of a shuffle. Superintendent Hennick is directly behind you now. So that way you weren't like surprised.
Yeah.
And as well, the other two mics on the other stations also work, so you guys don't have to be too crowded in with Director Graham. I know that you're all friends and all, but I was just saying. But Superintendent Hennick.
And I always apologize for having my back, but there's.
Did you hear the question then? No. So perhaps, Councillor Wilson, just a quick summary again. Sorry about that.
Yep, maybe my first question, if possible, is to GM Mater in terms of what the protocol set out with respect to the role in the interface with HPS when it came to enforcement. And then maybe to Superintendent Hennick, is there anything that we should be aware of with respect to enforcement, any additional resources or any kind of comment on in that regard, because he was not afforded an opportunity to comment in response to the delegates earlier, and I thought it would be only fair to offer that opportunity.
So first to GM Mater then.
Through the chair to the councillor. The relationship we have with Hamilton Police is very important, and to our encampment protocol. They've been excellent partners all along the way when it comes to planning. They've dedicated their time and energy to weekly planning meetings with the encampment response team. Some of the learnings along the way is how we've been utilizing the officers. The original intent when we brought the report last year was the increasing the capacity of Hamilton Police to respond to the demands that we were experiencing as a result of the encampments. With those two officers, we also had the demand on their time to accompany for some of those sites of the high risk, high concern areas. When we had other staff, when our waste management staff were going in, we also asked for the officers to accompany them. Same with with our bylaw officers. So we're also looking at some of the things we've learned is about tweaking some of those responses to prioritizing some of the areas to try and help and release some of that time and that demand on the officers attached to the encampment. So I'll turn it over to Superintendent Hennick for a response.
Okay, and I think, so good afternoon, everyone. I'll start by just asking Dave to speak to the partnership and the role exactly of EET, and then I will support after his comments.
Through the chair to council. My name is Staff Sergeant Dave McKenzie. I'm the Staff Sergeant of Crisis Response. The Encampment Engagement Team reports directly to me. In 2023, when the protocol was initiated, our team focused on, number one, the sites that had immediate safety concerns. And then we went to sites that were geographically non-compliant. And what I mean by that, there were parks that, just based on the rules of the protocol, you could not have a tent inside those parks. And there were many across the city. And as we circled around from September, we went into the winter months, which we got a lot of the parks compliant through the help of the city. The bylaw team, they conducted what is called ground truthing, in which you can't really tell from Google Maps, you need to physically be there and do your measurements to see which parks that were initially considered compliant were not considered compliant based on the ground truthing, seeing it with their own eyes and making measurements. So the team continued with the geographical compliance. And that took up most of their time. And as we got into the winter, the numbers went down. And then as warmer weather came, people moved around and the team continued to, the team continued to work to gain compliance in parks that were geographically non-compliant. Once we got that under our belts, we then focused on non-compliance in regards to distances from certain structures or even numerical compliance. And the numerical compliance just meant if there was a cluster that had 6, Emily would visit and then serve them a notice. for them to gain compliance, and in most cases, people gained compliance on their own. There were some parks that popped up over the city that were repeat offenders, where we would be getting compliance there every few weeks because the numbers just kept growing, and then we would gain in compliance. And that's where we are today. Many thanks to the city's team for helping us with the cleanups. Because the cleanups, I know there's a lot of community residents. We get complaints in regards to garbage, paraphernalia in and around the encampments, bikes, parts. That's not the responsibility that we're going to take on, but the city's team, Corey and Joe's team, they do excellent work in cleaning up to ensure that the parks remain as clean as possible.
Superintendent Hennick, did you want to add on?
The only thing I think I'd like to add to it, we have excellent partnerships with all the city staff. Council can take great comfort in knowing the leadership of Grace Mader and her team, working hard every day to try to navigate and ensure compliance to the protocol that was created. And I would say that it's an extremely difficult task, and one that we heard loud and clear, I think this morning from city residents, is that I would say that we're not doing a very good job at. We're doing the best that we can with the resources that we have. But I don't think that we are meeting the needs of the community, and I don't think that we're meeting the needs of the unhoused through the strict adherence to this protocol. I know why it was created and how it came about. I actually have the luxury of working with Grace almost 4.5 years ago. So I'm new to this role as the superintendent of community safety, just about 6 months, but I have been the commander in downtown for the past 4 years. And so, even Councillor Wilson, yourself, really my first experience with the large encampments was on Ferguson Avenue, where we had almost over 80 tents there, and I worked very closely with many city staff and everyone on the safe removal of that from the community. But that was really my first exposure to it, and it's unfortunate. I've only seen it get progressively worse over the course of the last 4.5 years. And unfortunately, we haven't moved the needle in helping to address the needs of either the unhoused, and then with the creation of the protocol, while well-intended, I think, and trying to adhere to court decisions and trying to make sure that we're balancing out the rights of everyone that live in the city. It's not addressing the need, and I can speak more to it after on some of the safety concerns. If councillors have questions around safety concerns at some of the encampments.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, perhaps one more question then?
Well, thank you very much to both of you. Just picking up where Superintendent Hennick left off in terms of those safety concerns, I guess it's fair to say that it is not in anyone's interest for us to eat into the shared empathy that we have for those who find themselves without a home. And so some of the things that do eat into that empathy, we've found, I think, over the last year, are waste and garbage and things like that. One of the questions I think that was kind of raised this morning, and certainly it has been raised with me, is just again understanding the role and the responsibility. So if, for example, a councillor is approached by a resident and we are told that this resident believes that there is illegal activity occurring at an encamped site, is that the responsibility of the assigned protocol officers, for lack of a better word, and/or is that a separate and distinct investigation that's carried out by the service, and separate and apart from their encampment complement? Thank you.
Superintendent?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So I'll start by saying that we heard it loud and clear this morning from some of the delegates, but responsibility for criminality lies solely with the members of the Hamilton Police Service. So not only are we the guardians for public safety for the community, we are responsible for the safety for both the community members and all the citizens who are living unhoused in some of the encampments in accordance with the protocol. So we work hard at doing that. So I know the mere existence for many citizens of the encampment in their community parks makes them feel unsafe. And in addition to the presence of the encampment, the garbage that accumulates with them, the lack of bathrooms and supports, and the lifestyle of many people that live within the encampments contributes to a feeling of unsafety for everyone in the surrounding community. And I would argue for many of the unhoused themselves. And so as far as role is concerned, crime and criminality is the responsibility of the Hamilton Police. Public disorder is also a responsibility of the Hamilton Police. Where the lines get a little bit blurry and the roles, I think, are confusing to the public is that the mere existence of a large encampment in their community parks with the garbage and the activity and the lifestyle of many people that live within the encampment contribute to a feeling, a sense of unsafety. So I don't know, hopefully that answers your question, Councillor.
I also thought maybe Staff Sergeant would like to weigh in. Gave me a good look, so I was just responding.
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question. So with the two encampment officers, the primary role is to ensure compliance with the protocol. And so that's her primary role. If they are in an encampment and they see criminality, they address it right then and there. What's happened is through our 3 divisions, we get calls through counselors, to crime managers, to superintendents in regards to stuff that's happening inside that citizens see in the encampment. That's going to be a divisional response. Through crime managers, they provide that response. They share that information with the encampment team. So if they go into certain encampments, they have the information ready and available for them to be able to act on and to make their own observations. It's almost like, you know, people be running stop signs, but you put an officer there. If the officer goes there, doesn't see anybody, goes into the next stop sign. Same thing with encampments. The citizens are there 24/7. Our officers are not. So we try to spread the wealth around the city using the divisional assets, and we share information through our MLE partners, through the divisions, and we're working together as a team. And I know personally, I go into encampments because I like to engage with residents because I want to hear their stories. I want to know their stories just so I can get, you know, there's information that's out there in the public, in the media. I want to go right to the source. And when I talk to people in encampments, they too feel unsafe. And there are a number of residents who feel unsafe in the encampments for a myriad of reasons. And they love it when the police officers come, because I know when my encampment team goes in there, they get called by their first name. We also have our social navigator team that goes in and engages the people in encampments. They get called by their first name. Why? Because the encampment residents feel safe when the officers are inside the encampments. And when community residents see both those teams come in, they too feel safe. So we're trying to, I believe there's 600 parks across the city. We're trying to cover as many areas as we possibly can, all at once. And there's many complaints that come in from very different methods that we're trying to ensure that we have, that we can cover the entire city.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, if you'd like to continue on this line of questioning, perhaps as a second time speaker. All right, up now we have Councillor Spadafora, followed by Jackson, Nan, and then Francis, and then Jessica, could you put Councillor M. Wilson on for a second time? Councillor Spadafora, please.
Thank you, Chair. My first question to staff is in regards to shelters. And again, I'm hoping they can correct or give me more information if I do make a mistake with some of my information. I believe we had some additional funding that we put forward that was approved. And in one of the previous reports, I think it was talked about that that funding that opened up some space was filled up immediately. So I see there's another ask for funding. So my question is, who's filling up the beds? I want to, do we have a clear picture? Are we using our shelters for 90% of unhoused individuals? Who is using the shelters and who has priority to the shelters?
Thank
Through
you.
Chair.
I see that Manager Mastriani has joined us, so Manager?
Go ahead. So through the chair, I'm just going to start and then I'll turn it over to Rob, let him get settled in. So to Councillor Spadafora, the previous request that you're referencing, that was the expansion that we brought to for review and approval for our winter response, was to expand our numbers to ensure adequate opportunities for individuals through the winter months. We then made the decision and aligned funding to it further to continue on through after the March 31st deadline. I'll turn it over to Rob to give the breakdown of who is in our shelter system.
Through the chair, Rob Mastriani, Manager of Homelessness and Housing Support. So to answer your question, Councillor, those individuals that are in our shelter system are all those individuals that are experiencing a housing crisis. So they do not have other housing options. They've either lost their housing for various reasons like evictions, a history of homelessness, but they would be experiencing a housing loss and do not have other housing options of their own.
Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, so if someone is coming to the city who wasn't previously, say, a resident of this country, through immigration, refugees, is there anybody using our shelter system from a, say, different group besides people that have either lost their house through the housing crisis or unhoused or any of those things? Do we have people utilizing the space, taking away the opportunity for some of the people in our city and our Hamilton residents who are unhoused? Through you, Chair.
Through the chair, yes, we do have individuals that come from other locations, other countries that do access our shelter system. Currently, our shelter beds, the number of individuals right now accessing shelter spaces that are asylum seekers is anywhere between 25 and 35% based on our most recent information from February's data. But yes, individuals from other locations do access our shelter system.
Thank you for that. And changing, we're going to be able to make comments on the report later, right? Okay, so I just want to move to the business side of things from a feedback perspective. Just wondering from staff, do we have information or report from our local businesses as to the effects of our protocol since it's been put in place and what it's done to our local business? I know that, you know, we talk about the lower city having the most encampments, but we also have residents in wards like mine that have businesses in the lower city. So it's also affecting those business owners. So I'm just wondering if we do have a report, or if there isn't a report, why we do not have a report of the effects of the protocol on our local businesses. Through you, Chair.
I think GM Robichaud is going to answer that one.
Through you, Acting Chair, to the Councillor, I'm not aware of a staff report that has been undertaken to assess the implications. We have received multiple pieces of correspondence, whether they be emails or letters that have been submitted to the city by small business owners or the BIAs expressing their concerns about either it's the encampments or just people on the street engaging in undesirable social behavior. You can't say that everybody on the street is associated with an encampment that is actually deterring customers, or there's concerns about theft or other crime activity that is affecting their businesses. And some business owners have indicated that they will not be renewing their leases, or they will be seeking alternative locations because of the presence of undesirable social activity in and around their businesses.
Last question now, Councillor Spadafore.
That's good for me, Chair. I just think when we get to the report, maybe something we can do about doing a better job, and maybe instead of the businesses coming to us to provide their feedback, maybe we need to, maybe our ECDEV team can come up with a report for us on the impacts I hate to hear stuff like people not wanting to renew their lease. So I'll wait for the report to speak again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jessica, could we put Councillor Spatafora on for a second time, please? Councillor Jackson, followed by Nan, Francis, and then Pauls. So Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Huang, and automatically put me down for a second time, please. I'm going to take advantage of the police being here because I sense that there was a time expiry before they had to leave the chamber. So first and foremost, I just want to give a general comment of thanks to the housed that came in today. I'm no soothsayer, but I just try to keep my antenna to the ground as much as possible. And I think I tried to forewarn a number of weeks ago the rage index that was growing in our city by the housed who care, but now have been guilted into not caring if they suddenly come out with serious concerns and issues regarding the places, the public places they used to go, that they no longer feel safe going. And I hope my colleagues don't think this was a rogue group of 36 people here today. In my humble opinion, that's very emblematic of what is growing in the community in terms of sentiment towards the unhoused that are occupying the parks and much of the activity that's going on that's making kids and families feel unsafe to use the places their taxes paid for. I also want to acknowledge the fact that General Manager Grace Mader, who I've known since regional days, she has always been a solution provider and a problem solver. She has immense talent, skills, and experience. To hear her begin the commentary today of saying that we know, I'm paraphrasing, that we know we are not making any side of this issue satisfied or happy speaks volumes for me. And I just want to commend her for her honesty and her sincerity in that remark. And as well to Director Baird and to the other staff involved. And I just want to especially acknowledge Manager Blake. Danielle is just remarkable and amazing and has never hesitated to come on site with me when necessary so she can visualize exactly what the emails are expressing to her from my office. And she's been wonderful and has tried to accommodate within the protocol as much as possible. So with those opening remarks and thanking the citizens today that came in that, in my humble opinion, had felt abandoned over the last 9-10 months because of all the disproportionate amount of time and effort spent on the unhoused. I'm glad they came in today to tell their stories. Now, 2 quick questions to Superintendent Hennick, and I have lots of time for Dave Hennick, similar to Councillor Maureen Wilson's positive experiences with him directly and HPS. Let's hit these 2 questions blunt and head on, Dave, because you heard them today. So in my humble opinion, we better not be skirting around them. 2 officers covering the city of Hamilton and all the multitude of encampment locations. Could you please address that issue and why that is the case? Because today you heard people almost expecting that there'd be a specialized unit of maybe 10, 12, 15 officers that would help with the load. Through you, Deputy Mayor Huang, please.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So yes, all members of our organization are responsible for public safety, and throughout all 3 divisions, the encampments and parks included, our members respond to the needs of the community and calls for service that we receive through our priority response system. So yes, to answer your question, absolutely. It's not just the 2 members that have been assigned. Those 2 members are here to basically partner with MLE in support of Council's decision on the creation of the protocol to ensure adherence to the protocol and support as best they can in that regard. But every member of this organization is responsible for public safety and does and do respond to any issues of crime and disorder that have been brought to their attention through whatever mechanism that is reported to us, whether it's online, through the counselor's office, through yourself, or any of the counselors around the table, or through our emergency lines.
Superintendent Hennick, thank you for that for the public record, because again, I know you were listening carefully. You heard a number of delegates talk about they've been told by officers, taking the citizens at their word, what they were told by officers or within the community. There's only 2 looking after this entire encampment problem. So thank you for that, putting that on the record. Secondly, you heard from a number of them, fearfulness. So let's put an example forward. 10-person is definitely out of control. Yelling vulgarities, possibly with narcotics, possibly wielding a weapon. When do police get involved, not only to attend to that site where it's demonstrated there's a person of danger to potentially innocent people and potential victims? When do police respond? How do they respond? And what is the threshold for getting that potentially dangerous person away from that public space? And for now, Deputy Mayor Huang, that'll be my last question. Back on a second time to the report. Thank you.
And let's try not to call them 10 people.
Well, Deputy Mayor Huang, I would refer to my Armenian brothers and sisters as Armenian people. When I speak to the Polish delegation, I refer to the Polish people. So I'm just being consistent in what I do, and there's no discriminatory comment towards any. I mean, if you want me to say the unhoused, I'll say the unhoused, but again, here we are. That is what the community is speaking to and hearing,
Yes.
and that is what is being acknowledged.
Yes, thank you.
So I'm saying tent people because they're people who live in tents in the parks. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang. Through you to Superintendent.
Superintendent Hennick, please.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So you described many, what you described, it'd be difficult to answer. But basically, depending on the circumstances that we're called to, our response is going to be different to each one of them. So if someone calls, if it's a weapons call, then obviously we're going to respond to that weapons call, and you would get the appropriate response. If it's a wellness check on behalf of a loved one to go check one of the encampments, maybe to make notification to someone in the park or to check on their well-being, we respond to that differently through members of Staff Sergeant McKenzie and his team. And a noise complaint or a disturbance, they're all different. So unless you break it down into a specific set of circumstances, but rest assured, Councillor, that you have the support, and like all council does and every citizen in the community has the support of the members of our organization, and they are responding daily to encampments for issues of crime and disorder, mental health and addiction, calls for overdose, drug use, and some criminality. And so our response differs depending on the situation that we're presented with. It'd be almost impossible for me to give you a canned answer for the question that you provided, but I hope that addresses it.
It helps, Superintendent Hennick. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang. Again, you heard today delegate after delegate explaining the serious situations that they thought police maybe would get more involved with. At least that's what I heard today. Deputy Mayor Huang, on a second time. Thank you.
Thank you. You are already on for a second time. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. First of all, I also want to echo my council colleagues in saying my genuine and heartfelt thank you to Manager Blake, GM Mader, and the entire team of the interdivisional team that has been responding to trying to manage the crisis that is our growing number of encampments across the city. I really appreciate the honesty and the overview, as well as the recommendations in the next iteration of this protocol to, as we've always said, manage encampments. This is not necessarily solutions to homelessness. This is about managing the crisis of homelessness. So appreciating what's there. And the way in which our staff have listened to the feedback received by residents, both living encamped as well as residents living adjacent to encampments, and really doing their best to bring forward some public service responses to address those concerns. But Chair, I do need to follow up on some of the questions that are asked around Hamilton Police Services, as majority of the residents who delegated this morning were Ward 3 residents who did speak to their concern about being told by Hamilton police officers that they were not able to address criminal activities in encampments. And when that is being told to our residents by officers, I just really want to give Hamilton Police Services representatives here today a chance to respond to that specifically, because that impacts the confidence level our residents have with public service.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So I'm actually, I'll address the expectation part first. So part of it is, I believe, about expectations and making sure that not only the members of our policing organization and some supporting staff through the city and through the councillor's office, that we have, for lack of a better word, a document that we could share with people that would give members of the public direction on where to report their concerns to. So a few weeks ago, actually, Staff Sergeant Dave McKenzie has worked with a member from the city's communication team on developing a document that would provide that assistance. So for example, someone in the community notices that there's the propane tanks at an encampment site, and that is a safety concern that's raised by the citizens. Who do they call to get that removed? I know that I can text Grace or text Joe and they'll go get that for me, but the citizens don't have the same access to the people. So where do we direct our people to tell them to report so that you don't get that answer? So I apologize if that has been the experience of some of the citizens and your staff. My hope is that through the creation of this document, this communication document, which my intention is to send it out to the councillor's office and to our own organization to educate everybody on what's the best reporting mechanism for each one of the concerns raised, whether it's garbage, propane, safety concerns, drug use, criminality, what have you. You brought up something that's really important about losing the faith of the public, or the trust, the confidence you use. Yeah, so in our world, we kind of refer to that as police legitimacy. And I have the same concerns as you, because many of the public have expectations of us to come in and address the apparent public disorder through the existence of many of the unhoused living in parks. And that is simply outside of our control, because as we know, simply being homeless is not a crime. And I have heard and felt people in this community, their frustration towards not only the councillor's office, which you share with us openly, but with the members of our organization as well, because they feel stuck. And my concern for this community is that it has created division. It continues to create division between the citizens, and frustration builds when it comes to expectations, not only for Grace Mader and their team, but members of the organization, expectations that are unfulfilled for councillors, and things that are outside of each of our control. And so I do worry about police legitimacy being impacted and people feeling as though we as a collective are failing them through this protocol. So I'm glad you brought that up, because I know I speak on behalf of some of the members of our service too. We feel that a bit of a loss as what's the next steps and where do we go from here? And you know, on Father's Day, I had the opportunity to go to Kitchener to visit my dad, where I'm from, and I drove by a Better Tent City, right on Ardelt Avenue there. My mom used to clean the school board offices after hours between 4 to 7, so I know exactly where it is. It's kind of located in a bit of a commercial area close to the on-ramp to the highway at the back of the school property. Interestingly enough, they just released their report. It's called A Place to Find Community, Findings from the Better Tent City Survey, and it's a partnership between University of Wilfrid Laurier, rather, in Waterloo, and staff at a Better Tent City. So there's, I feel like that the protocol is working only in the sense that we are doing our best to manage it, and we created the protocol as a city in direct response to a court decision that was made. But we do potentially have an opportunity to have a slight course correction and give consideration to other options, including sanctioned encampment sites that would see members of our unhoused community removed from the parks and provided an opportunity to have more secure housing. And not only at their location at Herbsville and Waterloo. I made contact with Peter Sweeney there. He's the commissioner of, I forget the exact, his title, but of the homelessness file. I used to sit on a board with him here in Sisters of St. Joseph Hamilton. And so excellent community leader and really understands this work. And so I'd rely on him and his expertise for some guidance if it was council's decision to give consideration to entertaining sanctioned encampment sites in the city as a mechanism to see our unhoused citizens provided the supports that they need. The difficulty, and we've heard this loud and clear over the last couple of years, is the location. And but you know, there is not extensive research, but significant research that talk about the pros and cons of a better tent city. And they're not without their challenges, but the current existing protocol makes it extremely difficult for the members of our organization and members of city staff to meet the needs of the unhoused and meet the needs of our citizens. And so it might be an opportune time for us to give consideration to going in a different direction.
Thank you, Superintendent. Councillor Nguyen?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And
Just
thank
for a
you.
second, I'm just noticing a time check. It's 5 minutes to 3, so I just wanted to let everyone know that apparently we have a time check for our guests. So
Thank you. I appreciate that, and I really appreciate the comments and responses back and the thoroughness of the response. The last comment related to police services, and I'll go on a second time for housing services, is the concern of rising vigilantism. And it was mentioned today through delegation, so I think it's really important for us to hear from our police representatives today with this concerning increased response by some of our residents. Vigilantism being that residents are feeling that they need to go and police encampment sites and/or address criminal activity in encampment sites themselves.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So obviously, we do not support and would discourage any citizens from taking matters into their own hands, and I would request that they make contact with either a member of the city or a member of our organization to address whatever concern it is that they have. We will work with them to address that. The city staff has been unbelievably responsive to the needs. The difficulty is the volume of requests, obviously, but we will get to those requests. And, you know, it's important also that we have seen weapons at parks, and life becomes pretty primitive for people who are living unhoused, and many, not all, but many choose to arm themselves with weapons or have weapons there with them. And there's been many occasions over the course of the last few months where members of our encampment team and city cleanup crews have located large machetes, imitation firearms, ammunition, and other things. So I would caution the public to go down that road and know that members of the Hamilton Police Service and city staff are here to support them, and we will address whatever concerns they bring to our attention. And so I hope that addresses your question.
thank you, Superintendent. I do notice that I have still 3 more first-time speakers, and we are on a time crunch because of,
I can stay a little longer, Councillor.
okay. Wonderful. So I have Councillor Francis, Pauls, and Dank go first. So Councillor Francis, please.
Great, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson touched on some of the questions I was going to drill down. I'm going to drill down on it a little bit further. There seems to be some uncertainty as to whether or not the Hamilton Police Service is at full liberty, without any form of approval from the Housing First outreach team, can pursue lines of investigation with unhoused residents in encampments once neighborhood complaints and associated criminal activity have been received by Hamilton Police Service. So For instance, we see many encampments pop up and they quickly accumulate dismantled bike parts, patio furniture, industrial trolleys, etc., in the immediate vicinity of the encampment, which sometimes correlates with the neighborhood complaints to the Hamilton Police Service for these types of stolen items, and not to mention the drug paraphernalia in the parks where our children play. Can the Hamilton Police Service superintendent clarify whether their officers, whether the encampment officers or otherwise, have full and unobstructed domain to conduct an investigation for such complaints in encampments prior to being identified as an active encampment in the protocol process? Through you, Chair.
So thank you, Councillor, and through you, Chair. So the short answer is yes. We can investigate all acts of criminal activity anywhere in the city of Hamilton, and we do just that. And so I have many examples here, that I brought with me that speak to that, but I don't think it's necessary to get into the specifics. But anytime there is concerns that are brought to their attention, we've recovered stolen property. We've made arrests for wanted offenders. There's many people that are struggling with mental health and addiction who have been placed on apprehension orders by medical physicians that we've gone into parks and located them and apprehended them and brought them to the care that they need. So the short answer is yes, and absolutely.
Thank you. That's quite helpful. And the next question I've got is just on public perception. And is there enforcement of laws happening on theft and drug possession in encampments? Because I can tell you right now, the public perception is the laws are not being enforced. Is it a capacity issue? Not the laws or penalties loosened? Is it an issue with the court system? Could you please elaborate on this through you, Chair?
Superintendent, please.
So yes, I think one of the things that I'd like to highlight is around drug use. So drug use remains a criminal act. However, I want to outline two things for the council that just from an educational standpoint. So in line with the view of reducing stigma and decreasing the criminalization of personal substance use, in August of 2020, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada released what is referred to as a Desk Book Chapter 5.13. This provides guidelines for prosecutors in determining the appropriate approach to charges laid under Section 4.1. So for most of us in our policing world, that's referred to as simple possession. This this proposes prosecutors focus on the most serious cases where simple possession charges have been laid. For example, where there is a risk to the safety or well-being of children or young persons, risk to the health or safety of others, including driving under the influence of a drug, or in cases where the possession offense is associated with another offense contrary to the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, including production, trafficking, or importation. If there's no risk to public health and safety, prosecutors are advised to pursue suitable alternative measures and diversion from the criminal justice system for charges laid under Section 4.1. So that's the first part. And the second part is in November 17th, 2022, Bill C-5 was ratified that further supported the fundamental shift that recognizes the need to view substance use primarily as a health and social issue rather than purely a criminal matter. The principles outlined in the bill signified a pivotal shift in approach to criminal law, where evidence-based methods align with compassion, human rights, and community well-being. So specifically, Section 10.2(1) indicates that a peace officer, instead of laying an information against an individual alleged to have committed an offense under subsection 4.1, shall consider if it would be preferable, having regard to the principles set out in Section 10.1, to one, take no further action, 2, warn the individual, or 3, with the consent of the individual, to refer the individual to a program or agency or other service provider in the community that may assist the individual, essentially leading to a de facto state of decriminalization. However, the offense of simple possession remains a criminal offense. But But as you can see what I've outlined there, there's many, many challenges to see that offense. First of all, make the decision to lay the charge. Have we as the police considered those three things? And then once we do that, and even if we do lay the charge, it's going to get to the PPSC, and even they themselves are going to reevaluate that again, unbiased as they should, look at the facts and issue and determine whether or not it's important for, or it meets their criteria to support a prosecution. So I think with both of those changes in legislation and policy, there has certainly been a shift in enforcement of open drug use. I know not only by the members of our organization, by police services across Ontario. And that additionally has led to people feeling unsafe. However, the offense of simple possession remains a criminal offense, and individuals can still be arrested for those offenses.
Counselor.
I'm shocked by what I heard. It sounds like it's a de facto state decriminalization. That's very interesting. I appreciate that answer, and I don't have any further questions, so I don't need to get on a second time. I just want to finish by saying I appreciate the work of our Hamilton Police Service and the coordinated effort with city staff. And I'm in full agreement with Superintendent Hennick. This encampment protocol is not working. And I would add myself, unless we get tougher on restrictions, the lawlessness is going to continue.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Pauls, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, today we heard the common theme of the speakers were they did not feel safe, crime, drugs, needles, and garbage. I just want to thank Superintendent Hennick. He said something that I was going to say. We also heard the sanction place for the unhoused. It's a better way. And the reason were because all the services were all in one area. We have 600 parks. I want to ask Superintendent Hennick, why does the police support sanction places?
So the answer, whether or not we support a sanctioned site, the answer is yes. But just to clarify, I think what I said was that it's something that we need to consider, that maybe we're at a juncture where we can look back. We have the benefit of 4.5 years, at least for me personally, working with Grace and all the team. We can look back at what we've done and be open and reflect back and say, is there a different way? And give consideration to the sanctioned site. Because there is a request by Grace Mader and the team for additional housing, which is needed. But there's many people that struggle with mental health and addiction issues who will not enter the shelter system. And Dave McKenzie is better to speak about individuals with high acuity, but that's an important consideration because many of those individuals don't feel safe inside the shelter system. And so it's not a solution for everybody, but until we can get to the place where we have enough housing geared to support the individuals with low income, disabilities, addiction, and have the supports in place, that it may be an opportunity for us to support a significant amount of people and get people out of parks and provide a more compassionate service to the individuals that are struggling with some of those concerns that I've outlined.
Thank you. Before I go to Staff Sergeant, I'm going to ask GM Mader to also weigh in. So Staff Sergeant, you'll be on after GM Mader.
Through the chair, thanks very much for the opportunity. I just wanted to take a little bit of a step back to that on the issue of the reporting of illegal activity, criminal behavior. We have seen an increase in the number of information that has flowed to us, and that it generally comes in through the unsheltered. It's then shared through to our police colleagues for those locations. We always tell everyone when they call us, if they are looking at that criminal behavior, to call directly to Hamilton Police. If it's an emergency, that is always the direction that we're providing them. We also, to address the sanction location, you'll notice today's report does not include that as a recommendation. We understand that there is a lot of appetite for that as a potential opportunity. When you look at the challenges we've been going through, to be perfectly blunt on a sanction location, it always comes down to location, as to where would that location be in our community, and that becomes the challenge that's before us. Thanks.
Staff Sergeant, did you want to add any more comment?
Yes, through the chair. Superintendent mentioned acuity. When I go into a number of encampments, and I engage individuals who, just based on their acuity, I know Councillor Wilson has an individual in her ward that will never be housed. We've tried everything from mental health. We've tried everything. He does not want to go into a place, and his acuity is way too high. All the housing specialists that go engage him, he will never be in a house. So we as a community, we have to accept that there are people that we can't house. I know we're trying to house everybody, but there are people that we just can't house. And I believe the number was 290 that are, what was the number? 219. So let's call it 300, because I know there's individuals who are tucked away that you will never see. My team, they go on bikes, they go on ATVs, because we want to make sure that these unhoused people are supported. So they go in deep into the woods to engage these individuals that many people might not have access to. And when you sit and talk with them, you learn and you hear their stories that some people don't want to be housed because they have a situation. There's people who consider themselves, for lack of a better term, free men on the land, who they don't want to subscribe to any rules. They want to live free. There are people who've been rent evicted, who are in between looking for places, and this is a stopgap during the warm months, that even if they were offered shelter space, they would turn it down. I've been there and seeing people turn down house or shelter options because they're like, I'm living outside. There are people who are just went through a divorce and they needed a temporary stopgap that they're using the outdoors as because now that there's an option for them to be outside, they're using that as a stopgap before they move in when it gets into the colder months. So there's a myriad of issues. It's not as simple as just getting people into housing. It's understanding each person's story and mitigating those circumstances. And, I know that there's people that when the cold weather comes, they go back to the housing situation that they came from.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant. Counselor.
Yeah, can I ask Director Mader? I know you said that sanction place is not suggested, but what's the logic of having all the parks that children play with? That's what the delegates today were saying. Most of the parks are occupied now, even on the mountain. I have people calling me, moving out. They're moving to Burlington. They just don't know why. So how is the logic that we spread them out and we get help? We have to send the police from north, south, east, west, all over the map. If they were all in one area, it would be so much feasible for police to go there and see if there was crime, for other services, housing, drug addiction. It would be so much better. Before Pete Weisner retired, he actually left for another job. He was a staff sergeant. He gave me the protocol. He said it would be great if they're all in one area, and it made so much sense. So again, Director Mader, GM, sorry. Why is it not available? There's 200 tents. Why can't we find a place where we could get them help and all in one tent?
GM Mader, please.
Through the chair, staff work at the will of council. As if it is the decision of this council to move in a direction of a sanctioned location, we would absolutely move towards that to make that happen, and we would support that. At the present moment, we I'll back up. On the sanctioned location, at the present time, we would not have the ability to force any individuals to that location. We have always had a certain level of individuals sleeping rough in our community. As the staff sergeant indicated, there have always been locations. It has been, particularly since the pandemic, that it has been more obvious, not only in our community, but as I've mentioned, all over the place in many communities around the province. But absolutely, if it's the will of this council to move in that direction, staff would adhere to that direction.
One more thing quickly. GM Mater, you just said force. We cannot force people to do things. How can we force them then go to shelter? We're saying we're going to, get more sheltered, make sure there's more shelters for them. And yet, you said we can't force people. I just find that it's really disheartening to hear that if we do find a place where we can help them, they should be able to go there.
GM Mater, please.
Through the chair, to the councillor, that's correct, though. Even if we expand our shelter system, it's to provide more options. That's what we're putting on in the report today, is to provide the alternative option to sleeping rough for some individuals that would rather have that. At the present moment, our shelter system is running at about 110% capacity, and so there is not that option at the present moment.
So thank you, Counselor. If you would like to add additional comments, I'll put you on for a second time then.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Danko as the last of our first-time speakers.
Thank you, Chair Wang. So this question was kind of asked in a few forms, and I wanted to follow up just a little bit on the policing aspect. And I think you heard this morning the anecdotal perception by residents, and I've certainly heard it quite a few times from residents, is that there is a different response when it's an encampment-related call versus any other calls. So I wanted to give police a chance to respond that. So if there's a public disturbance, an immediate safety concern, someone with a weapon, somebody that is acting in a threatening manner, if that was a 911 call that was in Lime Ridge Mall, is that treated any differently than if that's a 911 call that is encampment related?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through your chair. So, no. Anytime we get a call, it's treated, whether it was at someone's house or in a tent in a community park, it's treated no different. If we receive a call for a weapons call, as you have outlined, the public would receive the exact same response we would as if we were responding to a residence.
All right.
Thank you for that assurance. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Danko. It is now 3:15. I noticed that Counselor Taddison would like to speak, but doesn't necessarily need to speak to police. So perhaps I'll do one more call out before we, okay, sorry.
I can stay until 3:30, but that would be the.
So we have 15 minutes essentially. But if we don't need to. Excellent, thank you. Counselor Taddison, please.
So just in listening, I heard that, unofficially, 219 people are unhoused. Our officer said probably likely closer to 300 based on people, sheltering in the escarpment and hidden places in the city. I guess it's I don't know who would collect this data, but do we have a breakdown in terms of unhoused residents that have pets, are with partners, have children, people that are ready to go to a shelter or home?
Manager Blake, please.
Through the chair, to the counselor, so to the first part of your question, whether we have data on the numbers who are couples and have pets, we definitely do have data on that. We're looking at about 25% of the people out there do have pets, and we have roughly 55 couples. So that would be like 110 people that are in couples. So that's the answer to the first part of your question. So we do have that information. It is a significant number when it comes to people who are unable to accept a shelter space because of those particular needs that they have. In terms of the second part of your question, which was around whether we know whether someone's ready to be housed, we do have information. So our outreach team is out there in the encampments every single day, interacting with everyone on a weekly basis at least. And they do make connections with them to intensive case management programs that are run through our shelters, and they work with those individuals on finding housing solutions. So in terms of readiness for housing, it's a little more nuanced. So we work with our partners in something called Housing First. So the principle of that is someone receives a home, and then the supports are layered into that home with them. And so readiness is really about some people are definitely ready to move directly into housing from encampments. In fact, we've seen, I think, 3 or 4 individuals in the last few months move directly from an encampment into a housing unit. And so that we consider that a huge success for the team. And we've also moved a number of people into these intensive case management programs that work with the Housing First program. So we're always trying to move people along that housing continuum. And I would say that you know, the number of people who are refusing any efforts for housing is very, very minimal.
Counselor?
So I know I heard the answer, but things were going on in my head as you were talking, so I'll just ask this. So my understanding of, and why I supported the protocol, and very proudly supported the protocol last year, was the purpose was to give some temporary location permanence so that our staff could build relationships to gain an understanding of the individual needs of each of these unhoused folks, so that we could then offer them the supports they needed to become housed. And you're telling me that we've had some success with that. And can you repeat, what was the number of people that we've successfully placed in houses because of our protocol?
So just this year alone, I believe it's 4 since January of this year. So that is just people going directly from an encampment into a permanent housing situation.
And so, but we've engaged with, again, probably over 200 people, but only 4 have accepted or is that, let me try and understand this. Is that how many positions we've been able to offer because there's limited space, or is that how many we've been able to offer because people have refused places?
Through the chair, rarely does someone refuse a place of their own volition when offered permanent housing. So it would be availability of housing as well as affordability, as well as other challenges that someone may have that requires them to move to a more transitional model of you know, working with community partners to get them more housing ready.
Okay, and then just one last clarification. 4 people went to permanent housing. Do you include, like, shelter's not permanent housing, right? Have we moved people into shelters?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. People have accepted shelter space. I can't give you a number on that right this very second, but we do keep track of that on a normal basis. Yes, we've definitely moved people into shelter space.
Can you ballpark it for me?
Probably not. Regularly, people accept shelter space, especially people that, yeah. So
Okay.
again, it's based on availability, so.
Of course. So if we did provide more shelter space, we would be able to successfully take more people off the street.
Every time we increase shelter space, we fill that shelter space. So yes, I would say that there's a number of folks, especially those with pets. If there was a proper solution for folks with pets, I think they would choose to be inside for the safety of themselves and for their animals. People are very connected and want to see their animals safe as well, so.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thank you very much.
First time speakers is Councillor Crutch and followed by the mayor. So Councillor Crutch, please.
Thanks. I did have a question for folks from the Hamilton Police Service, so I wanted to ask that question before they left. So what I hear overwhelmingly from residents, and we heard from some of the Ward 2 residents today, despite what you've said today, which I understand, and I understand the framework around what you're saying, the experience that they're reporting is they're having some kind of criminal matter or public safety issue, and that's my framing because that's how they're describing it to me, right? And I'm not going to get into the myriad number of examples here. Okay, they call police and they say the police aren't responding, or they say they can't respond, or that they're not doing something. I can't resolve that dissonance as the Ward City Councillor. I can't somehow say, well, this is the reason how, or this is the reason why. What is the forum to have that conversation and connect with the residents around that issue? Like, I don't know what to do there, to be completely honest with you. And these aren't happening always in ways that are easy. So they're not happening in ways where someone sends an email to me with a documented incident of the officer they spoke to at a certain time and day that you could follow up on. This is a general sentiment, like you heard in the delegations today. And those are representative of hundreds of people who say on a regular basis, we're contacting police, they're not responding on these kinds of issues. And just trying to untangle that. Is it better to have the chief come here? Like, I'm not trying to put this on you, right? Like, that's not your responsibility necessarily, but what kind of conversation can council have to ask more direct questions about that? So we can try to unpack where that tension lies for people in communities when they're coming to councillors with this information.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. So, I mean, just to reiterate, like I heard loud and clear this morning as well from people that they feel unsafe, that the encampments make them feel unsafe, and that the crime and disorder related to some of the encampments that they are seeing make them feel unsafe. So our organization, the members of our service, will respond to all calls for crime and disorder that occur in and around the encampment. My experience interacting with citizens when they report, because I take the time to call them personally. One of the delegates today, I've spoken to personally myself 3 or 4 times and taken the time to email her extensively, and have even redirected the teams here to go and provide support to address the concerns that they raise. So there's probably many citizens are being victims of many property crime offenses as well. And so what you see in and around numerous encampments, numerous bikes, bicycles, barbecues, propane tanks, break and enters to sheds and property. And so many citizens will refer to them as break and enters when they're referred to for us as thefts. But the reality is, for those individuals, when someone crosses that line on your property and they essentially break into your property and steal your property, it makes you feel unsafe. So part of the spirit behind the direction given to Dave and the partnership with the city communications team was to create a document and direction that could be given to council and to our members about where people can report those concerns, including historical criminal offenses that could be reported online. So the reporting of all offenses is really important to us. So I take the time, depending on the circumstances, the size of the encampment, the numbers of complaints, where I've requested reviews of criminal activity in and around, calls for service as well, in and around the encampment. And I have seen time and time again from the beginning of Ferguson Avenue that there's a direct correlation to the larger size of the encampment to an increase in criminal activity that we've have experienced in calls for service. So calls for service and criminal activity. And so it's difficult to tease the both of them apart, but when I request a review of our calls for service and demands on emergency services in and around areas of encampments, the larger the encampment, we have seen a direct correlation to larger requests for resources, and many of those calls for service are related to criminal activity. Not all, many are medical. So I hope that addresses your question. Like I reiterated many times, is that we will respond to and investigate all forms of criminality as they relate to encampments. And I would encourage the public to continue to report, to bring that to our attention so that we can respond appropriately and accordingly.
Councillor?
Thanks. My time is up, so that's it for me.
Okay, well, 4 seconds left. Nice. Mayor, please.
Thanks very much. I don't have any questions for the police who are here. I think we've pretty much discussed those issues to a great extent, but I do want to express my gratitude to everyone and to the police and to our own staff as well. My questions are more around kind of where we are in a moment of time. So we're addressing this report right now. Later on in today's agenda, we're talking about the access to, we're talking about the affordable housing units that are coming through our affordable housing stream, which is later on the agenda. And if you look at that report, it indicates that between the ones that are ready to break ground, like literally shovel ready. This is not the in-camera report, by the way. This is the public report. It says 8 project submissions, 5 affordable housing and 3 supportive housing met the shovel ready benchmark of the project stream criteria, representing a potential for 551 new affordable and or supportive housing units, but due to the limited funding available, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a good news story, actually. Another good news story is we had the Minister of Housing here on Monday, and he was very engaged. And I want to thank our staff for helping tour him around and give him a sense of what the challenges are in our city. And I have to say, I've connected with him subsequently, and I'm hopeful in terms of getting some of that national housing money that has recently been approved or negotiated with the province, between the province and the feds. The other thing is we have an access to housing list, right? So we have our community housing Hamilton units, which are being renovated, and I appreciate that work by the executive director and by the board and making sure that's a priority. But we also have an access to housing list, and we have a number of people who are unhoused. So I guess my question would be, when there's an available unit. So let's say, ballparking it, we get shovels in the ground, we build units. Who gets access to those units? Are unhoused people a priority, or like, do they jump the queue, or is it just is it just the access to housing list that fills those units? Anybody have the answer to that question? I'm just thinking, how do we get to the end of the problem that we have, right, or the concerns that we have right now as a community?
Through the chair, we're just trying to get the best answer.
Okay, well, as that's happening, and I do appreciate, because I think it's important, because we talk about a housing first way of doing things, but we've heard that the housing isn't there for many, many reasons. And in fact, we're having more and more people who are joining the unhoused population. And so we're in a bit of a conundrum, if you will, in terms of how we're doing things. I guess the other question would be, when we have shovel-ready units that are already zoned, and that we've now identified, or we will be identifying today publicly what and where those units are, in terms of our project, our housing and sustainability roadmap, investment and sustainability roadmap, and our housing secretariat, what would be, and this might be to GM Robichaud, what might be, an estimate of a timeframe for actual those units being available for occupancy once the funding has been confirmed? Do you get what I'm saying? So if all the funding's in place, both our funding, provincial funding, federal funding, project proponent funding, everything's in place. It's approved, it's zoned, ready to go. What would be the average length of time for a development of say 40 units to come online? Or, I mean, I don't know whether the units make a difference or not, but just kind of spitballing, how long does that take?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the mayor. On the assumption that they have site plan approval and that they need a building permit, so we would prioritize the issuance of that building permit, and that could be, depending on the quality of the submission, could take 2 to 3 months if there's deficiencies going back and forth. Notwithstanding that, during that building permit review stage, they can start doing the enabling work, some of the site servicing, mobilizing their construction crews, fencing, hoarding, et cetera, et cetera. So developments that can be accelerated, they could do it in 6 months to a year, depending on the actual timing of their contractor and their construction. And then also, even during that, we see like with some of the apartment buildings, they start doing phased and stage occupancy as they build up. People start moving into the sites, or even if it's a townhouse project, they can complete one block. People can move into the first 8 units while they move on to construction of the second units. So it really depends on the form of development. Best case scenario, though, is normally once the funding is announced to ribbon cutting occupancy of all of the units. That can happen in less than a year, depending on with the proponent having the right contractors and ability to move. And there's no delays in supplies, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Okay, I very much appreciate that.
Mayor, did you want your first question asked?
Sure, sure, that'd be great.
So I have Manager Mastriani that's joined the bench. So perhaps, Manager, you can answer that first question?
Through the chair, so I will attempt to answer that question. So in terms of the individuals that are in encampments, we do work with individuals in encampments in order to fill out an access to housing application and ensure that they are on the access to housing wait list. There are a number of factors that go into prioritization for allocating housing placements or housing spaces through either supportive housing or the access to housing wait list. So things like domestic violence, those individuals experiencing domestic violence are a prioritization category. Homelessness is a prioritization category. However, it's not that those individuals in encampments would go to the top of the list. It's that those individuals that are on the list are also vetted through that list in terms of prioritization, like the stay on the list. Similarly, for supportive housing units, we use the by name list as part of our prioritization process for those specific units, which also takes into consideration chronicity, length of time on the list, acuity levels, that sort of thing.
Okay, I appreciate that. I guess the reason I'm asking these questions is because we're here now. We've got some things coming down the road in terms of solutions. There are two things that I'm concerned about, of course. One is in the interim, how do we deal with the challenges that we've heard today from community as well as from folks who are, we know that the lived experience is getting worse and not better. Acuity levels are escalating. So the crisis is changing and growing. And I guess I would really want us to do something that if we're going to make changes, that bridges us to a time when we can actually give people permanent housing. And so I don't know that that bridge has been built with this model yet, but I think that we have a pathway forward to build that kind of a bridge. And I would hope that we take the time to figure that out. Not a long amount of time, but give staff the ability to help us build that bridge, which will look different than where we are now, but will hopefully be much more conducive to helping people to be able to be housed more quickly when that housing is available. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Last first-time speaker is Councillor McMeekin. Just for committee, I know that I wanted to give a lot more time and fulsome discussion, but as we're getting into second-time speakers, I will be very, very, very strict on timing. So Councillor McMeekin, you are the last of our first-time speakers.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to point to the superintendent's reference to Betterton City, and I've had a chance to chat with him before about it and subsequently, and it's an award-winning model in Waterloo that is predicated on transition housing. A lot of people aren't ready to go to permanent housing, even if it were available. So there's a stage where they can acquire. It's kind of a gated community, usually with all kinds of support services, including pharmacy, community college, and others. So I just want to flag that. I asked him if I'd had a conversation with the police chief as well. By the way, the Canadian Council of Police Chiefs fully supports the model that's used out in Winnipeg and elsewhere. So I was just musing with him, and he was quite enthusiastic about working to help build perhaps a larger, what I heard from the presentations this morning was not so many small camps in neighborhoods, but maybe a bigger place and a safer place with a more coordinated service. And one of the concerns that was raised was if there's a drug overdose somewhere, if you're not in a different kind of setting where there's more predictability, it's harder to get to the scene. You got to drive around looking for where the problem is. So I just want to offer that up. I know the staff are working hard on that, and I just wanted to recall him flagging that for us.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you
Chair.
very much, Councillor McMeekin. Up now, second-time speakers, Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Spadafora, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Nan, and Councillor Pauls. So I will be keeping you all to a 5-minute time, including answers. So just flagging that right now. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. One question on the report, if I may. Under alternatives, I just wanted to make sure I understood the meaning. Item 2, under alternatives, to GM Mater perhaps, limiting to 5 tents in parks regardless of size. It says staff do not recommend this approach as it would be very limiting and not an equitable approach across the city. Can I just ask staff to explain the reference to equitable, what that means in this context? Just want to make sure I understand.
Through the chair, this would greatly reduce the number of locations that would be considered compliant, regardless of the size of that park. So take, for example, Gage Park would have one camp or one cluster of 5 tents in it, as opposed to some of the smaller locations. You know, Beamer was also only have the 5 in it as well. So it would decrease the number of available compliant locations dramatically.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I just have a comment very briefly. The best analogy I've come across about this whole thing is kind of near and dear to my heart now, is that of aspirin. So we know 1 billion people a year, I think, suffer from heart disease or are diagnosed with heart disease. We know that taking an aspirin a day is a really efficient and accessible way in which to address this serious illness. But then some people are saying, well, wait a minute, we have 1 billion people who are diagnosed with heart disease every year. Therefore, this solution must not be a solution at all. To which I respond, it is a solution, but the system and the determinants which are creating heart disease are still active. So imagine if we didn't have an aspirin a day, you'd have an even more ballooning crisis. And that's my just general, I hope, and gentle way of saying that when we're talking about, well, whether someone is a Hamiltonian, whether someone is a new Canadian, whether someone is coming from here, it does perhaps raise the issue that this is a provincial and federal responsibility. And when things get really dire and the consequences can be severe, we maybe need to think about that shouldn't be our first response. That shouldn't be our first concern about whether someone is Hamiltonian or not. It actually really does underscore that if you're an Ontarian, you're an Ontarian. If you're a Canadian, you're a Canadian. And we should have a threshold of aspirins in which to ensure that we're all cared for. So it doesn't matter, like, whether you move to Hamilton or whether you move to Toronto or whether you move to North Bay. There should be a basic threshold of results and services and expectations of dignity across the board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Spatafora, please.
Thank you, Chair, and just comments from me, and I'm glad Councillor Wilson brought up some of her comments about, you know, where you come from, if, you know, we're Canadian, we're Ontarian, and whose responsibility it is. But I'm going to go back to the 25 to 35% comment. That's a federal problem. And every time we expand our funding for shelters, 25 to 35% of those beds are not Hamiltonians, but are being paid by Hamiltonians. So that's my point is the federal government, this is their immigration policies, whatever they're doing to bring people into Canada, we're paying. The residents of Ward 14 are paying. The residents of the city of Hamilton are paying to increase shelter beds, not to try to get Hamilton residents who are down on their luck that are maybe unhoused into those places where I think residents would love to help their neighbor to get into those shelters. And I'm not saying we don't want to help these new Canadians, but at the end of the day, we're using City of Hamilton money, taxpayer money, to add shelter capacity for a Trudeau issue, a federal issue. when we talk about the 25 to 35%. I understand homelessness is not only a Hamilton problem, but when we use 25 to 35% of our shelter beds for something the federal government is causing, and then taxpayers have to pay for it, that's where it's hard. And that's, you know, when we talk about, or at least when I mention where are these individuals from, are they Hamiltonians? I think Hamiltonians are very compassionate, and I think they're willing to help. But willing to help and then putting themselves out because they can't afford to live now, because they're supporting 25 to 35% of new Canadians that are really, it's not their responsibility to help. That's my concern. And we're going to continue to come back and ask for more money and more money and more money. And it's always coming from the same people, which is our residents. So the federal government needs to step up. You want us to house 25 to 35% of these individuals that you've brought into our country? You pay. Send the check. And then we can increase that ability to house people. But until we get the money, we're going to bankrupt our own residents. And that's the concern. It's a tricky situation, but the concern is more and more Hamiltonians are going to find themselves out of a house.
Thank you, Councillor Spatafora. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Huang. 3 questions for General Manager Mader. And General Manager Mader, if you could be succinct and concise, because that'll help my time with my closing remarks, given the party whip we have as our Deputy Mayor this month, and I say that respectfully. Through you quickly, Deputy Mayor Huang, on C, Roman numeral 5, establishing a minimum of 25-meter distance from active construction sites. I think I know I have one ward, one park in my ward. I think I've heard there's a couple of others that are going to be undergoing council-approved construction. Is there any logistical reason why we can't make, for that period of time of the construction, of development or redevelopment of that particular park, why can't we make that site entirely non-compliant just during the construction period? Through you, Deputy Mayor Huang, please.
Actually, it looks like Director Graham is going to answer in a very succinct manner.
Director Graham, please.
Through the chair, the thought for the setback was that the location of the construction is the purview of the contractor, and the site protection fencing as part of the construction protects the general public from the work and making sure that everybody is safe. If the entire park is under construction, then the entire park would be shut down. But if there's only a portion of the park that is under construction, then only the portion that's under construction would be within the construction fence, so that the rest of the park could still be used by the residents and not take that away from them. The setback that we're proposing here, the 25 meters, is to recognize that there may be impacts to people living in the parks that would be different than general park users, such as dust or noise, and recognizing that increased distance from the construction fence might help protect them. But there wouldn't necessarily be a general health and safety reason to shut down the entire park for a portion of the park to be under construction.
Director Graham, thank you so much. And I'm looking to my colleagues that hopefully we can expand C Roman numeral 5 from 25 meters to maybe match the playground 100 meters or more. Secondly, 2 last questions to General Manager Mader, I believe this time. General Manager Mader, if I support what's here today, additional monies you want, FTs, et cetera, how do I explain to my constituents what has been the efficacy? What's been the outcomes? What's been the results of the multi-millions we have already in 2 budget cycles given your department with partners in the community to get, I'm going to use Councillor Tattison's term because he wasn't admonished, to get unhoused folks out of parks. Through you, Deputy Mayor Huang, please.
Through the chair, we believe that by expanding our shelter options and making that available for individuals, that will decrease the number of people living in encampments.
All right, General Manager, that's quite the hope and belief and a leap of faith as well. And I want to just piggyback on your statement there. And last question to you is the consultation. If you recall, Councillor Danko and I, about a month ago, his amendment, which was supported 12-1, said that consultation over the month with housed people living in the perimeters of those parks that have unhoused folks. And did you do that type of consultation, or did you rely on data from last year? Through you, Deputy Mayor Huang, please.
Manager Blake, please.
Actually, I'm going to do it. Councillor, due to the number of complaints and phone calls and emails that have been received by the unsheltered email and to the housing services staff, we feel that we had a very robust feedback line from the community to know where the challenges were. And then we also heard those today very clearly.
Okay, General Manager, how much time sincerely, Deputy Mayor? Because oh boy. Okay. All right. Speed it up to 75. Okay. Deputy Mayor Huang, just in conclusion, parks are not a solution. We've heard that loud and clear today. I strongly am still against the encampment protocol. But like last August, if amendments come forward to make it stronger, given that's the only option we seem to be going in still, of course, I'll support stronger amendments. I had predicted last August, and again, not being a soothsayer, but again, just my worries were that Hamilton would become a mecca if we allowed tents in parks. And you heard General Manager Mader, she's already received information from the Brantford Expositor. You heard a couple of delegates reference that about paraphrasing. Go to Hamilton, they allowed the tents in parks, check it out type of thing. And that's not fair. That's not fair to our residents and to our wonderful, compassionate city either. We've never said no to anyone, but that's not fair either to our residents who call Hamilton home. Some members of council have constantly said, Tom, we haven't created the housing problem. You're right, but the current protocol is, in my humble opinion, enabling the tents to flourish and cluster and expand upon areas that are now causing, you heard the backlash and the pushback today by a number of delegates. Lastly, sanctioned sites. Look, it's all public knowledge, so nobody has to glare or stare at me, even though I'm sure some will. Last January 19th in 2023, in the first 2 months of this new term of council, Hats community, the Hats, Dan Bednas, Tom Cooper, Julia came forward. I was there at the ECS meeting. All the research they did on 3 Hats proposed site, they recommended. Ward 1 Cathedral, Ward 2 Tiffany Barton, Ward 3 Lloyd Street. Lots of questions, was consultation done with communities, et cetera, all referred back. 6 months later, 3 proposed sanctioned sites for Hats, research by Hats, fell off the table, and the Strawn site came forward, and we all know the blowback that got. So I'm just putting that out there as a caution, a forewarning about sanctioned sites. If that's going to be the way to go, be careful. And I'm just waiting for the first hand around this council table to put their hand up and say, Tom, we'll accept it. Let's do it as a trial. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Huang, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Nayan, please.
I just have to take a couple extra breaths on behalf of Councillor Jackson. Through you, just a quick question back on the report. One was a clarifying question from my colleague's inquiry around asylum seekers and the use of shelter beds. Previous statistic was 25% of our shelter bed system is being currently used to temporarily meet the housing and shelter needs of asylum seekers in our community. My understanding is that advocacy on behalf of staff, the mayor's office, and FCM has resulted in direct federal funding for those beds. If we could just get that on the record, please.
Through the chair, we did submit our costs for 2023 to the federal government of the amount that we spent for, related to asylum seekers. Generally, that was in shelters as well as some of our hotel overflow. We submitted excess of $8 million, and we did receive $5.2 million to reimburse us for those costs. They were not specifically saying that this is for shelter. This was to reimburse the city of Hamilton for our costs.
Thank you. So the next question I have is regarding some of the needs expressed and identified for some of our residents who are living unhoused and encamped, and specifically the need to bolster spaces that are designed for addiction services as well as wraparound housing. This report speaks to other solutions. Is there any work happening with some of our partners in the community? I know Wesley, for example, opened up their special care unit focused on harm reduction. And my understanding is that they have spaces that are available, but unfortunately, as is the case for many of our social service providers, not receiving the support from the Ministry of Health in order to staff up the operations to make sure that those beds that are available, literally the beds are there, but they don't have the operating dollars to match those beds, and therefore they cannot bring folks in to care for them and get them onto the road of recovery and towards more appropriate housing. If staff could speak to that work, recognizing that it's outside the report, but related.
Through the chair, yes, we are continuing to work with our community partners with regards to advocacy to the provincial government, particularly the Ministry of Health, for those supportive housing dollars, because as we all know, that even if we had enough housing for every individual in the community, without the dollars to for those increased supports, they will not be successful in maintaining that housing.
Thank you, General Manager. Through you, Deputy Mayor, in our contemplation of increasing municipal funding towards shelter beds and our ongoing advocacy to the province around funding for supportive services, is there a scenario under which the municipality would be looking to fill that gap or get those beds operational as soon as possible, given the need?
Through the chair, yes. The short answer.
So we are considering it. We're trying to find every path forward.
That would be, yeah, the number one recommendation in the report is about sending staff away to investigate the ability to increase it, and then it would have to come back for the ability to support that.
Okay, looking forward to that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. 1 minute, 17 seconds left, so awesome. Councillor Pauls.
I won't be long. Everything has been said, but I just want to ask one question. I don't know if it's to Director Cynthia Graham. One of the delegates said something about the cleanups, that there's money that the city's going to clean up around the encampment only if you qualify. Can somebody tell me, is that the protocol? You have to qualify in order to get cleanup, in order to pick up needles, condom, she said, whatever, poop, whatever.
Yep.
Is it a qualifying protocol?
Director Graham.
Through the chair, I forgot to introduce myself last time. Cynthia Graham, Director of Environmental Services. The reference to the benchmark of financial hardship, that was related to the private encampment cleanups. The cleanups that my staff do within city-owned properties, that is funded, there's no requirement there. The protocol that is related to if a resident or a small business has some impacts from litter or garbage or other from an encampment on their own property, we just ask that they check off that they have an inability to pay. We're not going to follow up and ask for financial statements or any other documentation. It was just a recognition that we are trying to be responsible with public funds, and so that is what she was referring to.
I find it kind of strange. If somebody comes to my yard and throws all their junk or whatever, all their belongings, I should have said junk because that's their belonging, sorry about that, into my yard, and it's not their property, or they throw needles, or they throw whatever. It is I have to clean it up if I can afford it?
No. Director Graham, perhaps you can just clarify.
That's what I just heard.
So that criteria was part of the previous report on approved by council for the private cleanups on related to encampment impacts.
So,
When
Counselor, I
you
think
say
that
private,
was,
what does it mean, private? Who owns that private? The store owner, the people that live there?
That's right. Through the chair, that criteria and program assists residents with cleanups on their own property. The city cleanups are funded and completed through our staff.
Thank you for that. It's very disappointing. I just feel for the delegates that came today. My only comment is, I believe tents are not supposed to be in parks. I have lots of residents, whether they're in my park or the parks downtown, children use this park. They want to enjoy the parks. They pay taxes. They want to enjoy the parks with their kids. And here we have a year of this, and we're supposed to be looking at it again to see what change we can do. And it is a hard issue. I'm not saying it's easy to solve, but I do know that if it's all in one area, at least we can control it and we don't have to be in parks. So that's my comment. I just hope we find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Last speaker is Counselor Danko, and then I think I'd like to call this to vote after Counselor Danko. So Counselor Danko, please.
Thank you, Chair Wang. On the report recommendation C2, I don't think it's an amendment. I think it would just be a separate vote on that. And then subsequent to that, I have, again, I don't think it's amendment. I think it would be a standalone motion, but it directly related to the protocol for staff to review some additional consideration for distances and things like that. So how should we proceed?
So I think the first part, the separation of C2 is an easy one. In terms of the motion, we do have a section in our agenda for motions, and it might give you a little bit of time to potentially draft with, sorry.
So through the Deputy Mayor, I believe Councillor Danko's intention is to delete subsection 2, C2. So it would be an amendment to delete C subsection 2 from the recommendation. So we would do that first, if that's okay.
Okay.
And then it would be to vote on the motion as a whole, or sorry, the report recommendations as a whole. As for your separate direction, as it pertains directly to this report, I'm happy to take it during this section as a separate motion afterwards.
Okay, all right. So Counselor, do you have any other comments before we actually get into all of the actual things?
So if I could just speak then to section C2 of the report?
Yeah.
Oh, if I have a second.
Well, he's speaking to it first before we, it's an amendment. So I see Counselor Francis has put up his hand for a seconder.
Thank you. So the history of this, as far as I understand it, is this section of the Strawn Linear Park from Bay Street North to Ferguson Street North was excluded from the encampment protocol because it was intended to be part of the tiny shelter site. So in section CI, we are removing that clause from the actual bylaw because that site is no longer moving forward. However, section C2 adds a new exclusion that would exclude all encampments, temporary shelters, and tents from the full length of the Strawn Linear Park from Bay Street to Ferguson Street until further park development options can be explored. So that would mean that this section of the Strawn Linear Park is the only green space park in the entire city where encampments are not covered under the protocol, where encampments would be banned. And I think we all have parks in our wards that are under development right now. There's construction in Sam Lawrence Park right now. There's an active encampment there. And I just think it's fundamentally, it's not right to just have singling out this one space where they are free of encampments, but every other park is subject to the protocol.
Thank you. Speaker says Soap and Counselor Crutch, please.
For those who may not know the area well, it's not actually a park at this point in time, which is one of the problems. It's basically a strip of grass right across from residential homes that we're trying to activate into a park. It's not going through construction. It's not going through a situation where there's going to be fencing around construction areas inside of a park. We're literally in the process of trying to activate this park space into a park. To try and, at the same time, have encampments in a space that we're trying to activate is going to undermine it. Also say that this is an area where there's a heavy concentration of encampments going from, I would say, Barton Tiffany through to Bayfront Park, and this directly abuts that. It's a very narrow strip of grass from a park perspective. There's bridges along this. There's a multi-use path that runs through this section of this park. So I think actually underneath the current protocol that's already in here, it would probably be exempt anyways because of the multi-use path, other kinds of paths that are running through the section. I'm looking at the GM and she's saying yes. So I'm just doing this to, again, activate a park space because the land that was there for hats became surplus to the city when it was on the chopping block, essentially up. And so we thought, great, one of the things we can do is use that parking lot to create amenities, use the linear space to create amenities. And so that's the thing we're trying to do. So it made sense to do that and put the language here, but I don't think it would conform anyways. So I'm not sure if I can turn to GM Mater and ask that question. This seemed like the thing to do, but hey, that's up to staff to speak to that. Hopefully that clarification is useful in some way.
Director Graham, please.
Oh, there we go. Didn't want me to speak. Through the chair, to clarify, the Strawn Linear Park is approximately 50 meters in depth from property line to edge of curb. With the existing protocol, with the setback from the pathway, there still would be a spot that would be compliant under the both the current and the proposed amendments.
Councillor?
Sorry, could you identify where that spot would be?
Through the chair, just based on my rough calculations, a bulk of the strip along the property line near the CN. So if you think about the offset from the property line and then the offset from the pathway on the other side, there would be a compliant space in between, as far as I can tell.
I'm not going to debate meters with you here today. To be fair, I know there's a house, there's a bridge, there's a multi-use path. There's so many things on the stretch that would make, obviously, most of it non-compliant. But again, trying to activate a park there, that's the purpose of this activity. Seems like something we should be doing, but happy to support staff's recommendation and not vote in favor of this amendment and asking people to support that.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. That helps understand a little bit about more like how the protocol's there and whether or not this is redundant. And so it seems like it is not redundant. There's a reason it's included. Could staff explain why this is their recommendation? Apologies if that's come out earlier today. I don't think that this specifically has been justified yet.
Through the chair, it was based on the timing of when that redevelopment was going to happen. I think there was some potential that it was going to be sooner rather than later, as opposed to it, as the councillor indicated. We felt that as opposed to creating the opportunity and then displacing individuals would be more harmful.
Thank you. Yeah, much like the rest of this report, like I'm taking the advice. Like I'd like to see us move in slightly different directions as an individual. Broadly speaking, I agree with the subject of the report and not looking to kind of pick and choose staff recommendations myself. But excited about more iterations about this as well to that continuous improvement lens, but supportive of the recommendation and appreciate that clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, please.
I really want to support the Ward 2 councillor, and I remember last summer what the Ward 2 councillor went through with standing room only crowds at least one meeting and a scheduled second meeting. But Councillor Danko raises a legitimate point. If I support this, I know what the optics and messaging will be in my community. Councillor Jackson, how did the linear park on Strawn get exempted. We desperately want that at a park up in my ward. And I'm going to have a hard time explaining, well, you know, it's a linear, it's not really a park. The Ward 2 councillor has some great ideas for it potentially. And given what the community went through last year, I want to support a number of the delegates today. Maybe half of them were from the Ward 2 community and what they've experienced and been through, Bayfront Park and other places, Beamer, whatever. But I'm with Councillor Danko. I'm just worried about the optics of one gets excluded, no matter how much time I'll try explaining why they're special. I know that I'm going to get requests that, Councillor, next meeting, please put a motion forward that X Park up on the East Mountain is excluded and exempted as well. And that's the dilemma I'm experiencing right now. So at this point in time, unless there's further explanation or some assurances in some vein or matter or form, I'll be supporting Councillor Danko's amendment, just for the optics of it, Deputy Mayor Huang. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Mayor, followed by Councillor Nan, and then Councillor M. Wilson, please.
Thanks. I just really have a question, which is the start date of the modifications to the park. Because if the reason that this is here, because there are going to be modifications to the park, we didn't want to displace people, you know, because there's imminent things going to be happening to that park. My question will be, how imminent are those things? Because I think that's the crux of the question before us. If they're imminent and it would create the disruption, then perhaps it is the best thing to just lay off because there's something imminent that's going to be happening there. If there's nothing imminent, then I would have the same concerns as are being expressed around the table. So can I get that sense, please?
Director Grant?
Through the chair, at Public Works Committee on Monday, we did articulate some of the improvements that could be possible right away, including installation of park benches, picnic tables, and some signage. The larger activation of the parkland that might include play structures or other amenities like that has to be prioritized and budgeted at a future budget, and so the timing isn't yet established on that.
Okay, so then can I just to clarify through you, Deputy Mayor Wang, the placement of benches and signage would then create a situation where the park would not be compliant for tents or for habitation for encampments.
Through the chair, the current protocol, as well as the amendments in this report, would not create a situation where benches or picnic tables would create a non-compliant site. So a long-about way of saying the placement of a picnic bench could still be considered a compliant area.
And benches.
And benches, yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. I'll also be supporting the staff report as written with the recommendations as stipulated for this strip of land that is currently being considered in the amendment. I just want to provide some context and remembering for everyone. So earlier in our discussion and debate, there was clear articulation by colleagues around the table that should a councillor agree to identifying a space for the HATS community, that as a council as a whole, we would support that. And this location was identified for the HATS project. And there was also previously expressed desire by the local community to have this space be transformed into active green space for the community in an area where we're hoping to see other redevelopment taking place. So I just want to put the decision-making in context. I think it's really important for us to hold all those things in consideration of staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. And you know, there's been many conversations around this table even earlier today, about the application of equity when it comes to our assets. So we know that our downtown community has a great paucity, in fact, a deficit of green space. And we know that Ward 2 also is, and many people around this table, very happy to see Ward 2 take on the towers, our increased population. We know that our downtown wards are having to really manage some of the complexities of urban life. And I think to focus on this one green strip and say it wouldn't be fair because my neighborhood would say that too. And to which I say, there is no other neighborhood like this. In terms of deficiency of green space and the concentration of, whether it be a railway line, whether it be other sites in the area that are active encampments, I just would really want us to be a little fair and generous in looking at this encampment and these recommendations. And if your constituents are saying, well, why this? Then certainly we all hold enough knowledge about the downtown area to be able to answer that completely and fairly and honestly. And I know I would be able to do that. So I will be supporting the staff recommendation and not the amendment that's being put forward.
Thank you. I have Councillor Crutch for a second time.
Councillor Maureen Wilson touched on some of the things I wanted to speak to, and I want to speak to the fact that we have the fewest, the littlest, however you want to understand that, amount of green space in Ward 2. And as part of what we're responding to and managing encampments, there are folks in some of our green spaces. The ability and rarity of being able to try and activate a green space in Ward 2 is phenomenal. It just doesn't happen. This has been something that's been talked about in the community for a long time, and activating a park requires a lot of buy-in to get people to come to a park, to participate in the park amenity, to access the things that are going on there. And we want to be able to have the flexibility to work to move on things as approvals come in. We're looking to talk to CN about their participation in this. And we just finished planting a bunch of trees in the one end of it. Again, a multi-use path went in here. So I think this is an important opportunity to reclaim some green space in Ward 2 and create something here. And we need that space desperately. I'm trying to, during this period of time when we're activating this space in its infancy, trying to protect that space so we can incubate it and make it excellent and amazing. That's what the purpose of this is. We had a council motion this week supporting doing that. And so I really think it's important for us to follow through on this and allow this to reach the potential it can and add more green space to a community that frankly is deserving of it and needs it.
Thank you, Councillor. I would like to call to vote. Oh, Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you. Just a final comment. If this amendment fails, then I would expect council's support for the following amendment, that there is an exclusion from allowing encampments, temporary shelters, or tents from Southam Park and Sam Lawrence Park until further park development options can be explored. In order to activate these green spaces, Sam Lawrence Park is the subject of a master plan. It's currently under construction. There is an active encampment there. Southam Park had a master planning done and is currently under plans for redevelopment options. And there is an active encampment there also. So in the spirit of equity and fairness, if this is still included in the bylaw, then I expect support to also include Southam Park and Sam Lawrence Park. Thank you.
All right. I think I'd like to call the vote. on definitely this First Amendment. So a vote yes is to strike C2, CII from the bylaw. A vote no is to keep it as is. So we have a mover and a seconder. May I have the vote, please? Vote yes is to delete it. A vote no is to keep it the same. Vote is up.
So through the Deputy Mayor, I believe you're wanting. Okay, so if committee is all right with it, I can manually change the vote. It would still be carried by a vote of 8-7.
Okay, all right. So it is 8-7, which means that CII will stay within the report. No, sorry, deleted out of the report. Yes, that's correct. Sorry, deleted out of the report. Moving on to the report as amended. And then I'm fairly sure I already had a mover and seconder for that. Yes.
Councillor Taddison and Councillor Nan.
Wonderful. All right, so may I have Councillor Jackson, please?
Deputy Mayor Huang, thank you. I thought Councillor Danko had referenced a series of amendments to further add restrictions. I'm just wondering where that's going to occur, please, through you. Thank you.
That's right, sorry.
So, sorry, I don't mean to speak out of turn, but through the Deputy Mayor, I believe it's further staff direction separate from the recommendations of the report. So we would approve the report as amended now, and then Councillor Danko has further staff direction.
Okay. I'm fine with that, LC McCray. I'm fine with that, and Deputy Mayor Huang. So I want to now be crystal clear with, this is about, I want to be clear. Is this about continuing to support the encampment protocol as is, but with the number of changes and requests that staff have put forward? Deputy Mayor Huang, what's your understanding, please?
The report talks about the encampment protocol continuing to move forward. The staff have already made several changes to it, to which Manager Blake had outlined in her first summary, and that included increasing shelter spaces and increased distances. So you'll see that all in the recommendations. So when we're talking about a vote today, we are talking about the report with those changes in supporting of the encampment protocol. And then as amended now is CII has been deleted.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Huang. You enunciated that very clearly and with the distinctions. So respectfully, because overall, in spite of General Manager Mader and staff's requests, and back in the budget time, I want to reiterate one more time, I supported millions of dollars for enhanced, additional, increased number of shelter spaces, and 60 million over the last couple of years for additional housing units for our community. But the messaging here again, in spite of these amendments and additions that will overall help the protocol, I cannot be seen in my community as still a member of council that endorses the current encampment protocol overall, that we even heard Superintendent Hennick say, paraphrasing, you might want to reconsider other options. And so that's why I'm stuck, and I'll have to continue to oppose it. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Huang.
All right. Thank you very much. I'd like to call to vote, please. Vote is up. And the vote is 10-5 carried. Thank you very much, committee. So if anybody wants to stand up, stretch their legs, staff, media, sorry. I'm so sorry. I was just trying to get us to a point where we were trying to be a little more movement and physical. Counselor Danko, please.
Thank you. So there's a motion to amend for staff to review amendments to several of the encampment protocol permissive distances. I believe clerk has this. I can put it up. And I believe Councillor Jackson is the seconder. So this direction is that the encampment protocol distance requirements for staff to review and report back on implications, including any legal considerations to the August General Issues Committee, changing the private property line minimum distance offset from 10 meters to 25 meters, changing the construction site minimum distance increase from 25 meters to 100 meters, changing the definition from funeral home to just a classification for all active businesses, changing the pathways minimum distance from 5 meters to 50 meters, and changing the heritage designation distance from 5 meters to 50 meters, and also including monuments and memorials in the classification for heritage designation. So I'm just going to very briefly explain why I chose these specific items as being problematic that I think staff should have a little bit of a additional review of. So first, private property lines. This is a very consistent complaint with residents that the encampment is too close to their fence. We heard today that they are seeing and hearing and smelling what's going on, and that distance, by increasing that, should alleviate some of those concerns of the proximity of encampments to private property and to homes and the ability of people to enjoy their property. The construction site minimum distance, there was a little bit of discussion about this, but what wasn't discussed is the safety for city staff and construction workers, and also the theft of construction materials, construction equipment that's often associated with encampments when there's an active construction site. So to have a little bit more buffer there. The funeral home, obviously the funeral home at King and Wellington is the most obvious egregious example of a business that's impacted by an encampment, but this is not unique to that specific funeral home. This is happening to businesses all across the city that are impacted by encampments that are nearby. So by changing that from specifically that funeral home instance to all active businesses, we can address that. Pathways from 5 meters to 50 meters. We heard from residents today profound and genuine concerns about public safety in the proximity of encampments, especially for female members of the public. And this is something that I hear from residents very, very often that are out walking their dogs on the city trails and paths, and there is an encampment directly adjacent, and how unsafe that is for members of the public, in particular on the stairs or trails or the J. Ketty Trail and things like that. And finally, the heritage designation, increasing that from 5 meters to 50 meters. So we do have a current active encampment in Southland Park. There is a World War I memorial in that park that is currently being used as a station to prepare illegal drugs and other uses. And the residents are upset about the encampment in the park, of course, but they are absolutely livid about the desecration of the memorial. So this would help to ensure that there's some separation there. So obviously this will have ramifications to the implementation of the protocol. So I thought it was important that instead of just putting this on the agenda today as a straight vote, that we do give staff some time to evaluate what's being proposed here, and also review with legal. As we all know, there's an ongoing court challenge by encampment supporters against the city, and we don't want to do anything that could impact the city's that court challenge. So that's what's on the table before you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Spatafora. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. Just a question to the mover. Is the intention of this to get a recommendation report back from staff on their recommendations about increasing these distances, or is the request to get a legal and considerations report back on the councillor-specific recommendations to increase sizes outside of staff recommendation?
I think the intention is to give staff the opportunity to do an evaluation if any of these are a major red flag, if they don't feel, say, for example, 100 meters is appropriate, maybe 50 meters. Not necessarily for a staff-initiated recommendation, but an evaluation.
Thank you. I think for me, the way I'm happy to support a motion similar to this, I need for my support, like I think what I'm looking for is a motion that asks staff to consider increasing the distances. These are great things to consider, and asking for recommendations from staff back as we've done the rest of this protocol on what those recommended increases would be. Asking for a legal consideration or a legal analysis of whether or not we can do what any one individual of this is just such a departure from how we've been handling the encampment protocol so far. So I'll leave that to the mover. If there's maybe some friendly amendments like me, that's fine. At this time, though, I'm not sure I can support this language, but would be happy to support an information or recommendation report back on increasing distances in a more general sense.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spatafora, please.
I'll be quick, Chair. I just wanted to ask the mover if it would be possible, since we're asking for a report back in August, would the ECDev team or Planning and Economic Development Department be able to bring back a report of the impacts of encampments on our businesses? I don't know if that's something you'd be willing to add to your motion there, or if that can be done, but I'll leave that to you. Thank you.
Councillor Danko as the mover.
I think that would be a separate exercise, but certainly something that we could address in a separate direction.
Yes, thank you very much. Councillor Cassar, please.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask staff's opinion on their ability to fulfill that motion, the actions in it should it pass.
GM Mater?
Through the chair, yeah, by August, I think we can provide the information and bring back what implications and impacts it would have on the protocol.
All right. So this motion has been duly moved and seconded. I think we're all clear. May I have the vote, please? Yes. It's a separate direction. Sorry, the friendly for Alex. Oh, I am so sorry. Okay. Councillor Danko, please.
No, I'm not going to accept that because staff have already given us their recommendations in this report. So this is an amendment to this report, but we're simply giving staff the time to do a review of what's being proposed as an amendment.
And, okay. Councillor Crutch?
Yeah, so I'm just confused. I was trying to read this quickly and I didn't digest the full sentence at the beginning. So you're saying staff a lot, right? So I just want to make sure if we can narrow that down a little bit, what you mean by staff. I think that it's helpful for us to understand if you mean you're asking for, sorry, I'm going to get this wrong now, the Housing Services Division to be part of this. You're asking for legal services to give this. I know it says legal considerations, but I'm just wondering if you're asking for Housing Services Division and legal services to look at this and give a report back on it. And if so, like, I can support that. I just don't understand what staff means in this context. I was just trying to understand that better. That's all. Like, who are we asking to do this review? It's fine to ask staff to do a review.
GM Mater?
Through the chair, Housing Services would take the lead and we would engage with legal staff along with Public Works and PED to inform the report.
Okay. Do we still need another revote then, or Councillor Patterson, didn't you vote already? You didn't vote yet, so I guess we'll have to go back to another vote then.
So through the Deputy Mayor, the vote is still open.
The vote is still
I can close it, we can start again, or if the remaining councillors that want to vote can vote.
So if the vote is still open, please vote now. Fourteen to 1, thank you so much, that carries. So we will, I think that's going to be Councillor Jackson's deputy mayor time, so that'll be his time to. All right, seventh inning stretch, we still have a giant amount of work to do, but Mayor, I think you were chatting with me about a couple of things.
Yeah, so I've asked, just transparency, I've asked the city manager and the senior leadership team to identify if there are things on this agenda that perhaps can be postponed to a future agenda without causing too much disruption and dismay in terms of the great work that our staff do and the interests of the councillors in that work. So I think the appropriate thing would be to ask Elsie McCrae to, I think that list has gone to Elsie McCrae, and that would be appropriate for her to perhaps put a motion forward that enables us to amend the agenda by postponing a number of items that have been recommended by SLT. That would be moved by, I guess, myself, and seconded by anybody who might want to second it.
Yeah, but, yes, so I have Councillor Taddison that's willing to second, but Elsie McCrae?
So through the deputy mayor, I can pull up the list. So the following items could potentially be deferred. 9.2, response to the Office of the Chief Coroner, Ontario Forensic Pathology Service. 9.3, shelter inspection feasibility. 10.1, West Harbour Development Subcommittee. 10.2, Community Benefits Protocol Subcommittee. 10.5, Major Hosted Tourism Event Opportunities. And 10.6, Pier 8 Development Waterfront Shores Development Agreement, Greenway Strata Title and Delegated Authority. I would state, though, that if there is no discussion on some of these items, it might be easier to just go through them. But if there are items in that list that there's discussion for, then potentially deferring them might be a better idea.
Okay.
Okay. I'm fine, whatever.
So perhaps I'll open it up for a little bit of discussion. Councillor Jackson, please.
Deputy Mayor Huang, with utmost respect to Mayor Horvath, my only worry is that July, that 1 week of meetings, we're going to be so jam-packed, and if we add another 6, 8 items, and that's only 1 week of meetings, so that a number of us can have common vacation time. If July was a normal month with every week of committee and then following it with council, I'd be fine with deferring. I was hoping it's just 4:30. Maybe the rest of the agenda may not take as much discussion. And now I'm with you, joining you as a great party whip. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you, Councillor Jackson. Any other comments then? So at this point, we do have a motion that's already on the floor, that is to defer these items. So all good and, sorry, I'm starting to get a little confused. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Since it's a motion on the floor that's already been seconded, I'll just speak to it. I would be prepared to move the consent items in bulk. I was prepared to, deal with a number of these issues without needing to speak to them because I did review the reports and the recommendations. So if there could be a friendly to get the consent items passed through, and then perhaps another friendly could be several of the discussion items that Elsie McCrae identified. I would also be prepared to move those through if there's majority of us around the table ready to proceed.
Okay, so I think at this point, that sounds, even though it sounds like a friendly, but it's actually not, because it's like two separate things. Elsie McCrae?
So through the deputy mayor, we could potentially change the motion to just be that 10.5 and 10.6 be deferred to July, with 9.2, 9.3, 10.1, and 10.2 being dealt with today, as it sounds like there's not a lot of discussion on those items.
Okay. So we are changing that to only 10.5 and 10.6 moving, okay? So, I would like to get out of here. I'm just trying to get this going. All right, so I think right now the motion has been moved and seconded, and we've changed it to now 10-5 and 10-6 to defer it to July's meeting. May I have the vote, please? And that carries 13-1. Thank you. I also think I heard Councillor Nan wanted to put all of the consent item all together. Councillor Spada, but we should probably go through and actually do the agenda.
So through the Deputy Mayor, procedurally, would it be okay if we go in the order of the agenda? So next would be 8.2, and then we could deal with the consent items as a group?
Excellent,
Thank you.
wonderful. I also did notice that Councillor Matt Francis put into the chat about Councillor Spadafora moving a motion. Was that in relation to the previous item or about was that the businesses? But I thought that was a separate direction at another time. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for raising that, Councillor Francis. We're going to do that at another time then. Okay. Moving on to 8.2. Let's go. 8.2, cybersecurity incident. I am going to ask City Manager Clucky to introduce this. And again, if you want to stand up, I'm okay if anybody wants to just stand up. Sorry.
Just while they're getting set up through the Deputy Mayor, some pizza has been ordered as well for this.
Some pizza has been ordered for dinner. But we are going to try really hard to finish this. We can do this. We can do this. I trust. I trust. I also do see that we have several external presenters, but City Manager, please.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, City Manager Marnie Clucky. So I'll speak while they're getting set up, but with us today we have Andy Potter, Bryson Tam, and Kristen Davies, who are representatives from the Deloitte team, who are assisting the city with recovering from the cyber attack. They will be providing council with an overview of the cybersecurity incident, the impact, current status, and next steps. But before they provide the presentation, I'm going to give you just a brief overview and reaffirm some of the key information provided from earlier in the incident, as this has been, as you know, an ever-evolving situation. So just under 4 months ago, on Sunday, February 25th, the City of Hamilton experienced a cyber attack that resulted in the disabling of many of the city's IT systems. And the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, was activated upon confirmation of that cybersecurity incident. The city quickly engaged a team of experts to support the response and ultimately the ongoing recovery and rebuilding efforts. And since then, we've had that team of experts and many staff working diligently to restore the city's systems in a safe and secure manner. The city took actions first to contain the incident, then to protect the community and staff and ensure the continued delivery of critical services. And throughout the incident, the city has maintained core programs and services to the community. So emergency responses were provided, transit kept running, garbage was picked up, all those things that Hamiltonians rely upon. And additional services have gradually resumed, mostly the digital realm ones, as it was safe and secure to do so. So just a couple of reminders from information we provided in March of 2024, when we confirmed as the city that we had contained the cybersecurity incident. We had determined through forensic analysis that there was no evidence that personal data or information had been compromised. The city confirmed that we had not paid a ransom, and we had shifted from the response phase to the recovery and rebuild phase. And we remain in the recovery and rebuild phase now. Importantly, we have been able to restore many of our critical applications that serve the public. Of course, we always put a priority on health and safety first, and Deloitte will speak more to that restoration. However, as you know, it is a long journey, and we have to put in the time it takes to rebuild these systems that are better able to protect us. Remember, this was an attack by cyber organized crime. The criminals are sophisticated and they continuously improve, and that means we need to do the same as we rebuild. We need to fix it right, and we need to protect ourselves from future cyber attacks. So you've heard me say this before, that we have to build back better and stronger, and that is precisely what we are going to do. For the city of Hamilton, building back stronger than ever means, one, building resilience and protecting against future cybersecurity threats, and secondarily, taking a customer-centric approach and enhancing our services as we rebuild. Because in a rebuild, you have the opportunity to continuously improve and give that great service that Hamiltonians want and deserve. And we are also mindful that this work comes at a cost, and so we explore options to ensure the very best value for taxpayers' money in a way that improves service and considers both our immediate needs and the future state of city services. So you'll hear a little bit about that in the presentation and then later in the report. We know that this has been a very challenging time for many Hamiltonians and city staff and council, and we are so incredibly grateful for the patience and understanding during this time. We have a great team and an incredible community, so we thank everyone for that. And with that, I'll turn it over to Deloitte to walk you through where we're at today.
Thanks. And is it Kristen that will start us off then?
It is. Thank you very much. Thank you, City Manager Clucky, and thank you, City Councilors, for having us here today. And thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So we can advance the slide, please. One more, please. Okay, perfect. Well, why don't I start? So we heard conversations about what happened on February 25th and how the city reacted incredibly swiftly and importantly contained the incident within 2 days and continues to understand through thorough forensic analysis that no evidence of people's personal data or information has been compromised. It really demonstrates strong actions, commitment to the city residents, partners, and city staff. It's important, though, when we think about it, to contextualize what does a ransomware attack actually mean. And if we can go to the next slide. Thank you. It's important to understand that cyber attacks are on the rise, and they are predominantly always financially motivated. And these are sophisticated threats. Individuals, groups, organizations are working constantly to enhance their skills and capabilities to carry out these attacks undetected. And unfortunately, due to the nature of the information that government organizations have, they are in fact high-value targets for cybercrime. Next slide. And so to put stats or numbers behind it, approximately 69% of organizations at the local, provincial, federal level have experienced a ransomware attack, and that is 3% higher in comparison to the average across all industries and sectors. And from a financial perspective, recent estimates are that total costs associated with ransomware incidents in Canada are about $3 billion. Bryson, I will turn it over to you.
We go to the next slide. So as a city contained the cyber attack, Deloitte was engaged to advise and provide a wide range of support activities, including assistance in prioritizing critical and core service restoration, helping to identify lost functionality and determine the way forward in restoring those services through new systems and applications, and identifying where the city needs to be in the future and how to get there in a safe, secure manner to achieve the goal of business and cyber resilience while enhancing the digital experience for the residents of Hamilton. And finally, providing communication support both internally, externally, to facilitate that open and transparent discussions and clarity for the road ahead. Next slide. In the immediate aftermath of the February 25th cyber attack, the city quickly responded to contain the incident. The response was grounded in good industry practices, which included severing connectivity to prevent additional damage by the threat actor, isolating those impacted systems and creating new environments to be able to restore trust with the systems and networks. And then add in enhanced monitoring, security measures and security controls on those systems as well. And then prioritizing those recovery efforts for the critical systems, in particular those considerations around public health and safety being prioritized first. And then finally, a lot of the other core services that followed as part of it. It was clear from the investigation activities that the city was dealing with a sophisticated, well-funded, organized, and advanced ransomware threat actor. Based on our threat intelligence, you can see there the average is about 40 days from the time that a threat actor actually typically will get into an environment to the time they'll complete their actions on objectives, which is typically ransoming and encrypting systems and networks and affecting that operational impact. You can see here with the City of Hamilton, the threat actor was about twice as fast compared to the average. So it really shows that that threat actor was very sophisticated. Additionally, on average, it takes about 25 days for an organization to be able to contain an incident. And with the city, that was accomplished in about 2 days. And that was due to the quick reaction of the teams to be able to sever that network connectivity, isolate those affected systems, and implement those enhanced security measures as well to be able to prevent any residual access that the threat actor might have. Since the attack, the city's been working diligently and with urgency to restore those critical services. That includes maintaining those critical services throughout the incident, interim solutions that were being developed and stood up to be able to continue operations, and then a focus on rebuilding and restoring systems and applications and services. As with many ransomware attacks that we see, there's a high operational impact to the city. But however, since that event, there's been a lot of collaboration with third parties, the teams in the city to be able to bring back that functionality and the return to office and strategically restoring systems to be able to reduce costs and working to rebuild better and stronger for the future. And a lot of those restoration efforts have been guided by several principles and requirements as well, by determining the priority order of effort and the backlog of applications to be able to come back online. So you can see here that some of that restoration prioritization is done through health and safety, the council priorities here, any legislative and contractual requirements, and then specific services that have been impacted. Some of the other considerations were really around the impact to the organization, to the city as a whole, and the financial impacts, and then public trust, where some of it is how those teams were able to determine those priorities in terms of what systems need to be brought back first and which ones need to come back next. You can see from a restoration progress perspective up to now, about 220 applications were impacted, and that totals about 45% of the applications have been restored, so just about half. Of those applications, about 48 of them were deemed critical impacted applications, and at this time, about 60% of those have been restored so far. So with that, let me turn that over to Andy.
Thank you, Bryson. So what I wanted to do for the rest of the presentation is sort of step back, provide some observations to date, give you a sense of the path forward, and perhaps put some markers down for things that council should be thinking about as this journey progresses. I think it goes without saying, but I'm still going to say it, this was a very significant breach. There's no sugarcoating that, and it will continue to have significant impacts for quite some time. So this will not get solved in months to an end state. We are talking about years. Now, the good news is that a lot of what needs to happen as it relates to cyber and IT modernization was already conceived and in some cases and to varying extents already underway. And some of that as it relates to funding exists in existing budgets. So as I think staff will start to get into in their report, there is an exercise underway that we will be part of that is going to really get into the detail of what projects need to be done, at what cost, and the extent to which they're already funded or funding needs to be shifted around. So that's a very important ongoing process. as the city manager said, this does represent, notwithstanding the challenges of the situation in which the city finds itself, it is an opportunity to build back stronger. And that absolutely will be one of the lenses through which some of this go-forward planning work takes place. And obviously, as it relates to prioritization, it is going to be important to balance key priorities with safety and security, which we know obviously is important, with speed, functionality, and obviously cost. So there isn't going to be a linear approach to solve this. It's going to have to be looked at very carefully on a project-by-project basis. So moving on, the way that this work is being thought about is really thinking through three types of project, if you will. Firstly, looking at those applications or systems that are unrecoverable. Secondly, also looking at those systems or bundles of systems that perhaps were at their end of life anyway and already in various stages of evolution and transformation. And then obviously, very importantly, the need to improve cyber resilience on a go-forward basis through a variety of different types of initiatives. So moving on to the next slide, naturally this will translate itself into a full integrated project plan that has two fundamental components. One will be speaking to the services and IT, while the second layer, if you will speak to cybersecurity. And the development of that, both of those pieces is in various stages of development and maturity, and is something which we'll continue to focus on and support the city with. So here's some things that I'd like council to think about. I won't speak to all the points on the following slide, but these are going to be some of the considerations or opportunities, if you will, that I think will present themselves. Obviously, as we've said, it's important to build back stronger, invest in the future, and as you're doing that, try to build resilience. I think there might be a build on this slide, so the remaining points will come forward. There we go. Thank you. One of the things I think is going to be very important to think about is how to improve organizational agility and capacity. This is a very significant undertaking, obviously in the context of the day job, which is to provide exceptional service to Hamiltonians. So there may be opportunities to think about how to innovate service delivery that actually allows you to perhaps achieve the same outcomes in different ways. We don't have tangible examples of that right now, but I'm sure that will come forward in the fullness of time, things to think about. I think in relation to, in a similar vein to the concept of agility, it's going to be important to find ways to decrease procurement cycles. So more agile models of acquiring software and figuring out how to implement it will be important because, frankly, the traditional models of doing that will take too long. That being said, all of that must be done while maintaining the public interest. Another point which I think will come to bear at some point will be the need to think about how to enhance administration's delegation of authority so that they, again, perhaps are in a position to act more nimbly. Again, though, obviously with full view to council and maintaining transparency and accountability. And then the final point that I wanted to make, because this is often lost, it will be important to focus on staff. This has been a huge lift on staff across the enterprise just to recover and get to this point. So it will be important, I think, to recognize the strain and stresses that staff are under and just recognizing the capacity challenges that they're going to continue to have. So in summary, as we've said, cyber incidents are on the rise. And, we've often, used the phrase, there's two types of organization, those that know they have been hacked and those that have been hacked but they still don't know it. So unfortunately, it is a increasing trend in society, but fortunately the city was able to take swift action to take as many mitigating measures as possible. And as has been indicated on a number of times, there's no evidence that personal data or information has been compromised. Going forward, there is an unprecedented opportunity to build back stronger, and obviously in doing that, the need to take advantage of the opportunity to take a more customer-centric approach to the response and how to modernize service delivery of core programs and services. And all of that in mind, as I just said, I think there are some key considerations that the city will need to address over the coming weeks or months to work through the optimal path to full recovery. So that concludes the end of our presentation, and obviously be happy to take questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I wonder if you could all introduce yourselves and your titles, because I failed to do that earlier. So sorry about that, but perhaps we'll start with Kristen.
Kristen Davies, partner with Deloitte.
Bryson Tam, partner Deloitte.
And I'm Andy Potter, also, not surprisingly, a partner with Deloitte.
I am blessed that we have all three partners here today to answer committee's questions. Right now, I would like a list of speakers for questions. So Councillor M. Wilson first, and then Councillor Danko. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm wondering if it would be possible to put slide 15 back on the board. Thank you, Jessica. I really appreciate it.
And just as we're waiting, slide 15 is the key considerations for the city's continued success slide.
Yep, I think you had to hit it twice or something, if I recall.
Just because of the build. Yeah, like, could you just hit it once more?
So I'm just to set up my question, I appreciate, yeah, thank you, that it's future forward and look. A question I think was asked by Councillor Crutch a few times, and I'm wondering if you could help me understand the enabling or the actioning of this, some of these points now versus, and the forthcoming assessment of why did this happen? An assessment of our IT infrastructure and management. And there would be, I would assume, some hesitation, for example, to provide for a greater delegation of authority if, as governors, we didn't have a full assessment of what happened and ensuring the rejigging of our IT is such that we would have confidence that that would clearly be in order. Does that question make sense?
Mr. Potter, please.
Through the chair, I mean, I think that the point that we are attempting to signal here is certainly not to reduce transparency and certainly accountability. It is more where it makes sense, and I think this relates to financial delegation of authority in terms of levels of approval to spend within budget or maybe outside budget. I'm not the expert on this topic, but we really are we are thinking that there may be a need to find ways to do things more quickly than perhaps traditional processes might support. But we recognize, obviously, that this is a significant topic, and certainly if this is to be an emerging recommendation, then needs to be done with appropriate thought, insight from all parties, obviously, including council, and everybody needs to be comfortable.
Counselor?
Thank you. And the focus on staff for our continued success, I'm just trying to understand what that is telling me. Until we have built back better, we have to make allowances, we have to make new hires, we have to change what we're doing in order that we maintain the capacity of staff to not be exhausted, to, I'm just trying to understand the timeline on focus on staff, what that means.
Mr. Potter, please.
Through the chair again, I mean, again, this is something that needs to be examined on a project by project, department by department basis, depending upon the current state of service delivery as impacted by the cyber breach and the extent to which, systems are either fully, partially, or completely irrecoverable. The reality is, one way or another, services need to be continued to be delivered. And in cases where that is going to be more manual work, that is going to take more time, and it is going to impact staff capacity to not just continue to deliver those services, but it will seriously impede their ability to be part of the process to actually plan, develop, and implement the new solutions that ultimately will be required. So I think the reason we wanted to just flag this is because it's very easy to forget the impact on staff from this breach, and that, again, depending on the nature of the application and the department, there are going to be varying levels of change fatigue and capacity challenge that everybody's going to need to be aware of.
Counselor, perhaps the last question then?
Okay, thank you. So appreciating that, I'm assuming then there will be forthcoming reports from the city manager or the department heads on what that means in terms of project delivery and timelines at some point along the way.
Mr. Potter?
So the short answer to that would be yes.
Thank you.
Great. Counselor Danko, please.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I think my question is more for staff on the report and the costs. But since I was on the list, I would like to highlight slide 8 that, I think there is perhaps a perception sometimes in the public that the city of Hamilton's IT department is run on Windows XP. But when the threat was discovered, it was discovered like unbelievably quickly. Our staff did an amazing job. Despite the fact that this was as was stated, a very sophisticated threat actor that was moving through the system very quickly, but it was contained within 2 days. And I think I want to highlight that for the public to know that, when an incident did take place, that, the work that our staff did to address this immediate threat, despite the sophistication of the threat actor, is, deserves a lot of appreciation. And, I think it's important to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you. Agree. Any other speakers on the presentation? Okay. I think you guys were very succinct and very thorough. Thank you so much. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation? Counselor Jackson. Counselor Alex Wilson. May I have the vote to receive, please? Counselor Jackson's a yes. Counselor McMeekin's also yes. Counselor Kassar is a yes. And the vote is up. And that vote carries 12-0. So now on the report. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor, please? Councillor Kassar, Councillor Jackson. Whoa, watch out for that mic, Councillor Jackson. Discussion, Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you. So one of the things that stands out in the report and has been highlighted in the media coverage of it is the costs. And, you know, when you just look at it on the surface, that immediate preliminary financial impact of $5.7 million and the rebuild transform phase of $33.6 million over 8 years, I believe that breaks down to just over $4 million a year. You know, that kind of stands out as a new cost that, you know, we have incurred because of this. But I wanted to give staff an opportunity to kind of explain that not disclosing the amount of the ransom, because it has been a topic of discussion in the public that, well, you should have just paid the ransom. But even if we did, the vast majority of these costs would have been incurred either way. And even if we weren't hacked and we didn't know about it, as was stated, we were in the process of being hacked, again, the majority of these costs would be incurred in that scenario also. So I just wanted staff to be able to, you know, kind of explain the breakdown of what we're doing and, you know, at the end of that reinvestment, what our systems will be like.
Start with GM Zagaric, and then it'll probably go to Chief Digital Officer.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor Mike Zagaric, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. There are costs included within the report, principally in that infrastructure category, that are not throwaway costs. These are costs for infrastructure, whether it's servers or other related infrastructure, potentially applications that were impacted and pivoting to the next solution with respect to some of the services. So again, not throwaway costs. They form part of that future state as it relates to our IT resiliency and with respect to service continuity. I'll turn it over to our Chief Information Officer, Cyrus, to speak to the impact and the investments as it relates to irrespective if the city chose and the city did not pay a ransom, but had the city paid a ransom, whether or not it would forego some of these activities and costs.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Danko. I think for further clarity, some of those costs that are incurred there are also related to existing capitally funded projects. So for example, we already had capital approval from council to replace our very aged telephony system. We are actually fast tracking that implementation and are actually using components of that system to deliver our services currently. We have other projects as it relates to expanding how we deliver customer experience through replacement of a legacy CRM solution, customer relationship management solution. So the costs that have already been approved by council are included in that 33.6 for us to have a new customer relationship management solution, which will also enhance how we deliver services. There are components in there of our cyber infrastructure that we had approval for that we have now also fast-tracked. We've also identified some gaps, and through the work of our partners and Deloitte, looking to actually advance some spend that may have been in future capital projections that had not yet come to council, but that we now feel need to be brought forward to really ensure we have the environment that we need to protect our infrastructure. So what might have been a 3-year plan may now need to be a 2-year plan that is reflected within that 33.6 million. So again, for clarity, I wouldn't consider these net new costs. There will be some net new costs because as we've indicated and our colleagues from Deloitte have indicated, there are a small percentage of systems that are unrecoverable. Some of those systems that are unrecoverable may warrant or are justified in fast tracking a replacement. And there's also a component of not spending human capital effort or money to restore legacy systems that were soon to be replaced. So it's a combination of all of those, and I'm probably missing some other scenarios in there that make up that forward-looking projection of what we will be to get back both from a recovery to a better position and enhancement of our systems as a total. And often that relates to fast-tracking investment as a result of the cyber incident.
Counselor.
Thank you, Chair. That really answers the question. And talking about a throwaway cost, that would have been paying the ransom. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Any other speakers? Counselor Nan, could you take the chair real quick for me?
You got it.
Thank you for this report. Thank you to Deloitte for all of the fulsome work that you're doing, because it's complex again. And thank you to staff again. I think my question relates to Appendix A, where the chart does list a number of unrecoverables. So perhaps just for public consumption, what are we doing with that, and how are we getting around it? So perhaps my question may be to City Manager first, and then see where that might go. Oh, Chief Digital Officer, I think.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Wang. Yeah, there's some various scenarios that will be taking in place as it relates to unrecoverable systems. So there are some of those unrecoverable systems that we already had a strategy in place for replacement. In that case, we'll be fast tracking that implementation, or may identify additional costs that may be required to implement at a faster rate. For example, we may have had a project that had a 2-year implementation timeline, but now has been identified as a system that's unrecoverable, and we have workarounds in place for it. We need to fast track that implementation. There may be applications there that are we didn't have a strategy for because the application itself wasn't at a state where it needed to be replaced from a technology debt perspective. In that situation, we may need to consider net new applications because we look at the timeline or the vendor's support model for that application. I can think of one specifically around the business management application suite. Realistically, it probably had a 2 or 3 year runway before it was out of, I would say, it would create a larger technology gap to maintain that application than to switch to something new. And in that case, we'll be looking at fast tracking or leapfrogging us to a more mature state from a technology perspective. And in some cases, it might be a replacement back or rebuild from scratch of an existing similar system or the same system because we already deem it to be the best solution for our needs. But because this has been impacted to be unrecoverable, there are more complexities to how that is restored, not, I shouldn't say restored, but rebuilt from scratch with potentially the same existing application because it already meets our needs.
Thank you. My second question then is, we're already allocating a significant amount of resources towards some of these IT projects. First one that comes to mind is Next Generation 911. How are those projects in flight, and how do they relate back to how we're doing this Build Back Better kind of idea? Are they together, or are they separated? I just wanted to think about what do we have currently in the go, and then we still have things that we need to do to build back better.
Thank you through the chair to Councillor Wang. We are prioritizing the effort across all areas of the corporation to ensure that we are addressing the highest priority needs from a recovery perspective. So specifically in the case of NG 911, that project has been given equal and maybe more of a microscopic lens to it to make sure that we're not missing anything and future-proofing the design of that so that we are on track for the delivery of those critical projects. There will, of course, be from a capacity perspective within the organization, and I think that alludes to some of the commentary that was made by Deloitte around staff. We do have a finite capacity to move multiple projects forward, so we're ensuring we're being very thoughtful to ensure that the work effort that is being done across the entire organization, both as it relates to existing projects and net new projects that are a result of the cyber incident are be done on a prioritized basis to best suit the needs of our community and Hamiltonians and continue to deliver those services that are important.
Thank you, Councilor. I see the 45 seconds.
Last question then. Oh, nice.
Nicely done there, nicely done.
For our Deloitte friends, I have been really trying to crack down on the amount of questions, so I appreciate being prompted. My last question is on one of, I know that we are past the presentation, but I think just from a city perspective, how far along on the spectrum are we? 0 being day 1 being the cybersecurity, 100% being like we're completely back to normal. So I know it was in the Deloitte slide, but perhaps just from a city perspective, where are we along that spectrum? Nowhere near the end, I know. Chief Digital Officer, where are we?
So I think, thank you, through you. Am I done? No, sorry, okay. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Wang. So as was indicated, we've restored approximately 45% of our systems. And I alluded to Council in previous information that it's not a linear process. Some applications are very complicated to restore, some are a little bit more simpler. So I think as it relates to systems that are recoverable, again, we are approaching 4 months in, we've recovered 45%. I would hate to project some sort of endpoint for the systems that are recoverable. I think the systems that we can recover, we're talking in the months range. I think as we start to talk about some of the more complex systems that have been identified in the appendix, those will be very complex or require new solutions outright, and those will be a much longer period for recovery. So in hopes of not avoiding the question, I just don't have that clarity to give you a gauge because I think it would be a false indicator of where we've come, I think, in a short period of time on how quickly we have advanced recovery for the systems that have been restored. Yet there's still quite a work ahead of us, and it's not a linear process.
Councilor, the chair is back to you.
Thank you. As I am the last speaker, and we already have a mover and a seconder, perhaps we'll call that to vote now. Oh, Councillor Jackson says yes. Vote is up. And that vote carries 12-0. Thank you to our team. Thank you to, I see the EOC is here. Thank you to Deloitte for being here. Please keep up the good work. All right, let's move on to consent items. So we have 9.1, Hamilton Wentworth District School Board, Hamilton Liaison Committee Report. And there is a motion to bundle 9.1, 9.2, 9.3. Together? Did I miss any other ones? Okay. We're just going to bundle 9.1, 9.2, 9.3 together. And Councillor Nan is moving that. Councillor Spatafora is very enthusiastically seconding that. So perhaps I'll just go, do we need to have conversation? Councillor Crutch, please.
Very briefly on 9.3, just wanted to say that we're not going to talk about it today because we're trying to move through the agenda, and I'm going to have a meeting with staff about it and work on something for council. I was the one to bring the request forward to have this done, myself and Councillor Clark, and so I will speak to it at council. Okay.
All right. So just to clarify, it is 9.1, Hamilton Wentworth District School Board Liaison Committee Report. 9.2 is the response to the Office of the Chief Coroner, Ontario Forensic Pathology Service. 9.3 is the shelter inspection feasibility. And since we have it moved and seconded to bundle them all together, may I have the vote, please? Councillor Jackson is a very enthusiastic yes. Vote is up. Councillor Spatafora is starting to do the thingy. And that vote carries 12-0. Thank you, committee. Moving on to discussion items. We have 10.1, the West Harbour Development Subcommittee Report. Councillor Spatafora is going to move that. Councillor Crutch is going to second that. Any discussion on said report? Seeing none, may I have the vote, please? Vote is up. Did I miss that? I think I missed it. Wait. Oh, okay. That carries 11-0. Thank you. Moving on to 10.2, the Community Benefits Protocol Subcommittee Report. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Crutch, Councillor Nan. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, may I have the vote, please? Councillor Jackson and Councillor McMeekin are a yes, and the vote is up. That vote carries 11-0. Thank you. Moving on to 10.3, the contractual obligations and substandard tenant conditions. May I have a mover? Mover and seconder, Councillor Crutch, Councillor Alex Wilson as a seconder. Any discussion on this item? Councillor Crutch, please.
Same story as the last report. I also asked for this report, and so I'll speak to it at council, and I'll try and chat with staff in between time about a couple things that I think will come forward later, that we can speak to how that happens.
All right. No other speakers to this? May I have the vote, please? Councillor Jackson and Councillor McMeekin are a yes, and the vote is up. And that carries 11-0. Thank you. Moving on to 10.4, the authority to enter into rent supplement agreements under various programs, HSC 24005 citywide. This was deferred from a February 21st meeting. May I have a mover and a seconder to put on the floor? Councillor Nan and Councillor Jackson. Any discussion on this item? Councillor Crutch, please.
This was deferred to match the previous report, so I'll also speak to this at council as well.
Okay. Mayor, that's on you now. All right. If there are no other comments or questions on this, may I have the vote, please? Councillor Jackson's a yes. Councillor McMeekin is also a yes, and the vote is up. Councillor Wilson? Wonderful. Okay, that carries 12-0. We have already moved 10.5 and 10.6, and we have already dealt with 10.7.
So sorry, through the Deputy Mayor, just before we start 10.8, maybe a suggestion to extend the curfew?
Oh, that's a good idea. The meeting, it's at 5:24. May I have a mover and a seconder to Councillor Nan and Councillor Alex Wilson? This is to extend the meeting to... Let's say 7, just so that we're a little more. Okay, all right. So right now it is to extend the meeting until 7. It's already been moved and seconded. May I please have the vote? If the vote is up, Councillor Jackson is a yes. And Councillor McMeekin's a yes. Councillors, yep. Okay, and that carries 10-2. Consistency is key. Consistency is key. All right, 10.8 is the Affordable Housing Development Project Stream Q1 2024 results. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put 10.8 on the floor, please? Councillor Nan and Councillor Spadafora. Justin Lewis, the Director of the Housing Secretariat, is here to provide an overview of this report. Director?
Thank you, and through the chair, Justin Lewis, Director of the Housing Secretariat. Today we have a report from the Housing Secretariat that presents to you and focuses on the Q1 2024 outcomes of the Affordable Housing Development Project Stream. Bringing this report forward was a commitment that we made on June 5th as well as June 12th Council. The report today outlines the results of the Q1 2024 intake and the evaluation and municipal funding allocation process for supporting not-for-profit housing providers to develop affordable and supportive housing units. The Housing Secretariat, through the Affordable Housing Development Project Stream, received 27 projects in our first tranche. One project was from a for-profit organization and was ineligible. 26 projects were eligible as they were from not-for-profit and charitable organizations. Of the 26 projects, there is a potential to actualize 1,620 units across the 26 projects. The confidential Appendix A of this report, gives project-specific information that will be communicated to each housing operator over the next 2 weeks. While the evaluation criteria are publicly available on the Housing Secretariat's website, the specific details of how each project was assessed and scored and the funding amounts remain confidential under the Municipal Act. Disclosure of this information could impact organizations' reputations and community partnerships, raising concerns and trustworthiness of ethical disclosure. After this process and today, going through this report, letters of intent and municipal contribution agreements will proceed for projects within the projects listed within the confidential Appendix A. As a reminder and outlined in the report, the Affordable Housing Project Stream funding sources that are currently available to us, Council-approved Affordable Housing Fund Program through Report HSC 23003, which provides $4 million annually to support new not-for-profit affordable housing, and Council-approved $10.3 million annually for 3 years for supportive housing projects, and that's through Report HSC 23041G. Future quarterly results for the Affordable Housing Development Project Stream will be communicated through a communication update to Mayor and members of Council. So that's what the report in front of you is today.
Excellent.
Miigwech.
Thank you so much. Should committee like to discuss the confidential Appendix A to item 10.8, we will have to defer consideration of this entire item until after the closed session. So perhaps I'll just ask right now, any discussion on the open aspects of this? Mayor, please.
Thanks very much. I just want to say that it's a really important moment in time right now. This is our first set of recommendations coming out of the process that Justin Lewis put together for us as the director of the Housing Secretariat. And he's not, are you here a year now or not quite yet even? 11 months, so not even 11 months in the job. He's pulled together the Secretariat, he's put together the open and transparent process, the various streams in terms of how we get projects through a decision-making point. I just want to say thank you and congratulations to all of the staff who have worked on this even before you got here, Justin. It's been I think an important movement for the City of Hamilton to pull together a systemic way, a fair and open and transparent way of taking on one of our biggest crises that we face. As we know, we spoke about it a lot earlier today. And this for me it's a day to celebrate, really. I know there'll be folks that are disappointed that they weren't, necessarily at the place they needed to be for this particular stream, or this particular, what do you call it?
Intake or tranche, yeah.
Intake. But the thing about this is, it's going to be a continuous process. So it's not like once a year, this is where we're going to be once a year. It's actually a continuous process. I think 4 times a year, we're going to have reports like this in front of us. I want you to know that I'm very, very grateful and proud. I think that this is a really amazing initiative. And I do want to say that the federal and provincial governments are aware that we're doing this. At the FCM, there was discussion around what we're doing. We had this conversation, as you may recall, on Monday with the Minister of Housing for the province of Ontario, who was very impressed and said we are way ahead of a lot of other municipalities and was very complimentary. So I really just think that I needed to say something, and I know others are feeling the same way. So really happy that we're here and really appreciate the work.
Thank you, Mayor. Up now is Councillor Alex Wilson, followed by Councillor Maureen Wilson. So Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. I do also just want to echo the mayor's comments right there about the kudos of this report. I'm thinking back to our first budget where we're talking about council referred enhancements for specific providers in the budget process, no one necessarily being happy about that process. As our providers are getting more organized, having an organized intake as well in our system. I'll just say it's also helped have conversations with nonprofit partners not currently in the area about the types of supports that we're building out to invite more folks into our social service net here in the community. Really, really incredible foundation being laid. Just a question about the runway we have right now, not trying to get into the closed session, not trying to open that up. So if we have to have a vaguer answer, that's okay with me. But just when the runway of funding begins to run out, how will calls for additional funding or additional projects get put forward? When the report came forward, I think in the last cycle about the delegated authority, there's conversations about reviewing after intakes, thinking about maybe does the per project funding make sense? Does a per door amount also make sense in future iterations, and using the intakes and using the data of partners and projects to make those changes? Are any requested changes anticipated in these quarterly reports, or is there a sense that those reports will come back on a different timeline if there's any changes to be made to the process that we've set out? Thank you.
Thank you, through your chair. I think it's a good question. So I do want to clarify one point from the report currently is that it won't be necessarily information reports coming to mayor and council for every quarterly evaluation. It'll be through communication updates that information is coming to all of you. So that's one piece of that, Councillor. I think in addition to that, when you're looking at these projects, each project is really different. And that's why we've put in place the rigor around the Project Management Institute and the 5 phases of project management so that we can look at each project very specifically. Some projects that we got out of the 26 were just in the initiation and planning phases, right? They're not in those execution phases. So I think the Housing Secretariat is at the table to say yes and to all of the not-for-profit operators. We're no longer saying, no, we can't do anything. We're saying yes and. So yes, we may not be able to give you funding from a certain funding envelope right now, but we're here at the table to be your liaison to help you work through those processes to get you shovel ready, to get those projects happening for future years. So I think, we might be a little limited with the amount of funding that we have in our funding envelopes, but there's other things that come to fruition. So at the end of the year in October, we'll see the Housing Accelerator Fund. We'll be able to allocate a surplus. That will go into our Affordable Housing Fund Reserve, which will then allow us to apply additional funding through that fourth quarter review and evaluation of projects. Any projects that may seem to not get funding right now may be also eligible for half, and we will also be working with them to recognize the amount of fees that could be waived in addition to that DCs and stuff like that. So we're working with the Planning and Economic Development Department to make sure that all of those things are done in a really good way. So we're not really saying no to any projects, and we're making sure that we're saying yes and that's really the conversation we're having with everybody, and we're becoming that liaison for us as a corporation to be able to bring those projects to fruition. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. It does. And I think just echoing that, it's changing the conversation from who are we saying yes to and who are we saying no to, but to a process of how can we say yes and what will it take to say yes and when are we saying yes? And I think that's just a much better frame of this conversation than who are we choosing, but how are we going to get you to a point where we're saying yes to these projects we know our community needs. Thank you so much.
And HAF is HAF, which is the Housing Accelerator Fund. We use a lot of acronyms.
Yes, that is correct. Sorry.
Okay, wonderful. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
No, I'm just echoing, thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Secretariat for this wonderful report. I do think it is a day of to hoist the flag up the pole, if you will, and echoing the Mayor's comments. Won't be as eloquent, but it sometimes takes a while to right a ship and to be put in an intentional, thoughtful, strategic plan and then to enact it all in such a short period. So I think this is a really important report. I know it is not the liftoff because the work started a while ago, but it is, I think, a testament to coordination and full capacity being brought to this crisis. And I'm very, very appreciative of the work and all the continuing work that is being done. So congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing as there are no other speakers, so another call out for whether we would like to discuss Appendix A in closed and confidential, to which we have to defer this. Seeing a lot of head shakes, so we already have this moved and seconded by Councillor Nan and Councillor Spatafora, so may I have the vote, please? Oh, sorry.
So sorry, just through the Deputy Mayor, that the report be received and that the confidential Appendix A remain confidential.
Thank you, Elsie McCray. May I have the vote, please? Bozette? And that carries 11-0. Thank you. Moving on to, thank you, Director. Moving on to Section 11, which is motions. 11.1 is the dishwasher for the community room at 120 Strathcona Avenue North. Councillor Maureen Wilson, would you like to introduce your motion, and who is your seconder?
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Spatafora. This is with respect to a new dishwasher that is needed at 120 Strathcona Avenue North, which is a City Housing Hamilton residence for seniors. We talked a lot about the outstanding needs of City Housing Hamilton and the consequence of downloading those assets. This is for their community room, which I think we have in Ward 1 put money into previously. It's a really important room because it enables seniors, many of whom don't have some mobility challenges, to come and meet with their fellow neighbors. The dishwasher, in the absence of it, there's an absence of a hygienic way in which to wash the dishes that multiple users are accessing. So thank you for your kind consideration.
Thank you. Any discussion on this motion? I'll be honest, when I thought dishwasher, I was like, ooh, a person? But no, that's not it. May I have the vote, please? Robots. They are much more efficient. Vote is up. And much more hygienic, yes, thank you. That carries 11-0, thank you. I understand that Councillor Spatafora has been working some magic behind the scenes and would like to put forward a motion. So Councillor Spatafora.
Hi, Chair. It was just to move the previous motion that I was trying to tie to Councillor Danko's amendment. Let me see if I have it here.
So this motion, I think, just to refresh committee's memory, was about the financial impacts to businesses.
I can read it out. I have it here.
Perfect, wonderful.
That planning and economic development staff consult with the business community, including business improvement areas, regarding the impacts of encampments on both their businesses and customers, and report back on the results of the consultation at the August GIC.
Okay.
Councillor
I'm happy
Nan will, oh, sorry.
Nope. If
Councillor Nan
Nan-
said she would second that. Thank you.
Thank you, Elsie McCray, for that quick typing. So committee, it is on the board now, and Councillor Maureen Wilson, please. And Councillor Nan would be seconding.
Thank you. I'm supporting the motion, just by the way. But I guess my question is, I know there is a business improvement coordinating table, and I'm wondering the availability. I would assume this feedback has been sounded. I know it's I've heard it from small business, so I'm just wanting to get some information from staff on how they're going to get the information and its availability, both quantitative and qualitative.
Looking at GM Robichaud.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor. Yes, so I've already consulted with Economic Development Department staff, and they are confident they can get that information from the BIAs. We have received qualitative information from the BIAs to date based on, actually, they have done some surveys. I should stay corrected. I think the International Village BIA has conducted a survey of their members to come back with identifying what those impacts are. So building on that type of tool, we would probably be looking to survey all of the BIAs to get similar information from them, as well as consulting with the other small businesses through our business development officers. It'll be a combination of both qualitative and quantitative information, because some of that will be what is your perceived experience as opposed to reporting on statistical information. Thank you.
Thank you, GM. Councillor?
No, thank you. I don't discount the value at all of qualitative analysis. I think it's really important, those stories and those experiences, so I didn't want it to appear otherwise on my part, and I wasn't aware of the survey, so that's a good building block. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Yeah, thank you. Similar question, just and I think it was half answered there, so I'll just maybe follow up. Is it business development officers are going to be reaching out to the BIAs and then other folks that are in their contact list and saying, hey, we have an opportunity, here's 2 to 3 questions, or are we putting out an Engage Hamilton survey that's targeted? Just wondering, like, are we going through our engagement team, or is this more of a, you're already in our network of businesses, you're already on some list somewhere, we're reaching out to you, here are questions, or if it's a more public facing, that's all.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor. I know there have been some issues with some of the BIAs and some of the communication or businesses that are not part of the BIAs. So I envision it might be a combination of both in terms of developing a short survey tool on the Engage Hamilton webpage, and then also using the BIAs to help get the message out, because that's one of the challenges we have with, the loss of some of the traditional media, bringing this to people's attention. So whether it's through social media, by the city or within the BIAs or other business groups to advance that information. That would be sort of my initial thoughts in terms of how we develop awareness around this, but just trying to keep it to a fairly, given the amount of time, a fairly short and concise survey response in terms of what those responses are. And as I mentioned earlier, 1 or 2 of the BIAs have already done this work with their membership, so I imagine that we will leverage that work in terms of the questions they are asking to get a consistent message across the city of Hamilton from all of the small business community. Thank you. Small and medium-sized business community. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, supportive of the motion, just if this comes through Engage Hamilton, we get it in a comms release, that's something we can put out in our, like, it's a real product that we have and we can use, versus if it's network to network, tap, 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 kind of I know you. It's not that that's not valuable, it's just we're not going to have the same line of sight. I was just inquiring. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Crutch, please.
Quick clarification, it's the downtown BIA who put the survey out, not the International Village BIA, in case anybody wanted to inundate anybody with email requests about that. But also I want to say that I think it's really important that if we're doing something here, that we adopt our own survey methodology. That's something that's gone through the kind of methodological analyses we would normally go through. I can't speak to here what methodology was used to construct the survey put out by the BIA. So just to simply go out and get that methodology and use it for consistency, I would be very concerned about that. I know there's lots of psychological studies on how to do the survey methodology from the right perspective, and I think it's extremely important when asking big social questions to make sure it's done that way. So thank you.
I see nods. Acknowledged. Okay. Seeing as there are no other speakers, may I have the vote, please? Vote is up. Councilor Nancy, yes. And that carries 11-0. Thank you, committee. Moving on to notices of motion. 12.1 is the declaration of emergency in the area of affordability. Councilor Spatafora, would you like to read your notice of motion?
I wasn't planning on, I was just going to say it's staying in motion.
It's staying as a notice.
Sorry, as a notice to be talked about at the July. If there's any question from committee, they can send me an email.
It is on the agenda, so it is available. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
12.2 is the representation by the urban Indigenous community at City Council. Councillor Crutch, would you like to read your notice of motion?
I'm not going to read it out. It's on the agenda formally. You all have the language here. It'll be coming forward on July 8th for a vote. And have just to comment to my colleagues that, we all heard the delegation this morning and the request to reach out to members of the Indigenous community if people have questions, want to understand what's going on. I'm making the same offer here today between now and July 8th to reach out if you would like more information about this motion, want to understand some of the whereas clauses or any of the therefore be it resolved. I'm around. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's still a notice. So are there any other notices of motion to bring forward? Seeing none. Okay, wonderful. Let's move on to general information and other business. May I have a mover and a seconder on the amendments to the outstanding business list? I see Councillor Spadafora and Councillor Nayan. So any chats, discussions? Everyone cool with this? Because if that's the case, then let's go to a vote. And the vote is up. And that vote carries 11-0. Thank you. We are now moving into private and confidential. So the very first item is to move and second the closed session minutes from June the 5th. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the confidential minutes and that they remain confidential? Councillor Spadafora, Councillor Cassar. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, may I have the vote, please? Vote is up. That vote carries 11-0. Thank you. Now we will need a motion to go into closed session for items 14.2 to 14.5. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Spadafora and Councillor Alex Wilson. Pursuant to Section 9.3, subsection C and D of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and Section 2392, subsection C and D by the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to the proposed, you need to stay and, okay. As amended as the subject matter pertains to the proposed or pending acquisition of or disposition of land for city or local board purposes and labor relations and employee negotiations. Vote is up. And that vote carries 11-0. So members of public are advised that during closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we are now moving to closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please now exit the WebEx meeting. As well, any staff that are not directly related to in-camera items are also now asked to exit the WebEx. I also remind members of council that as per Section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communications only. With the city's electronic devices not being used as a telephone, recording device, or camera, staff from the Office of City Clerk are exempt from subsection 8.7C when using electronic devices for record-keeping purposes. Could I now ask all members of committee to ensure that they are in a private room and area wearing headphones or some other type of hearing equipment and are in the closed portal of eScribe? And to staff, please ensure that your cameras are on during the closed session portion of the meetings. Well then, we are back and open. Speaking to 14.2, the repurchase of land in the city of Hamilton, PED 231232A, Ward 10. May I please have a mover and a seconder on the following? So mover and a seconder would be Councillor Crutch and Councillor Kassar. That A, that the direction provided in staff and closed session respecting report PED 23132A be approved. B, that the sum of $15,000 be funded from project ID account number 47702-356-185-0200 and be credited to department ID account number 812036 real estate admin recovery for the recovery of expenses including real estate and legal fees and costs. C, that the city of solicitor be authorized and directed to complete the repurchase of land in the city of Hamilton on behalf of the city, including paying any necessary expenses, including but not limited to disbursements, land transfer tax, property taxes, amending the closing, due diligence and other dates, and amending the waiving terms and conditions on such terms deemed reasonable. D, that the city of solicitor be authorized and directed to execute all necessary documents to complete the transaction for the repurchase of land in the city of Hamilton in the form satisfactory to the city solicitor. E, that the complete report PED 23132A respecting the repurchase of land in the city of Hamilton located in Ward 10 remain confidential until complete in the real estate transaction. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded. May I have the vote, please? Vote is up. Councillor Wilson? That vote carries 11-0. 14.3 is the repurchase of land. What? So I have. Oh, I see what happened. Okay. So 14.3 is the lease agreement for 35-39 Market Street South, Dundas. May I have a mover and a seconder on the following? Councillor Alex Wilson and Councillor Crutch. That the direction provided to staff in closed session be approved. B, that the closed session recommendations contained within the report PED 24095 respecting the subject lease agreement 35-39 Market Street South, Dundas, remain confidential until completion of the subject lease agreement. C, that the balance of report PED 24095 and the appendices respecting the lease agreement 35-39 Market Street South, Dundas, remain confidential. Any discussion on the item? Seeing none, it's already been Alex Wilson and Cameron Crutch. Okay. May I have the vote? And vote is up, and Councillor Jackson says yes. Councillor Kassar says yes. All right, and that carries 11-0, thank you. 14.4 is the multi-use path agreement, City of Hamilton, PED 2414-104, Ward 8. May I please have a mover and a seconder on the following? Councillor Danko and Councillor Kassar, please. A, that the corporate real estate office be authorized and directed to negotiate the acquisition of the license agreement, license interest in the lands shown attached in Appendix A to the report PED 24104 and described in Appendix B in report PED 24104 based substantially on the terms and conditions attached as Appendix B to report PED 24104 and such other terms deemed appropriate by the General Manager of the Planning and Economic Development Department or designate. B, that the sum of $2,500 be funded from the project ID account number 59806-3561-850-200 and be credited to debt ID account number 59806-812036, real estate admin recovery for the recovery of expenses including real estate and the legal fees and costs. C, that the city solicitor be authorized and directed to complete the acquisition of land in the city of Hamilton located in Ward 8 on behalf of the city, including paying any necessary expenses, amending the closing, due diligence, other dates, and amending waiving terms and conditions on such terms deemed reasonable. D, that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute all necessary documents for the acquisition of land in the city of Hamilton located in Ward 8 in the form satisfactory to the city solicitor. E, that the complete report PED 24104 respecting the licensing of land in the city of Hamilton located in Ward 8 remain confidential. Any discussion? Seeing none. Let's vote. And the vote is up, and Counselor Jackson says yes. And that vote carries 11-0. Thank you. 14.5 is the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Local 1041, ratification of collective agreement, HUR 24015, citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder on the following, please? Councillor Spatafora and Councillor Crutch. That A, the tentative agreement reached on May 27, 2024 between the City of Hamilton and Canadian Union of Public Employees, QP Local 1041, representing approximately 350 frontline supervisors and project managers employees be ratified by Council. B, the report HUR 24015 respecting City of Hamilton Canadian Union Public Employees, QP Local 1041, ratification of collective agreement remain confidential. Any discussion? Seeing none. Let's vote. Vote is up. And Councillor Jackson says yes. And that carries 11-0. And we're on to item 15, adjournment. Councillor Spatafora is very quick on the draw. And Councillor Jackson, I'm sure, really wants to get out of here. Okay. All right, we have a mover and a seconder. Vote is up. Councillor Jackson is a reluctant yes this time. I think Councillor Pauls is literally trying to close up her laptop and say goodbye to us. Bye, Councillor Pauls. I could see her hand. She's like literally like ready to slam this laptop down. She had to really think about that one. I don't know if that carried. Did it carry? Yes, it carried. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.